It's crunch time here in Tokyo, Japan, the home of Red Bull Homeground 2023. One semi-final and an illustrious grand final awaits. But before we get back into the server, if you haven't seen it already, let me take you out to Tokyo, Japan. Sick. Much better. First stop, Akihabara. This area is considered to be the electric heart of Tokyo and is where technology meets passion. From electric to reflective, this is Asakusa and the revered Sensoji Temple. Skytree is a true reflection of Tokyo's towering aspirations. Now that's what I call a spike. And now for some island hopping. This is a diver, stacked with avant-garde architecture, which gives it a futuristic vibe and offers a glimpse into Tokyo's tomorrow. It's time to take you to our final destination and the venue for Red Bull Homeground 2023. The Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena.
The fusion of history, technology, and competition. All roads led us here.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome to Red Bull Homeground 2023. The pinnacle of spirit, strategy, skill is about to unfold.
It's vibrancy, it's medley of modernity and timeless traditions. It's streets full of sound, sights and smells, and it's bustling bullet trains as we look here now at one of the most famous landmarks, the Skytree, reaching a massive 634 meters into the sky. Who will stand tall amongst competition here today? Welcome to the legendary, historic sumo arena, the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena in Tokyo, Japan. A home to legendary bouts of the past. Now, a Valorant battleground as we look to crown our Red Bull Homeground champions for 2023. This is phenomenal. My name's Ian Chambers. Thank you so much for having me as your host this weekend. I am personally having the time of my life, and I know that a lot of players and fans here packing out this arena are too, as are our amazing talent here on the desk. I say talent because you can do it all, guys. Analysts, casters, you're loving life right now, aren't you, Paper Thin?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nothing better than coming into an arena like this, in a country like this that's so passionate about this game, with these amazing teams, some of the best in the world. What more could you ask for? It's just a dream come true.
Yeah, Kilios, we're reaching crunch time now. It's been a phenomenal weekend, but it all comes to a head here.
It's been a long weekend, but also one that went by too quickly, it feels like. We're already here at the final day. One more semifinal into that grand final as well. I'm not sure who's going to be able to make it there, but I can't wait to dive into the action and see.
Well, we had a lot of action to sink our teeth into yesterday. Playday 2 was an absolute banger. Let's take a look back at some of the action. We started with quarterfinals with Cloud9 eliminating the fan favorites Zeta, and sadly, Seth, that was Japan's last hope.
It was indeed, but it was a very good showing as well for a team that had a lot of new young talent joining in with them. Some of their players that were on that academy team that they had. One player coming over from Fennel who just put up very strong performances across the board for Zeta. Obviously, again, also did not have depth. So I think for the Japanese fans, yes, they didn't make it into the grand final. They didn't make it to today, but there's still a lot to be hopeful for them. But the NA hopeful as well have a lot to look forward to because Cloud9 right now waiting to see who their opponent's going to be.
We moved on then to DRX facing off against last year's champions 100 Thieves in our second quarterfinal. And it was a lot of fun as well. Did I just see a robot in the crowd? That was amazing. But this was great as well, wasn't it, Paper Thin?
Absolutely. I mean, it was really impressive to see that even with DRX kind of bringing in some of their other players, you know, Foxy9 and Flashback coming in, a very young player in Flashback especially, able to still have that resilience that we've seen from them with their typical squad. To be able to make these comebacks against 100 Thieves and get the 2-0 win, that's really impressive.
You just saw Oswald as well. We had an incredible rap performance in between it all. We managed to squeeze that in. And then we had our semi-final, our first one, that being Cloud9 versus the formidable Foot, with the Americans coming out on top after a very even series.
Yeah, we finally got to see a little bit of sunset there in that first map, and Zeta went absolutely crazy, picked up an ace, 393 ACS at the end of the map. But Oxy is the story of the weekend right now. Unless somebody can challenge him and take him down in that grand final later, he will continue to be the story because this young gun is so damn good. Every time you get an operator into his hand, a Vandal, whatever it may be, he is putting up numbers for Cloud9. A very dangerous team. Took a little bit of time to get themselves worked up, and as Vanity said, they are slow to start, but once they are raring up and ready to go, they look scary.
Well, we are raring up and ready to go because we've got one more box to fill on our bracket, and it's been quite the story. I've loved the 16 side of this bracket. Is it led and folded the way you expected it to?
More or less, actually. This is about what I thought. I mean, there could have been a bit of a change there with Foot, you know, maybe coming through, but that's okay because this is still really, really exciting. I mean, C9 is playing on another level. Yeah. They have this new talent who's incredible. Now today, I think most people are expecting, you know, Fnatic to come through, but anything's possible here. We've already seen a bit of an upset, I think, with, you know, Foot going down to C9. Yeah,
well, we've seen some incredible individual players standing out here and shining under the lights in Tokyo, Japan. This is our top 5 on ACS. The only player that's not here involved in a competitive way today is Yoshi. So I guess that's a real testament to the standard and the fact that all of those players and the right teams have made it to the very end here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good adjustment from Scarz to actually, you know, shift Yoshi over onto that duelist role. He looked right at home, especially when he was playing on the Jet. But, I mean, for the rest of them, all scary players in their own right. Alpier, somebody on Fnatic who continues to demand respect, who continues to put up fantastic performances. Fnatic did have a bit of a slow start as well, but they find themselves in this semifinal, seeded in ahead of DRX, didn't have to drop any matches on the way here. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be squaring up because Buzz, he is bringing up the rear on this graphic, but he has been ramping up with every single performance and every single appearance that we've been seeing from DRX.
We had a few different maps eventually. I think when we first started this, we saw a lot of the same maps.
Haven.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Haven, but then yesterday, finally, we saw a little bit of Sunset. We hope to see it, but here are the maps that have been played so far, Paper Thin.
Yeah, I mean, and not too surprising, again, in the BO1s, you know, a lot of the teams were telling me before the event started, they're like, look, we're expecting to play, you know, Haven Ascent, maybe Split or something like that. But a lot of teams ended up kind of favoring Lotus as well. A lot of teams starting to feel more comfortable on that map as time goes on, feeling like they're getting a much better read. We're seeing a lot more consistency in the meta with the agent picks as well. So not super surprising to see that that is another favored map.
Curious to see if it's going to be changing at all here because, yeah, I mean, also kind of shocking that I don't see as much behind. You know, I was surprised to see the Sunset coming out yesterday. That was a bold pick and one that very much backfired for the side of Foot. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get there. Maybe when we get to that best of 5 grand final, somebody will pull it out. Cloud9 probably going to be feeling pretty confident on it, given how they were able to dismantle Foot. But I'm assuming that that will be banned away. But we'll have to just wait and see if maybe somebody has something up their sleeve.
If you are joining us for the first time today, first things first, where you been? You've been missing out. But secondly, congratulations. You've got a jam-packed schedule of Valorant coming your way here today. We are kicking off with semi-final number 2, Fnatic versus DRX, which should be an absolute banger. Fnatic's the fan favourites. DRX, the caster favourites. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
And then we're moving on into a show match, which I will give you a little bit more detail on very shortly. And it all culminates with our grand final. Cloud9 waiting in the wings. Their opponents yet to be determined, but we'll have all of the answers to all of the questions very shortly. Now, that show match, you're probably thinking, what we got lined up for you here? We can give you all of the info that you need. Some players that have been eliminated earlier on in the tournament will make up these 2 rosters for East versus West. And we've got an incredible content creator, Timmy. Timmy is joining the West team as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And good news, guys, where do you think it's going to be played?
On stage?
Yeah. Which map?
Probably Sunset.
Yeah, we're going to play it at Sunset. But
Yeah, gotta go for the most recent one.
yeah, some fan favorite players rocking up for this as well. Seth.
I mean, I'm just trying to really get a good grasp here because the first time that I'm seeing the teams and see who I think has the edge. I think given that it's Timmy is on the one team, I'd probably give it to the East. No offense to him, but he does have some pretty scary players alongside him. Kaide's there as well as Yedajay, so they might be able to pull this one off.
Yeah, and you got a good shot caller in Lumo, who's really good at keeping his team pumped up, having some fun up there. I don't know, we'll see. But at the other side of that, it looked pretty scary. I mean, Dariali's up there and Mr. Fallen, so that's tough, man.
And it is important, I think, after a big semi-final with the magnitude that this one has, to have a little bit of a break for the winning team to sort of recalibrate, gain their composure, and get ready for Cloud9, because Cloud9 have had all night to prep for this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, C9, they get a little bit of extra rest. DRX just had to play yesterday. Now they're playing right here at the top of the morning, and if they can get that win, they have to play again. Just a fault of the format here for them, and it's unfortunate for them, but at the same time, them's the breaks. You didn't qualify for it. You didn't get that opportunity to have that semifinal selection. So for both of these teams, it's going to be a rough ride here, but we'll have to see.
But we saw yesterday that C9 was able to play really well in two back-to-back matches. Again, a slow start against Zeta, and they immediately addressed that on Sunset, went for that force buy early, you know, kind of got their confidence underneath them.
All right, semi-final time. We're going to preview it, but first, Fnatic. You know them, you love them, but do you know them this well? Take a look.
What's the best strategy when you're the last player alive in a round?
Exit frags.
Clutch.
Yeah, win the round, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. Mate.
That's why you're not calling every round.
Which agent's voice lines are the most annoying?
Astra.
Astra?
Astra. It's so loud, dude.
No.
I mean, she always singing. The star. She's waffling like you, bro.
No. Don't say that.
I don't know.
I don't actually know.
It's Astra. It's Astra.
What about Rage? Like, come on, man. Why you gotta kill my vibes, man? Brimstone.
If there was a karaoke night, who'd be the first one up to sing?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You're not asking about that one?
No.
That's why he's lit, by the way.
I do love a bit of karaoke, yeah.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
Me.
I think any of them,
Yeah.
other than me. So I think any of them. I think I've almost seen every one of them do it. It's, they're too good.
Who's most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Alpha, maybe, yeah.
I get jet lag, bro. What can I do?
One of the most likable, but of course one of the best teams of the season. This is the perfect opportunity to bounce back from their setback in LA, Seth, because they were looking for the 3P. It didn't happen, but they can get some silverware here.
Oh, they absolutely can. And I mean, the trophy A looks gorgeous, so I think they'd be very much happy to take that one home. Hopefully their airline doesn't break this one if they win it. But yeah, I mean, this is such a strong team, even with them not being able to make it all the way into the grand final back at Champions. This is still a squad that, you know, had that potential and absolutely could have gotten it done. Still one of the most successful teams of this year, if not the most successful team of the year, given their wins over at Lock-In, over at Masters Tokyo. They want another victory here on Japanese soil, and we're going to see if they can get it done.
Looking to stop it, DRX. Now, of course, Fnatic, huge fan favorites, but the crowd here absolutely love this team. They defeated last year's champions 100 Thieves yesterday to secure this spot. Also, like I just said, fans love them.
Yeah, and by default, they've kind of become the home team here now. To begin with, there's a lot of DRX fans. Well, they're the Pacific team, right? Like,
There are a
there are a lot
Pacific
of Fnatic fans here as well, and Cloud9 fans we've seen. But I think we've heard pretty loud cheers for everybody, no matter what. But I think DRX, you know, they're going to want to win this. This is the Pacific region, essentially. This is, you know, kind of their home territory. Of course, they want to have these young players get some experience, which is a big part of what they're doing here, but they want to see them succeed as well.
Will they? Fnatic, DRX are making their way out onto the stage right now.
それでは究極の戦いの幕開きにふさわしい最初の2チームをステージにお呼びしましょう。Fnatic。
single time. I get goosebumps, guys. I don't know what to do with myself. I feel like taking my headset. Oh, one sec. Woo! Oh, man, that's better. This is incredible as we get into the semi-finals here, and both of these teams loving it. I mean, busting a move for the fans, and the fans
always.
That's his thing, right? I know. I've seen all of his dance routines. The choreography is always bang on, but the fans here absolutely lapping it all up. It's a tough one for them to choose because there's so much love in this arena on both sides here, Seth.
No, there absolutely is, and I think this is going to be a bit of a split between the audience here. Most of them probably not sure who they want to cheer for, likely just going to be cheering for everything that happens in the game, regardless of who the action is behind. But these teams, they have clashed several times throughout their careers in VCT, always at Champions. Fnatic overall have the lead in that regard, 2-1 in series. But Elma Putty, new coach, coming in looking to try to get some revenge on DRX because was always nipping at the heels of them when he was on Gen G.
Yeah.
Wasn't really able to get the wins there. Now with Fnatic, with this star squad behind him, perhaps he can get that revenge.
All right, where does Fnatic want to go first? I suspect not Bind. It's going to be Breeze, which is the map that got floated for DRX versus 100 Thieves. We never got there because it was a 2-0. So really curious. We've seen a little bit of Breeze from DRX in their previous events. Ascent again, yeah, makes a lot of sense considering that Fnatic kind of struggled against Fennel on it. It was a 13-10. It was a lot closer than I think most people would have expected.
Yeah.
So really curious to see what we're going to end up on.
I think DRX honestly going to be very happy with that ban if the Lotus gets taken away.
Yep.
Split also going to be eliminated, which means that that bind is going to be available. DRX had a very good time on bind versus Fnatic. The last time they faced, the follow-up maps were what really killed them, though.
But we don't have RB here, so we don't have the Yoru. So I'm kind of curious to see what this is going to look like for agent compositions on Bind. It's going to be a little bit different for DRX, I suspect.
Blanco Yoru.
Yes, please.
Well, we're going to find out in about 10 seconds. But, you know, Fnatic, of course, well regarded as the favorites, and they have been from day one here. But DRX continuing to prove that they've got tremendous resilience. So even when if Fnatic look like they're about to tear away with it and gain a bit of a lead, DRX always have that possibility of kicking back, and we can now see Agent select Paper Thin.
Yeah, you can never count DRX out, and this is going to be kind of the same comp that DRX was running on Breeze in their previous event with that Harbor Viper. Going to use a lot of that utility to try to control space on the sites. Now, it used to be that DRX loved to play deep post plants on this map, especially on the B site. They love to get into the window at the back of B, use a Viper or a Sova back there to really control that space at the default plant site in front of the pillar. Kind of curious to see if that's going to be kind of the same MO here.
It's still very different. I mean, you have that Sentinel there with Alpier over on the site, but that can give you so much site control, especially when you're going to be playing around B. Those trapwire setups can really disrupt the entries from Buzz's Jet. And then we get to see Mako picking up the Harbor, something that he has only played twice before this, and he's never played it in VCT. So this has just kind of been an off-season pickup for him. So third time that he's going to be bringing this out onto a stage. I'm curious to see how it looks.
Well, as you can see on camera, we keep pinging between DRX fans, Fnatic fans, and they're absolutely loving it, and it is a real testament. This entire event is a testament to the popularity of Valorant in Japan. It is growing day by day. You mentioned a moment ago, Seth, about Elma Putty. Something I'm fascinated about is, you know, of course, Mini stepped away here, and when you are going to take a job, I always compare it to like football management in, like, let's say the Premier League, and you've got a super team, right? There are two sides to it. You can come in and think, this is going to be the easiest job in the world because I've got such a talented roster of players. Or you can think, oh my word, please don't screw this up.
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, but I'm also sure that everybody was left in good hands. Mini is watching from the shadows and tap him on the shoulder and be like, it's Speedy to do, to wrangle them in, you know, gives them all the tips and tricks to be able to control this sometimes out of control squad. But we'll have to just wait and see. A true test now here for both of these teams to try to get themselves into that grand final.
It's showtime, baby. I'm excited. You can hear the audible here from the crowd. They're excited, and Kilios and Paper Thin are too. It is Fnatic versus DRX, semi-final number 2. Let's do it.
And Durka instantly going to be forced back. Going just for that standard Sheriff first round buy, and we see him do ever so often, but this time not able to find an elimination. Shot just a little bit late there to clip Buzz. He dashes up, gets himself onto the high ground swiftly. Going to be dropping down as that recon dart getting the pings, and instantly 2 kills going to be coming through. Buzz and Foxy9 end up getting dropped. Stacks with the classic will find Durka finishing off the low HP Jet as Mako getting caught out by both, but somehow still managing to turn around and get that elimination. But now the spike is going to be dropped as Chronicle wraps around through Elbow to get the kill. This flashback and Stacks now left standing. Shock dart not connecting. Shots do come through. Stacks needs to line up the head, but he cannot. Leo gets himself a triple kill and gets Fnatic on the board.
But we're already seeing some kind of interesting things about how DRX wants to approach this map. Now, this is really well read by Fnatic. They've immediately got Durka there and Leo to provide support for this B attempted hit, but they're using the Cove to try to break through that front door. But that's not going to block some things like, you know, like the snake bite and those kind of things as you're trying to get through there. So kind of an interesting positioning of that. We did see something that I was really curious about, didn't get to touch on it during the pre-show, is Stacks using this Sova utility to clear the Cypher utility. Really going to be keen on how he does that. He was able to clear that trap wire at the front gate with a shock dart, but outside of that, it was just really clean stuff. And Leo, as always, immaculate with his timing.
Forcing poster back, takes a little bit of damage, sends out some martial shots. No connection is going to be found. Obviously, no armor here for any of the members of DRX. So if Boaster can get a hit, he will get a kill. The flash does force him back once more. Starts in the back. Snake bite down. Leo picking up the Bulldog, able to find one. Foxy9, however, getting up on top of the Viper, finds that kill. Marshall can be recovered. In the meantime, flashback going on a bit of a long flank, but Alfie getting ready to swing around the side, and Leo, the 2-for-1 shock dart kill. Leo now up to 5. Just 2 rounds into it. Only Poster as the casualty. Fnatic swiftly move 2-0.
And this is, you know, what makes Leo so special. In the first round, he gets a reveal that gives them
6-0.
huge value. Yeah, he's going absolutely nuts. And then the shock dart here, perfectly placed, just right on the money. The guy is immaculate with the timing of his utility.
Yeah.
And just the location placement as well.
I mean, I said this for Dariali as well when they had to go up against Fnatic. Playing Sova against Leo.
Yeah.
That's scary. And for Stacks, it was someone
way less
picking this one up
than Dariali.
Yeah. It's a very rough task.
On that agent is what I mean, not overall, obviously.
Now Durka taking forward position out here in mid, thrown over the top, trying to spot something, but they don't see Mako. He's holding far enough back.
Yeah, I think they were hidden under the box. I don't think they saw flashback either. So I think Durka is completely unaware of this.
Flashback, barely missing the opportunity. There is now flashback, roaming forward. Poster does find Mako. And this is a very poor start to the bonus round here for DRX. Would love to try to pick this one up, but Chronicle finds Buzz lurking his way forward into A. Stacks and Foxy9 now worlds away from each other.
And this is just, you know, flashback, not anticipating that Durka had pushed up that far forward. Got tunneled over on the other side, and wow, Foxy9 able to outdo a Chronicle there.
Does get a very nice headshot. Narrow window line of sight there, but Foxy9, 79 HP, armorless.
30 seconds
Durka
left.
Up in Hall as he starts to swing in. He spots him, but his attention is split.
Spike down A.
Suddenly, it's all on to Stacks. Had a 1v4 2 days ago, but against Fnatic seems impossible. It seems like Stacks just going to sit here in the vent and just try to stay alive.
Yeah, this is now a save. Let's see if somebody kind of sniffs this out. Alfier, maybe. I thought for a moment might go for it. They're starting to ping the pillar, considering this area that Stacks might be. Nobody going to push far enough forward. Stacks here's Alfier and is going to get the kill.
Okay, able to bring something back, get himself one step closer towards that Hunter's Fury, but a 3-0 start here for Fnatic. Dominance being shown, and money going to be very rough as we go into this 4th round.
Yeah, and I will say the overall strategy for that round was good for DRX. It's just the execution wasn't quite there in terms of anticipating some of the movements and the placements of their opponents of Fnatic. So, you know, the spacing good, the hiding from the utility good. It's just they didn't quite read that Durka had got up as far as he did, and that really kind of turned the round on its head. It should have been an easy kill for Flashback if he had looked in that direction, but you live and you learn. I mean, that's why he's here. He's new. You know, he's a young gun. And so putting himself, and the team putting themselves in good positions is the start. The execution is going to be the next follow-up step for those fundamentals.
Ping's coming down. Buzz just getting himself flush against the wall. Marshall in hand. See if he's going to be able to put that to good use. Chronicle and Boaster shifting across the site, but they're also backed up here by Leo. So three-man stack, dash forward. Buzz trying to entry again, though. Okay, does get the Vandal, actually. Trade it off. Swinging around the side. Look, and going across. Flashback going to be taken down. Mako, however, able to find Boaster, but now Fragment Nade comes away with a kill. Stacks will find the headshot. Chronicle take it down. Mako gets himself a second. Cove on the ground. The plant can come through. Wrap around from Durka, making his way up through what would formerly be Cave. Durka actually managing to come away with a kill. Stacks still at a disadvantage here, given that he's got that Marshall, and Durka finds the headshot. Suddenly Mako, all on his lonesome, finds Alfier. He's one more, but Durka gets the headshot. The 4K for 4 rounds. Durka keeps Fnatic way out in the lead.
And that is one of those things that makes Durka so special. A lot of people are going to think about, clutch players, and he's one of them. Boaster another on this team. Fnatic just stacked with clutch players, top to bottom, to be frank. Just absolutely insanely talented, cold-blooded players who have been there time and time again and get it done. And Durka, no fear there. Knew right where Mako was going to be. Able to outduel Stacks. Stacks had a nice headshot with that Marshall in that round. Some good shots with the Bulldog. Good space clearing there by Buzz to get up ahead. Didn't take a lot of damage on the entry. Even though they get spotted by Leo's utility, they're able to kind of avoid any serious damage off of that this time. A little more patience. Backpedal just enough to get themselves the plant down at least.
Alfier actually with the setup over on B. But he's playing around A, but you can see Reckoning. No command. Popped here for DRX. Getting a quick plant in. As the wall goes across. Just blocking off that mid vision. So they are just going to be leaving Buzz on his lonesome so far. Bites now getting sent out. Buzz having to inch forward just a bit. Now the fragment as well going to be lobbed in. Forces him out of position once more. Plays up against the wall. Tries to rush forward. Spotted just enough of Alfier to be able to get the kill. But Leo spamming through that cage. Able to get the elimination. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be opened up for Leo. Hunting for a kill. Finds Foxy 9. Durka finds Flashback. It's all on Stacks and Mako to try to keep them in this one. Pings do come down. They find Boaster. Looking for the hold. Interrupt all the dart. Clipping into the box. Stacks needing to spam, but Leo spams just a little bit harder. And with 2 seconds to spare, Fnatic shut down another buy round and move up 5-0.
And the responses here from Fnatic to a good start again on the round from DRX are so smart. Shows they've done their homework. Immediately, Durka heading out towards Pillar into mid, looking for that Viper player who is almost certainly looking for those long, late snakebite lineups that we used to see from Mako when he played Viper. Now it's Flashback, and he was out there kind of looking for the lurks and also getting ready to set up for those post-plant snakebites, but instead Durka's there to shut it down.
Now it looks like after losing 5 consecutive, this should be a tactical timeout coming through from the side of DRX. With Termi being, I'd say more proactive, but he wasn't proactive at all with them on the first day. He was willing to let DRX sit there and try to figure things out, but
it's like trying to divide by 0.
Yeah, he's getting involved now though. He wants to try to pump the brakes, and we did see this be quite effective just yesterday versus 100 Thieves. Fnatic is a different beast.
Yeah, but exactly. No, first of all, absolutely on another level has Fnatic been in 2023 for sure. But this is the exact same score differential as when he called the other timeout. It was 5 rounds, I believe. It was 6-1 or 6-2, whatever it was. And that's when DRX turned around. That's when they got their heads on straight. That's when they started to figure it out. And again, I'm seeing okay things here from DRX in terms of being a little bit more patient initially, some good adjustments to get the plants down on their executes, to kind of try to get set up. But Fnatic's execution is just way, way stronger. They're so talented individually with their mechanics. DRX is having a tough time winning some of their duels. Sure, Stacks and Mako are having some success, but Flashback struggling a little bit here. Again, it's going to be tough for him all day today. It is a very, very strong opponent, probably the strongest he's ever faced that he's going to be going up against today. Buzz, a little bit of a weak start. He's had some good entries, but he hasn't quite been there with his shots.
Durka now. Operator in play, creeping forward, and will be able to find flashback. Talking about having a rough time. Doesn't get much rougher than that. Now the Neural Theft going to be invested as well from Alfier, just trying to spot where the line share of DRX members are going to be. They are held back here in a bit of a neutral position. As Stax gets the punish, so Operator down on the ground. Very nice little kill coming through here from the IGL.
I saw the pings come out immediately after the op kill from Durka, right to where he was going to stand, and Stax lined up the shot and got him. Really smart stuff there from the IGL.
Well, op still in play, and Alfier, obviously, no stranger to that weapon.
He's probably pretty good with it, yeah.
Still drifting over here towards this B site. Has the cam set up, has the drop wires. Buzz likely to updraft and dash over those. Could catch a follow-up player. There's the entry. Lands in center site, recon dart. Needed to be cleared. Push out of the poison orb. Leo able to find one. Tries to push in, tries to go aggro. Can't get it done. Swap over onto the Vandal, just holding it down now. Wants to push the corner. Alfier jumps up over the top, gets himself situated on the site, and then gets caught from behind. Mako taking him out. Last two players here from the side of Fnatic. Arriving through the archway, trying to make their way up the half wall. Knife flies by. Buzz just going to be forced back for a brief little moment, and Mako ends up falling. Stax and Buzz left alive. Stax would love to be in a disconnected position so that he can try to use Hunter's Fury if necessary, but Buzz makes sure that it is not. Couple kills go ahead and round out DRX's first round victory.
Yeah, some good stuff here from DRX, obviously. Able to withstand Leo. I like Leo's idea here to try to get aggressive, to try to catch DRX off guard after getting that first one, but Mako was prepared for it. This is just Buzz. We just said he needed to pick it up a little bit. Well, there you go. Great round from him, able to keep that back corner of the site completely under his control. There was a good snake bite there to back him off so they could get that kill on the Mako. Isolate Mako on that one angle. Buzz has no chance to peek out and kind of make that a double peek against Fnatic's attempted retake, so I like that from Boaster, but just a better response from Buzz.
Maybe Buzz is like a sleeper agent. You need to activate him. So they call the
like
timeout, and then they say
yeah.
the code phrase, and then suddenly his eyes just turn black, and he just starts murdering everybody in the lobby.
Whatever it is.
Maybe that's a secret.
Yeah. Termy's going to keep that one to himself, I'm sure. Stack's still sitting on that Hunter's Fury. That was a thing I was keeping track of in that previous round where I was wondering if he was going to find the ability to use it, but because of kind of the damage they took on the way in, he had to play close sight. He had to play up close and personal. Never really got an opportunity, never needed it in the long run because of Buzz, but now they've still got that Hunter's Fury available for those post plants, and you know, that's something that DRX loves to do. Is they love to get the plant down. They love to then spread their side of the map. Get back deep. Again, use those snake bites. Use those shock darts. And now, in this case, the Hunter's Fury, as well as the Fragment, now that we have a KO in the mix.
The back away from the 0 point. Mako not going to get clipped by that, so no info gained here from Chronicle. They're going to start drifting over towards this side of the map.
Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left.
Maybe wanting to play within this window.
Oh, there's
while that 0 point is down, and the recon dart going to be coming through, and that's going to start forcing some rotations. You see Boaster starting to cheat away, but he doesn't get too far before that wall comes up from Mako, so now he's right back in, and Durka also not far behind. Working his way over, Chronicle trying to take the fight, is going to be down for now, can be rezzed if they can clear things out. Up over the top, Durka finds Buzz. Flashback gets Boaster.
Oh, the spot.
Ping continues to come through, the recon dart, lighting them up. Durka gets the kill, swaps to the Sheriff. Gets Mako in the head, Stacks over, arriving, does get Leo at the end, but Alfier is there to get the punish. The defuse comes in, and Fnatic do not allow for DRX to pick up 2 in a row.
Oh, the coordination between Leo and Durka, just absolutely stellar here. And the initial flash by Chronicle just a bit early with his timing. DRX able to pump the brakes enough that they're able to take him down and clear the site, but then Durka can get right up and over that high tide, and then he gets the follow-up from Leo with the recon dart. It isn't cleared fast enough by DRX. The shock dart to soften him up for the follow-up with the right click on the blades, and then he's good for it with the Sheriff as well. Just absolutely phenomenal coordination, and this is what makes Fnatic so good. It's their utility usage, it's the timing, it's the protocols that they've got built in that make them such a destructive force on top of their firepower.
Double push, getting ready to come through, elbow up and over the top, Buzz shown out of the cage, now the trap wire gets the catch, gets the reveal, Alfier gets the kill, does get taken down, flashback They'll bring one in here for his team, but Durka pushing forward actually doesn't finish the job there. But now, re-aggressives finds Mako, taking him down. Foxy 9, however, over at half wall. Boaster, last man standing in flashback, has no HP. The 2K clutch from Boaster to close out the round. Fnatic now 7-1, absolutely dominant.
No surprise here. Boaster, one of the most clutch players in VCT, if not the most. I believe he was the most clutch.
Yeah, he was saying, you know, oh, I trust all of my teammates, not myself in that video, to get a 1v5 clutch. Boaster did have the highest clutch
That's
percentage.
a lie. That's just, I appreciate the humility, Boaster, but yeah, pop off, please. You deserve it. You are an absolutely phenomenal clutch player.
Well, now, multiple ultimates built up here for the side of DRX, but can they put them to good use? Reckoning could come into play. That pit also available now for Boaster, who so far decided not to invest it. Looks like Durka getting the spot on one.
Here.
The Reckoning's a good counter to that pit.
Foxy 9 up close. Durka taking a little bit of damage. We'll just back away.
See, now they're using the drone to check these angles, looking for that punish that happened the last time that they went through that angle when Durka had the operator. Not going to be there this time instead. Looks like it's going to be a full-on setup for a B hit.
I suggest you move.
Okay, Reckoning in. Leo and Alpha neither playing within this. Reveal onto Buzz. Gets cleared from Leo. Still just a sense of where he's going to be. Also gets some damage across on the sacks. 4 players strong. Mock, or rather flashback holding back. I'm seeing a Viper. I'm used to saying it's Mako.
I know, right?
He's going to be lurking around window. No one really going to be pressuring him from that angle. Nunzard sent out from Stacks, looking for a reveal, managing to get one, but Durka not going to get too punished. The health bars are just plummeting here. Foxy 9 down to 13. Mako just on the opposite side of the poison orb. Spots Leo, gets one, swings back out, trying to find Durka. Cannot win the fight, nor can Foxy 9 versus Alpha here. The drop down, Boaster still takes down Stacks and flashback, trying to send out these bites, but the defuse is already being held, and it's already come to an end. Far too late on the lineups. Chronicle takes him down anyway, 8-1. As we go into round 10, Fnatic, no signs of slowing down.
And Flashback, he's really talented individually with his mechanics, but this is something that I've seen with him when going back and watching some of the VODs from the 10 event and here in this event, that sometimes he's a little bit off on the timings with his utilities. And this one should have come out a little bit sooner. I know he's trying to help on site. I know he's trying to get those rifles in. But in a way, if he can get that snake bite out a little bit sooner and then re-peek that angle, he can buy himself a little bit more time and opportunity to clutch that out. Just a little bit off there.
The only upside realistically there for DRX is that the pit did get invested from Boaster at the very end. Suppression here onto Durka, still lurking forward. That gun barrel for just a brief little second. Believe it did show, and now Durka looks like he wants to try to push the issue. Chronicle might be able to try to set up for a pop flash, perhaps. Buzz up over the wall.
Ooh, sees it.
And he sees the gun barrel, wants the head. Durka will have it. Stacks maybe in a position to try to get a punish, but still just has that sheriff in hand, and Durka gets himself out of dodge. Spotted though, Foxy 9 will find Chronicle, picks up a quick kill. Swing on the corner, and what a headshot from Stacks. It's that one. Leo having to back away, does not get clipped by that shock dart.
And in the long run, this is all just kind of buying a little bit of time and space to rotate over to A where that toxic screen was set up from the very get-go of the round. Fnatic doing a good job recognizing that DRX wanted to put some pressure at mid. I'm not sure if it was the recon dart or something that gave it away, but they were immediately collapsing towards that angle. But a good response from DRX to get a couple really important kills. Getting Durka out of there is important, but now you've got Leah and Alpha who've just been absolutely nuts so far this map as well.
Yeah, Leo trying to get over here to reinforce Boaster, who's already been tagged down, but Boaster finds two! Just spraying through the wall, the reveal, catching them all.
They walk through the snake bite.
Thrown up over the top. They got Hunter's Furium, but they need to get this spike down. Cove comes in, the plant coming through. Attempt for the spam. Cove now broken. Spike, plant interrupted. And the kills are there. DRX, not a full buy. A decent round result in that context. But in the context of the entire map, this is a catastrophe.
Yeah, and they walk through the snake bite here, which makes him vulnerable, trying to catch Boaster off guard. But the shots ring out, and he immediately turns to spray through. So those Vandal shots give it away through that toxic screen that they're on their way in. It makes it all the easier because they took the gamble, took the risk trying to push through his snake bite to get it done, and you can see Bozer's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
They were doing it.
They just walked into me. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Durka, quick peek stacks, dead. Here in the second to last round of the half. It's okay, Stacks. You can use Hunter Sphere in the next one.
Yeah, he's just never given the opportunity.
ADS from Alphier looking for Buzz. Chronicle opening up the door, able to find him. Foxy does reply, but he's not going to be able to adjust fast enough to actually stay alive and get the next kill, and that leaves Flashback, the young gun, all on his lonesome.
Well, very, very difficult situation, obviously. I mean, you have a pit if you can maybe get a kill or two on site. Spike is down, though, in that corner. And certainly with the angle that Chronicle had just a moment ago, it's going to be a challenging one, no doubt. Alpha now trying to contest.
He's moving forward. Spotted. Drops the cage, backs away. 43 seconds. Wary about potential reposition. Cam's there, gets the dart, has to be removed. Push coming through with a shorty, and Alphier going to be good for it. 10-1, potentially, I can talk, an 11-1 half. Getting ready to come through here from the side of Fnatic.
It's just wonderful to watch this Fnatic squad, just this well-oiled machine, the way they play off of each other, the way individually they handle themselves. Not surprised by anything DRX throws at them. They react so quick, so efficiently to any contact. And again, things that make them such a good team is their protocols. It's the way that they react to contact. It's their instincts to know when the pressure that's coming at them is real pressure, when it's a real execute, when they can really punish it, and other times when they can know they can sit back, wait back, let their utility, let this Cypher, let this Sova get that info so they can then punish if they're maybe just a little bit out of position.
Moving forward, does go for the jiggle. Swing out, Durka finding the kill. Knives, we're out. Durka doesn't need him. Has the Vandal. Foxy9 swinging onto the corner, does manage to take him down. Leo was on the hunt. Nothing otherwise found, but already the 2-for-1 trade up. Durka just an absolute monster. Cam set up here into the corner. Everybody from DRX, the 3 remaining players, inching their way forward. They still have to try to get through this nightmarish Cypher setup. Camera does get taken out. Buzz ready to swing out. Puts a couple shots into Alphier's shoulder. Doesn't find the elimination. He pushes up, gets himself settled within the Cyber cage, but now forced out of it. Great fragment there from Foxy9, reading the situation. Poster reading Stacks. Swings to the opposite side of the wall, finds the elimination. Now just 2 players left, and Chronicles out in window. Once again, the spike unable to be planted. Buzz last one standing, and Leo will take him down 11-1 on the half. Fnatic looking to make this a swift entry into the grand final.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff on their map pick. Durka's been absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, no, that's quite good. Even for Durka, that's quite good.
Unreal. And I'd say widely, I mean, you know, not that Durka hasn't been present, but it felt like it was less about Durka in some of their previous games to lead up to this moment. We weren't seeing this level of impact from him. A little bit quieter in their previous series, but here he is just roaring to the forefront.
Yeah, and a lot of times Durka isn't necessarily always like lighting up the scoreboard. He's still really, really good, and a lot of what he does, again, is he's so good on point. He's so good at buying the space and getting the info and doing a lot of the things that you want, that when he gets the kills as well, it's just like, this guy's so good. He does so much for this team. You know, he's just a powerhouse. And when he's popping off like this, you know, then what do you do? What do you do against this Fnatic? Because behind him is 4 other players who are absolutely cracked out of their minds.
Boaster, of course, going to be hamming it up for the camera. But Coach Elma Buddy in the back. It's kind of chillaxing, leaning back in his chair. Says, yeah, there's not much that I need to add to this. We only dropped the 1 round. Zermi, on the other hand, work cut out for him. Realistically, this feels like a GG go next. We have a Ascent on the horizon.
Yeah. I mean, look, has DRX come back from deficits like this? Yes. Have they done it against Fnatic?
No.
No.
I mean, this would be an absolutely staggering and unprecedented run back. Of course, it would all start right here with this pistol round. As DRX shift their way over here onto the defense. 0 point from Chronicle. Not going to be noting anybody over towards the mid doors.
Right here.
Foxy9 just playing forward.
It's going to be Stacks holding on to the recon dart a little bit here. Waiting maybe for some pressure in the mid to try to set up a play with Buzz. Foxy.
Of course, Dirk is good for that.
Yeah, of course he is. Foxy learning the hard way. Durka is extremely accurate. Pinpoint with that Sheriff, that crosshair placement. And I'm really curious to see how this setup is going to go. If this isn't, I don't know if this is an A push through the tunnel or if this is going to be more of a mid wrap towards B.
I feel like Fnatic are just waiting to see if DRX make a mistake, if they make a forward move that they can punish.
My guess is this is A, not just because of this, but because of the trapwire placement in the back. They're going to try to cut through the tunnel here, so a lot of pressure on Foxy.
Also lets them circumnavigate the wall that was previously set up. Dirk is going to be the only one playing through that. Alpier looking to move forward, head seen. The dink in and the confirmed kills. Foxy9 finds one. Mako going to be able to get another Foxy. Gets a second elimination before getting taken down. Dirk is swinging out, pushing forward. They're looking for the kills, and Mako actually able to find him. Leo, now last man standing, 75 HP, has to go for the reload, and DRX find themselves a second round victory.
Really well handled here by Foxy. Said he'd be under pressure. He senses it. He moves himself to the other side of the pyramid to avoid the recon, throws a flash over, stalls this up using that high tide as well to kind of box in the players of Fnatic. So him and Mako combining really, really well there on that defense, able to get just enough of an angle to find a couple heads, get a couple big kills, set Mako up for the follow-ups, buy enough time for the reinforcements to come in for DRX. So really well handled there. Really well thought out by DRX on that pistol round.
Thought maybe the force buy would come in. Granted, they just spend down to get some sheriffs and util.
Why not, right?
But at this point. But Fnatic, I mean, that's how trilled they are.
Yeah.
Say, no, even with this much of an advantage, we don't mess up the economy.
Yeah, and you get some practice, you know, with the sheriffs, because we've seen them be basically almost as good as a force buy anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this event has
especially with these
insane
players.
sheriff play. Drone leading the way forward. Foxy9 just having to hide behind the pyramid as he does get darted. Buzz inching forward, might be able to get the catch here on a Chronicle. Does so. Armorless. KO falls to just the one shot. Durka now trying to push forward. Did get tagged up. 36 is Stacks. Now spotting him. 2 quick headshots coming through. This is my sheriff. It's a little bit better than yours.
Nice.
Just the no-scope comes in from Buzz. Last man standing. Poster. Let's see if he can do anything to take some of these guns away from the hands of DRX. Pushes up through the wall. Foxy will claim him. So flawless for DRX to get themselves up to 3. But now we go into the buy round for Fnatic.
Yeah, and this is already a must-win bonus for DRX in a lot of ways, and I can see Stacks upgrading to a Vandal in there. So 3 Bulldogs, a Marshal for Buzz still, and a Vandal for Stacks, knowing that they'll have enough money for a buy after this round so they can afford to squeak in another gun here. Try to really get this one going. But Leo only not too far away from a Hunter's Fury already. The solid start he's had in this half. Immediately going to be the 0 point for Foxy. Is going to catch a couple too, so that's, you know, that's good information, but it could be false information with 3 players heading towards mid.
Yeah, the cage just sprint across, get themselves over towards the double door. Foxy9 relocating just very slightly. This Buzz not being given the opportunity to have line of sight, but it seems like a similar situation from Fnatic, taking space in mid and then slowing things down, seeing what happens, seeing what reactions they get out of DRX.
Yeah, and Foxy trying to reposition to a different spot from the last time they made this push to try to give him a different look here behind the boxes.
Dash forward, Durka entering now into the site. Rotations beginning as Buzz, as well as Flashback, try to make their way over towards A. Dirt not getting too much of a reveal there. Suddenly, Stacks was seen up on bridge. Spike able to be planted. Flashback arriving in mid, spotting one, gets the dink on the Poster, takes him low. The fight lobbed in, not going to be able to find the kill there. Poster gets away from it. He's swinging around, he's jumping up on top. Flashback, does he get caught off guard by this one? The answer is no, because Chronicle has already found him. Stacks taken down in the meantime. Swing onto the corner, the Guardian from Leo. They basically line up for him. Now it is all on Mako. Pushing out, finds one, but the Chronicle instantly there to attack from behind. The HP bars were so low. If he could have gotten a reaction, maybe he'd be able to make it happen, but nope. Fnatic, they want to be done with this map. They move up to 12, map point in their back pocket.
Yeah, and DRX here giving Fnatic a little bit more space, and Fnatic also, I think, opting to wait out the high tide. It's a good idea by DRX there to try to swing that peak, but Leo just too accurate with that. He's just so good, and what do you do against that? I mean, you make some good decisions there in that round as DRX. You show them a very different look, but I think Fnatic just too accurate. You know, can't win some of those 1v1s. Flashback gets one, can't find another. Buzz.
Okay, snap over to this. Buzz, yeah, bringing the operator through. Managing to find that opening kill. Alpier as well, getting tagged low, but Stacks going in pursuit of that elimination. It's going to take it down, and Mako timing as Chronicle just swings up through the top of mid. Sight completely open. Foxy9 going on a bit of a walkabout here, but the trap wire will intercept him, and Leo not far away, nor is Alpier. There's the catch. It's unexpected.
Wow.
Foxy still able to react to find the kill, and now he knows that Alpha is in this position. Cam instantly destroyed. Buzz peels for him. Grabs the Vandal, but they still have work to do. Those are back sight. Snake bite to try and delay. Chronicle in the corner. Waiting for Foxy9 to push up.
One enemy remaining.
Finds one. Foxy able to get the kill. It's low HP here on Poster.
Poster again.
And he's swinging around the back. Surely not. Surely he won't do it. Okay, doesn't go for the knife. Has some mercy in his veins, it would seem. But 13-3, utterly dominant from start to end. Fnatic. I'm not going to make that pun.
Come on!
Breeze their way through breeze.
There you go! I was looking for it. And yeah, Poster, a generous god there, not going to go for the knife in the back onto Foxy. Just you know, a casual another clutch for him. Just so well positioned at the end. And yeah, very, very well handled here. Again, clinical stuff on the defender's side.
He's always got something up his sleeve as he took the elevator down there, but that was a blink and you miss it map, wasn't it? The fantastic Fnatic showing their prowess here in Tokyo, Japan. DRX, just light work on Breeze here.
Yeah, I mean, this was a complete and utter manhandling. Obviously, it's been a while since we've seen Breeze from them. It's also a completely different setup for the likes of DRX, because normally you would have Zest there to be able to play that solo for them. So, very, very rough, but now we have a sound.
All right, when we come back, we will pick that map apart in more detail and move on to the second map of this series. See you soon.
Tom, we found ourselves outside here surrounded by Japanese food, British food, different cuisines. We've got some Japanese snacks here on the table. Are you ready? Don't cheat. Don't cheat. He's cheating already.
He's chewing away. I can see him.
We can see you. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try these different Japanese snacks here, and you're gonna tell me what you think they are and if you rate them as well. What do you want to try first? We got candies. We got little biscuits. Okay.
A milk cookie. All right. Okay. Let's crack this open.
All right, you crack it open. One each. One each. And we'll see what this is. I'm gonna try and figure out what this thing is.
I mean,
smells.
Vanilla, maybe.
We didn't talk about smelling things. You've gone for that. That's a mouthful. Tom can't talk. Mitch, what's the initial vibes of what this could be?
It's like popcorn, right? It has a real corn flavor to it.
It's like the little rice cake things you get in the UK.
Okay.
We have something similar.
Okay, rice cakes. Rice cakes? That is correct. That is correct. Production are nodding, going, yep, that's a rice cake. That's good. Okay, that's rice cakes.
If I got that one wrong, I'd be a bit worried.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. But let's start getting into the nitty-gritty of things that we don't necessarily know what they are. I like the looks of these candies.
Yeah, what do you want us to try?
The squirrel candy.
No problem.
Squirrel candy. What's that? Okay, this looks, is it soft, spongy, Mitch?
No, it's hard. It's sort of chalky.
Chalky? Okay. Yeah. What's initial flavor? Talk me through the taste buds. Taste me through the magic.
It's kind of like Love Hearts. You know the Love Hearts?
Yeah.
It's exactly like those, but I can't tell you what the flavor is.
Mitch?
I'd go for kind of a strawberries and cream kind of vibe. Stronger straw, maybe raspberry. Raspberry is what I'm locking in.
So raspberry is what you're locking in. Tom? It's not squirrel flavor. What do you think it is?
Rabbit flavor.
I think it's a sweet of some sort.
Great.
Give us a flavor. Give us a flavor. Come on, you gotta guess.
What do you think?
It's sugary.
What is the answer? Do you know? Lemonade. Like a cider? It's like a pink cider flavor, apparently. Who knew?
Yeah,
Who knew?
I didn't get from strawberry or raspberry, so you know.
Okay, one thing I love, obviously, a big chocolate fan right here. Okay, I see a green, a brown. We recognize this, but what flavor could that be? Can you gonna break it, stick off, and try it? Want to do that? Okay.
Let's give it a whack.
Let's give it a whack.
I don't know why you go for a green color on a candy like this.
I mean, green is.
What does?
I heard.
Fail again. He's under pressure. Look, the pressure's getting to him.
I heard of all the colors of food there are in the world, blue.
Okay.
It's actually green.
It's green under there.
And
okay.
it's so
Break
melty.
off,
I can see every one of your fingertips on.
That's
Wow,
why you get camera.
we are close friends. We are close friends. Casters.
Oh.
You remember earlier when you said that was a matcha kicker? I think it might be matcha.
Is it matcha? When I said it was a matcha kicker.
Yeah.
Tom,
Am I correct? Is it matcha? No way.
I would have guessed cookies and cream.
Okay.
To be objective.
But I stupidly gave it away earlier. I was going to use this one, but I think that's pretty obvious what that is.
That is an orange.
It's clearly lemon. What? Okay, next up we got ourselves, what are these? These look really interesting.
I think we're screwed with this. I can already tell by the package. I'm never going to guess what this is in a million years.
It looks like it's fiery hot. It looks fiery hot.
No, I can't open it. That's a shame.
I have no point of reference for what this could be. I do get the idea, though, that it's going to be spicy.
Okay.
From the packaging.
Well, let's give it a whirl. You don't seem like you're hot under the collar. It seems like it's okay. It's not too hot, not
Chocolate,
too
biscuity.
Okay.
It's nice. I like it.
Nice. Mitch?
Okay, this is outrageous because I've already said this, but I think it's cookies and cream.
Everything's cookies and cream to you. Everything.
I think I have a terrible palate. I'm learning a lot about myself today.
Okay. Is it what? Do you know what this is? Cookies and cream. Let's just do cookies
She's
and
looked at
cream.
him and gone, it's chocolate.
All right, to round things out here. This interesting thing right here. What's this? Share this pastry for me, or this whatever it is. It looks good. Looks
You
like
didn't have the budget for two.
No, we didn't have the budget for two.
Okay.
Shut up, Tom. All right, let's have a look and see what this is. Okay, it's snapped.
Which half do you want?
It's snapped. That sounded great. Is it like a crackling of some sort?
It already has a good aesthetic to it, a good feel.
Okay.
I'll say it's light, it's airy.
Okay.
It's another rice cake.
I'm getting a cookies and cream kind of vibe.
It's not cookies and cream, Mitch.
No, actually, it tastes very similar to this one from earlier.
Okay. Like
Sort
kind
of
of rice cakey vibes.
Sort of rice cake for sure, yeah.
There you have it. There's our Red Bull Homeground 2023 snack tasting extravaganza. These guys enjoyed it, mostly.
Oh, bonus.
As did I. There were no cookies and cream.
Maybe.
None of them.
That could be.
Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena, the traditional sumo wrestling arena in Tokyo, Japan. You see Buster there, you see the rest of the Fnatic squad getting locked in and ready for the second map of this semi-final. And you join us here on the desk, looming over the action. This is the the English broadcaster. That's a bit exclusive if I said British. The English broadcast.
How dare you?
I don't think you know where we're from.
Yeah, that's true. With Achilleos and Paper Thin talking us through all of the action. Semi-final 2 is underway. Map 1 goes in favour of Breeze. And Fnatic just goes in favour of Fnatic on Breeze. And they're just in their bag right now, aren't they? They look chilled, they look relaxed, they look composed, they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, this was like the Fnatic that you're so used to seeing. It's so well coordinated, it's so well choreographed, and so much of it starts with Leo, also with Alpha on this defensive side, with his trap fire setups, with his camera setups. It was really causing DRX some nightmares. And like Achilleos was talking about, with Stack switching over to this Sova instead of Zest. Zest, a lot of times, his job on DRX is to be the one clearing the Cypher utility as the Sova, and I didn't see a lot of that with Stack. So clearly he's still trying to kind of get in the groove of things.
I mean, you're talking about clearing the Cypher utility. How about clearing some of the Sova utility? Because every time Leo was sending out a dart, I mean, the guy knows his timing super, super well. He's just, he and Calm, the best at knowing when they're going to get the most value out of their recons. But no one from DRX was breaking that. And that was something that was plaguing them a long time ago. You think back to when they were just getting A-rushed on Haven by Team Secret continuously. No one was breaking those darts from Jesse Bash. And the same issues were coming up here for the side of DRX. I mean, I think the video with Mitch and Tom had more action in it and was longer than the first map, because this was just complete wash, complete blowout in the hands of Fnatic.
Yeah, it wasn't as entertaining though, because Mitch and Tom, when you get them out of the studio, they are hard work. They give you nothing. Adam was dying out there. I'm kidding. It's a joy to watch Fnatic though, that's for sure. Individually, they are there. They are, you know, doing it big across the board, but then collectively, it's the same thing, a complete performance. So a complete package really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And again, it's such a awesome team to watch. Durka just absolutely phenomenal. You know, you can talk about all the utility support he gets, but individually he wins so many duels. He's so aware of the map. He's so good at reading the positions. He's the one acting as the counter lurker to what DRX is trying to do, and everybody knows it by now on DRX on Breeze. They want to send players out for those deep post-plant positions, and a lot of times he was the one disrupting that, winning those duels out there in the open. So again, this is such a strong, deep team. It's not super surprising to see them win.
Yeah.
It may be a little stronger than I expected, but still, they're just that damn good.
DRX morale must be pretty low right now, but you know, they're very capable of rear view mirroring this and just full throttle going into a set.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to any of the players in the past, I think that, you know, a couple years ago, this would affect them a hell of a lot more, but recently they have been able to very much focus on being able to move on and focus on the upcoming game. And they proved the champions that their mental can be completely unshatterable. The run back that they had versus Billy, granted that was within its own, you know, one map, was the most impressive run back that we have seen pretty much to date. You know, second probably only to Fnatic's run back versus Loud. But yeah, I think that they're going to be fine moving forward coming into this Ascent matchup. But this is still, it's not like you're going into a map that Fnatic is bad at. Fnatic really aren't bad at pretty much any maps, but this is going to be a lot more comfortable, at least for DRX, but we'll have to see if comfort is going to be enough.
Yeah, they absolutely have to start strong, really, to break what has been a rough turn of events for them on the first map there, as we now get into Agent Select paper thing.
Shocker. Shocking. Absolutely just blown away with this Agent Select. I couldn't have seen it coming. No, this is totally it. I mean, again, it's going back to the mental, just to kind of build onto that. Like, how many times have we seen DRX in the past go down on the first map and then win the next two? A lot, especially at international events. So, look, anything's possible. But again, for DRX here, you know, this is about getting these new players some experience, getting Foxy9 back in, seeing what he's capable of, maybe on some different agent roles, right? We've seen him on the Sentinels. We've seen him now on some initiators as well, as he is going to be staying on that KO. So it's really just DRX trying to figure out exactly, you know, what pieces are going to fit where for the next year.
Seth, are you back in the boys to take this to map 3?
I really, honestly do not know. I would love to believe, I would love to say DRX are going to come into this Ascent. We're going to see that same buzz that we got yesterday. He was smashing it. He had those crazy multi-kills coming through to help get the win over 100 Thieves. But I wasn't seeing glimmers of that in the first map. Maybe they just need a little bit of that warm-up. They need to get kicked in the rears, to get kicked into gear. So we can keep our fingers crossed that we can go the distance, but Fnatic, they look so fired up.
Kicked in the rear, kicked into gear. I like that. Achilleos and Seth, as we get into our second map here, we do need big players to show up big time on DRX. Do they have it in the tank? Take it away, guys.
Let's see if they do.
You and Seth.
Yep. DRX, it's all right. Well, I was gonna let it slide. Paper thin. Such a jerk. Durka again trying to get aggressive. Will get punished this time. Flashback able to come away with the headshot. Alpier playing so ratty here. Makes his presence known right after Chronicle guns down too. And it all comes tumbling down. Shockdart at the ready. Leo just going to be rotating back over here up towards Heaven. Door shut, can be broken. It's going to be right here under health. Shockdart still finds damage. Stacks 23 HP, Mako on the swing, but just a classic in hand. Same here for now. 4 Stacks trying to rush up, trying to get something. It gets nothing. Just the 1 kill found as Fnatic get yet another pistol.
Yeah, just, again, reading what DRX wanted to do really, really well here off the rip. Sneaking a player right next to those stairs. Still getting kills anyway, with Chronicle holding Short A really nicely. Tough stuff for DRX. The landslide that they are under continues as Fnatic just, you know, yeah, you get the opener here, but that kind of doesn't really set the danger senses off enough for DRX that there's traps set up on the other side of Durka's push out, and then it's just a clean run the rest of the way through. So again, you know, Durka gets the info, and then Fnatic in a proper place to follow up on it and capitalize on it. So now DRX just a Sheriff a Ghost going to be invested here. And oh boy.
It's into the meat grinder. Chronicle destroying 3 as they swing out. Ghost on the ground. Stacks just sat here within the smoke, contemplating and wondering how things got to this point.
So I bet you're wondering how I got here.
Well, see if they can find any damage here.
Is it this map that actually has the record player on it?
Last player standing.
One of the maps definitely does, I believe.
Well, there's the record
like
shop
in like
on Breeze.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Thinking of that radio room on Breeze or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's a more engaging conversation than
this round. Yeah, it is.
Everyone's text
Well,
working?
2-0.
Check it, please.
Move on to the bonus. See if Fnatic can convert that once more, or if DRX will be able to get things started a little bit earlier. In a flawless fashion. I mean, just sends out that 0 point. Easy pickings here for Chronicle. And there's just nothing else from there, you know?
Yeah.
The round is over.
Yeah, you got to get that kill on the Chronicle. Even if you lose 2 and you can find him, and you're committing the Ghost into that fight as well, but it goes down pretty quick. So, you know, Chronicle just so accurate. So far, 5 kills, I believe. That is going to clear that front nano. So, okay, good piece of utility work there done by Flashback.
Turret does survive, though. Managed to get rid of that. It's Mako just going to be backing away towards the spawn. Nice forward aggression there from Durka and Chronicle.
I'll be curious to see if if Fnatic's going to let Flashback get away with a lot of his B pressure. He was constantly getting deep into B main and not being really held back into the lobby area. And so far they're going to have to back off this round, though. Too much pressure from DRX in mid.
Leo at alley. Poster. Backstairs. And Alfia ready to swing. See when they decide to strike. Recon goes in towards B lobby. Does get the reveal out onto 1, but counter reveal comes through. Buzz able to capitalize on top of that one. Poster, however, able to find Foxy 9, and I think he was about half flash, but pushes up into his own smoke, ends up getting taken out, but now Leo arrives! Finds 2 quick kills, 5 HP remaining from him. Buzz able to finish him off. The spam comes in. Durka and Chronicle now arriving to the scene. Quick peek. Buzz able to take him down. Fragment into boats. Stacks actually swings out onto that one. Does go down. So they end up losing a gun. DRX will get the round win as Buzz finds a 4K, but they lose 4 weapons.
Yeah, that's painful. And the fact that Leo is able to find 2 kills here on this spray is absolutely devastating. I mean, great job by Stacks to be aware, but the follow-up here from Flashback needs to be a little bit cleaner. I mean, Mako's caught a little bit off guard. Flashback's ready. He's aiming right at where Leo's coming out, but just could not get the aim down in time. And you can see that, you know, this Fnatic team, you can't even give them an inch because they will absolutely take a mile every time. Just too accurate, too clean. Finding that KO, pretty good indicator of at least the early intentions of DRX. And Chronicle not going to opt to try to take any more space. Just going to fall back. But the rest of DRX thinking about re-aggressing here with the spike in hand as well. Maybe going to use some of this Sova utility to try to fake a B hit with Stacks. You know, so whether he sends the drone into mid, or maybe they're just setting up for a mid crunch from top mid now. But Fnatic not fooled at all by what's going on.
Smoked the angle off. Stacks just sat here. He's going to peek it. Puts Durka quite low, but Chronicle actually kind of swinging through, managing to find the elimination. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. Flashback finding 1. Buzz works his way forward, dashes in, not ready for Leo to be up close and personal. Takes him out. Now Flashback in danger of getting caught. Draws the weapon back out, gets 1 shot into Alpha here before getting punished. Now Mako, last one standing. Spike still down on the ground. 33 seconds remaining. Has to work his way all the way
30 seconds
back
left.
up. Cat can get the Vandal. Have a bit of a weapon upgrade. Tries to scope in, but Alfier able to get him just a little bit faster. 3-1 Fnatic stretching the lead.
And Boaster's got him on download, man. He is really understanding what the lack of information that DRX gives over in the beginning of this round means. There isn't any pressure on the extremities. There's no pressure through A main. There's no pressure through B main. And that allows him to just call in all the reinforcements towards mid to set up and try to shut down this crunch. And yeah, sure, Stax gets the opener, but then the follow-ups are just even better. Again, the positioning and the awareness here of Fnatic and what DRX is wanting to try to accomplish is quite good, and we're going to go for a fast one.
Okay, rushing forward, but Durka, paranoid, doesn't matter, still guns down Buzz. Blade Storm, value not going to be found, push out of the smoke, Foxy 9, Mako, Stacks, all dead, sprays him down, Durka. One of the fastest 4Ks you'll ever see. As Fnatic are just playing with their food.
Not fooled at all. Just a B rush off of the eco. They know that Buzz has the Blade Storm. He did this previously when they played Ascent against 100 Thieves, and it worked a lot better, but that time Buzz was able to get a lot deeper, was able to get up and over the house itself where the switch is. And this time he opts to go for the Paranoid Durka. It makes sense. You'd think you have the advantage, but not against Durka. He's just too darn good.
Absolutely on one. It's Buzz taking some early damage. Down to 60 HP. All command there from Chronicle. Flashback able to find one. Good trade kill from Durka. That does leave him alone for now at the B site. Leo kind of hovering around in the defender's spawn. Jump peeking, trying to see if he can spot anything.
And Foxy only
goes up, Buzz. Ooh, trying to pull back, but again, Dart finding value, getting the ping out on the 2.
Yeah, there's no follow-up at least. If you're DRX, you can at least think that, okay, we're not going to get killed off of this, but Chronicle sneaking around this corner.
And the paranoia at the ready. It's not even necessary. He's already killed them before it hits. Buzz now picking up the spike. About to swing in. Great reaction. Does find the headshot. Takes him down, but they're pushing their way in towards both Bolster and Leo. Smoke dissipates. Nothing spotted. 60 HP. Again, still here on Buzz. Dash not at the ready.
30 seconds left.
Works his way forward as Leo. Currently just tucked here in hell. Smoke comes down. Do they try to clear him out first? No. The plant is being held. Mako trying to protect, but the headshot comes across. Now, recon dart. Thrown down, ping, not gonna be found. He pulls away towards back gen. Instant headshot, Buzz. Finding Boaster. The dart did not connect. He sees him, but Durka then comes in for the backstab. A valiant effort from Buzz, but was not ready for the enemy jet to arrive. The fuse comes in, 5-1 Fnatic.
And again, it's the timings and the reads that Fnatic has. The way that Chronicle's able to scoot over into the cubby at short A right at the perfect moment and then step out right as utility is being attempted, or they weren't even looking at it, honestly. The paranoia there to back him up as well, and Buzz doing everything he damn well can, but it's just a masterclass. I mean, Fnatic just isn't, every time DRX makes a move, Fnatic has it understood. It's like they've seen the playbook, they know exactly what DRX is doing, and they are setting up counters to it every time.
Shadows traveling. Odin now in hand, out the air with the off. Durka gonna get punished nice and early. Flashback again. Swinging out, able to find the kill, but now he gets tagged and taken down, so Leo able to trade it. Let's see, I mean, what starts as a very nice advantage at the beginning of the round starts slipping away from DRX, getting very much the same treatment that we saw them giving to 100 Thieves.
And Alpha's got the op here, so this could be a little bit of a surprise. They dropped Durka, but now they've just put it into the capable hands.
Flash out. Okay, now they know that the op is present as Buzz gets himself up on top of Jet. Enough sightline there to catch Foxy 9, but Buzz coming alive. Gets rid of the enemy killjoy. Shock dart lobbed in. Mako down to 50. Goes for the plant now. One more shock. The recon all available. Drone from Stacks trying to see if he can catch eyes there on Leo. He does not. He drones forward. Mako down in hell. Now going to be spotted. I don't think the dart connected actually. But a Chronicle catches the ponytail of Buzz. Stacks over at main. Hunter's Fury is available, but he's going to still swing out. Now it's all on Mako. And they know where he's at. They know he was in hell. And Chronicle, he will leave him there. The defuse comes in 6-1. Fnatic, look at his speed run.
Yeah, they're just, absolutely wiping the floor with them. And it's like every time that things start to look like they're going to go DRX's way, they have a good entry here on the back of Buzz playing, again, really, really good. You have two of the best entry players, entry duelists in the world right now, and Buzz and Durka. They're having a good one, but the back lines here are still a little bit shaky. Kind of Stacks maybe over-peaking when he didn't need to. Buzz maybe as well there at the end. He didn't have a lot of room to maneuver, of course, but kind of stuck in an awkward position, and it's that owl drone initially from Leo. He's able to hold on to it there for that retake, and then he has it to get the info of where they're not mostly, and that allows them to find some good timings to peek and be expecting of those hell angle lookouts that Buzz took and things like that. So, and the A main hold, of course. So you know no one is on site, you know no one's on Gen. So you got a pretty good idea that they're in hell and in A main.
Wow. Seems like 5 rounds separated is the magic number for Termi to pull the brakes. 6-1 tactical timeout, first one of this map used. It's so bizarre to see. I mean, Buzz definitely waking up compared to what we saw from him on that first map. The impact that he is having right now, fantastic. But it's very much lacking, and as you're pointing at your screen, I was about to bring it up. Foxy9, Mako, Stacks, this guy's not finding much. Just the 1 kill for Stacks. It's not often that you see Mako with this sort of scoreline.
Mako's had some awkward moments this event, to be honest. It's been a little uncharacteristic for him. I mean, obviously slotting into some new agents at times, maybe a little bit off kilter, trying to get sort of flashback into some of the roles that maybe Mako, especially like the Viper, is used to playing at times. So definitely seems to be a little uncomfortable, still trying to find his footing with the timings. How many times have we seen him get caught with utility in hand? Very uncharacteristic of a player of Mako's caliber this tournament. So, you know, look, you can't be good all the time. You can't be great all the time. As great as Mako has been, this one, a little forgettable for him, hopefully.
Well, the attempted shock darts to try to clear some util in mid, but the alarm bot still stands strong.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about previously with Stacks having a little bit of trouble.
Drone forward, not spotting anything in market. It's okay. Opening off shot, not connecting. We do get a cloud burst forced out of Buzz. Mako sending Paranoia forward, dashing forward. Buzz swinging in. Dirk up, ready for him. Up in heaven, drops down immediately to see if anyone's going to be entering into the site. Pulls the knives just in case they do. Swing out, the instant headshot. Durka finding 3, dashes back up. Ace, not possible, but he can get himself another 4K potentially. Stacks just stuck down into the corner. Swung out, Shorty in range, not gonna get too much there. Stacks will be able to find 1 kill to deny a flawless, but Durka continues to fly high.
Yeah, I mean, DRX there, there's nothing quiet about what they're doing here with the breaking of the glass, and then, you know, the smoke as well from Mako there to cover the stairs. I mean, Durka full aware that they're going to need to be coming through that door, and there's no flash, nothing else to try to displace Durka from that angle that they know he's at, or likely to be up there potentially. He was down on site previously when Buzz had last seen him, but quite a bit of time between then and the follow-up, and makes it pretty easy for Durka, and then Durka pops the blades, expecting the full pressure with how deep DRX had pushed in, and able to handle it very nicely. Ooh, whiffs a shot.
The opening shot again, not quite connecting. Stays alive. Flashback as well, down low. See Chronicle just looking to be an absolute menace, holding down this B site.
Got literally every ult for DRX here.
Yep. Uh-oh. Be a forward Buzz. Again, on point, managing to find 1. Shock dart forward, flashback, not getting tagged by that one. Stays alive for the time being as the entry attempt comes in, and Buzz managing to take down Durka. Turns, finds Leo. And what in the hell is happening with Buzz? Absolutely on one. I thought he got that. It was flashback, but that is a thrifty win for DRX to get themselves a 2nd round win. Unreal.
Well, you got to like the competitive spirit here from Buzz. Seeing Durka pop off with the blades in the previous round, he's just right back at it himself. Absolutely nasty stuff. And just in between the arm and the leg there.
Split the difference, went for the jiggle peeker rather than the wide swing.
Yeah. It's close. This
double push coming in. I mean, if flashback hadn't got that, I'm pretty sure Buzz would have.
Yeah. I think the bullet just a little bit faster than the blade there. And incredible stuff there. Oh, Mako, you got to be careful. He might have been seen. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, one way. Actually,
didn't
up
work.
on top. It does drop down. Flashback once again, just trying to apply and stave off pressure on the B side.
Now you got the dueling ops. Durka and Buzz not going to square off initially. Chronicle sending a flash.
Watching here.
Just a check, but now you got Mako setting up for a bit of an A crunch here. Excuse me, that was Foxy9's flash. Buzz just getting ready to hold this angle and instead maybe a little bit more mid-aggression as nobody's really moving.
Flashback.
Wow.
Sees him inching forward. Likely saw the shoulder. Durka was scoped in. Kill now picked up. Push in through market. Alpier. Is that within the smoke? There's the reveal. He's looking for one, but counter spam is looking good. They take him down to 18 HP. Site cleared out. Plant can come through. DRX going to have full control of this. Lockdown available here for them, but so too does Alpier have it. So we'll see if he wants to try to commit this into the round.
Yeah, and you got the Hunter's Fury for Stacks to counter.
No command. Trying to drag it across, but Chronicle does manage to find it. Flashback gone. Smoke in, Mako trying to hold forward. Catches Poster off guard, gets the elimination, but Chronicle comes up with 3. Buzz finally strikes him down. Mako picking up 1, but they need to try to get rid of this ultimate. Leo has the covering fire. A small space to work in. Buzz tries to go for the op shot. Chalk dart at his feet, not quite connecting. The swing in, and Buzz somehow nails the shot. It felt like Leo had him dead to rights, but Buzz will once again be the shining light for DRX. The lone one in the night sky at the moment here on Ascent.
It's hard to play it much better than Leo did there. Those shock darts were well timed. The wide swing from Chronicle catches Flashback just enough off guard. But Buzz here, what a scope in.
Oh.
Wow, that is fast.
The drag across. Mako getting involved a bit. And yeah, I mean, you can kick yourself, but still in a 7-3 position here, Leo. I don't think it's too bad.
But you're able to hold on to the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury as DRX, so some opportunities now to try to set up a pick, maybe get some info, try to get something going for Stacks.
Deploying drone.
See if he can find an easy one, maybe spot out a player with some util or get something going here.
Go for it. Yep, similar to what just happened to Durka in the last round.
No.
Speaking of Durka, he finds Stacks.
No, there goes that Hunter's
down
Fury.
in mid. Yep. Now a 3v5. Starting to drift away back through Gelato, wrap around into mid. Flashback, not really getting much of anything. Clearing out a little bit of that KJ util.
You know, it's interesting. He's been able to win some early duels at B main, but most of the time there's been follow-up from Fnatic that they have another player that they're kind of expecting his positioning, and they're usually somebody there to pick up the, Flashback can get 1, but they're not going to let him get more than that. He did out-duel Durka in the previous round, which is impressive. With Durka with the op, able to get the spot onto Durka's angle just ahead of him. Now going in, KJ util up, Flashback gonna get the first headshot on the Alpha Air. Leo in the back boats. Boaster trying to TP in, and he gets 1.
What a spot to try to TP to. Foxy9 able to find a kill though. Now Leo taken down, and suddenly DRX maybe bringing this one back from the brink. Mako down low, 33 HP. He TPs forward. Durka noticing him, gets him. It's Foxy9 able to find a kill. The 1v1, the pop flash. Flash for flash. He's hanging back for the time being. Foxy tries to take the fight, but Chronicle says no. Sorry, kid, I got a couple more years and a few trophies under my belt.
I mean, I get why Foxy sticks around for that duel. Initially, he catches Chronicle in kind of an awkward position. Just couldn't get his aim under control faster than Chronicle could. First shot really, really good here. Second flash doesn't catch him at all, and you can see he had enough opportunity there, enough time, did Foxy potentially to get that, but Chronicle so clean with that Vandal. Able to find the shots ahead of time, and a nice try by Foxy, but again, DRX losing important pieces early in these rounds, like Stacks with that Hunter's Fury, Buzz with that op. makes that round way more difficult than you'd like it to be, of course. But they're trying to duel some of these Fnatic players, and sure, they win from time to time, but overall, the combined efforts of Fnatic are just too strong for them to topple, and the rounds that have gone well have widely been on Buzz just popping off.
Yeah. Buzz are now situated here in heaven. Durka, Chronicle, not far off. Pushing up chat. Smoke comes down. Paranoia flying across. Will get Poster, so now he can't peek to try to shut down the entry. Get the ping out on the Chronicle as well. Door going to be shut. Sight is theirs. Flashback. They just dumped the lockdown here, and he will. It's below heaven. Chronicle taking up top. He does have that fragment. Maybe he can try to break it. It's a little bit too late, though. They have to back away.
Do you have a lineup for that spot? Is the real question. That's a tricky one. Yeah, just lob it in there. Yeah.
A 4v4. Stacks it wide. Mako moving up into the smoke. Sees the shots flying, but Boaster somehow gets him. It barely takes any damage. Flashback Buzz, one apiece. Now into the 2v2, but Leo able to get the wall bang. And Buzz distracted as he drops down over the top rope. Holding for the defuse, mildly close, but still Fnatic able to take it down 9-3 in the half.
I mean, the coordination here at the end of the round between Leo and Chronicle is just absolutely stunning. Chronicle, 18 kills, out-fragging Buzz right now. He is having an absolutely stellar map, and that Paranoia coming in.
I mean, this
is just unfair.
I don't know how Boaster only took like 25 damage.
That wallbang by Leo, that's unbelievable. Just the senses they have.
Yeah. Well, the brutality continues here for DRX. 3-9 in the half. They've had bigger comebacks. They are going to be swapping over onto that defender side where you typically do feel quite comfortable. But with Fnatic this fired up, this on point, it feels like we're just in for a very fast semifinal.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think we're seeing now the real weaknesses starting to be that we've kind of been seeing glimpses of in some of the previous matchups for DRX with this squad, with some of the agent swaps. You know, Stax' Sova still leaves something to be desired, of course, but he is, again, very, very new on this agent. He just started playing it within the last couple of weeks on stage. You know, Foxy9, he's up and down. His Killjoy has been pretty good, I think, but his initiators at times have looked okay, but here on Ascent has been pretty lackluster. I don't know what's going on with Mako. He's on Omen. This should be kind of his bread and butter, but he is really good on the defender side usually. He's a really nasty side anchor for DRX on that Omen. Flashback has been okay. He's at least able to trade out kills, but a lot of that is kind of Fnatic being willing to, you know, sacrifice a player to make sure that they're able to get him as well often. And Buzz, man, I mean, he's always been one of my favorite duelists to watch, and this is why. The guy is so versatile, so talented, has a tremendous competitive spirit. I mean, you can just see that Buzz, when things start going south, that he completely turns it on. He finds other gears, and it's what's made him such a special player for DRX for so long.
Hoping attempted the shock dart there from Stax, trying to see if he can get a catch. Everybody just waiting back, though, as we have a double push-up. Alfier about to send the turret. Mako just around the corner, and Alfier takes out Foxy9. Mako now swinging, but now there's two players. Does he go for the repeak? I don't think it would be wise. Shows the shoulder for a brief moment. Takes a little bit more damage, now has to back away.
Look, he got the ghost. He got his prize. It's better safe than sorry there.
Flashback holding close. Still, some of it at least has been cleared out, and now you know that there's some additional presence. Buzz creeping forward. This get taken down by Chronicle. And that's going to be the go button here for them to start rotating over towards A. Maybe Mako would try to shut the door. He's wary about somebody approaching in from main. Alfier was there, but Chronicle got there first. Headshot comes through. 2v3. Flashback and Stacks, ghosts in hand. Looking to see if he can pull off this pistol round win.
Sidestepped it. Just incredible presence of mind from Leo.
Stacks was spotted, so they know exactly where everyone's at. Turret for turret. Recon dart at the ready. Both sending them. The shots go flying through the floor.
Comes Alpha.
Connections not being made. Flashback trying to creep up. Alpha is arriving from behind, but Leo still able to find the kill. Stack's getting one. Tries to pivot to the 180, but can't line up the shot. Chronicle with 3 will end it. Get a second pistol round win here for Fnatic in the map and move up to double digits.
Very good stuff. I saw some okay things there out of Derek's, but Fnatic is just so good. I mean, the way Chronicle reads the positioning of Mako there, I think they might have caught a glimpse of him as he was rounding that corner, and he is just so ready, as Mako had to worry about a couple different angles. He didn't know if somebody's coming from A main, so he has to kind of be aware of that as well, and right as he swings, Chronicle's just got his crosshair right on the money, and 21 kills now for Chronicle. Just absolutely just crushing him.
Yeah. He's been destroying. That's what I was saying, you know, when I was talking about Durka and the impact that we were seeing from him on that first map, because it has been Chronicle, it has been Alpha here, who are absolutely dominant. Leo up there as well, but now Durka pretty much right there alongside of him.
Well, you've got 3 players on this team who could top frag for like almost any other team in the world. I mean, it's just absolutely insane the depth that this roster has.
Yeah. Even with the deficit though, DRX still opting to just play the economy game, play it for the long term, rather than trying to get the quick win.
Yeah, it's good practice. I wouldn't mind him see him force here as well to try that out. Well, that's not going to feel great for Flashback, but he at least gets out alive.
Down to 65. Mako, Boxing 9 starting to inch forward, maybe a peek over at A-Man. Yeah, they're pushing up now, but Boaster rotating away. Buzz ends up falling here in mid. Wait now, over towards this B site. They know Flashback's here. They know that he's going to be
30 seconds left.
chipped away at least a little bit. Stacks now back site. Great headshot. Finds one. But Boaster, they're kind of aware of it. Foxy will be able to get one elimination. Flashback.
Hello?
Trying to push his way in, but seems like just a delayed reaction, not fully realizing what exactly he just stumbled upon. As Alpha, will find Foxy, and now he's kind of pinned in. Try to flash his way out, but Alpha pointing at his screen, wondering what is happening. It does take him down. 3 members survive. Fnatic now moving up to 11.
Yep. About what you would expect there. A few kind of delayed reactions from DRX. Nice headshot from Stacks, but Boaster again setting up in these tricky positions. You know, this really shows how well the homework is done by this team. He's looking right at him. He had to be looking at his map. Had to be. You know, Flashback's got good reflexes. He's generally been pretty good with that kind of thing, and yeah, it's just, what are you doing? Yeah. I think Foxy 9 trying to get a little tricky, a little creative, but not going to work against players of this caliber.
I think Alpha was just astounded at the lack of utility on the peak.
Yeah, that too.
Clearly, DRX a bit frazzled here. Orb is going to be snatched up. Leo now 1 away from having that Hunter's Fury unlocked. He's going to rotate over, maybe even just do Orb collection on the opposite side of the map.
Why not? I mean, you've got DRX on the back foot. Might as well try to win more. There's no reason not to. Just get this over, get that rest, get ready for those grand finals. If you're Fnatic, that's what you're looking for.
Throwing their way forward. Turret going to be cleared out. Gets sights on Flashback there for a brief moment. Boaster moving forward. Clears the alarm bot. Really ramping up the pressure here on the map. As all this util gets cleared out. The ambiguity about where Fnatic want to take this is greater and greater. Push forward, up in towards market, instant trade. Stacks finding one, Chronicle quick on the reply. Hunter's Fury from Leo. Had the ping on a flashback, and he even gets the tag on a Foxy 9 across the map. What a read from Leo, softening him up. Buzz with the quick reaction, able to find the headshot. Time dwindling. This Boaster has to try to make his way down into the site. Buzz was the last vestige of hope here, really, for DRX. Mako now sprinting across. Gets the weapon out for a brief moment, but then Leo finishes the job. 12-3, Fnatic once again looking to deliver a 13-3 scoreline to close out this series and punch their ticket to the grand final.
Looking great for Fnatic. Just everybody in the right place at the right time. It feels like, again, Leo's utility, you can't say it enough, how smart he is, how accurate he is, just how aware of positioning. And again, Fnatic just has DRX's playbook on download. Every position of every player seems to be mentally accounted for at all times. And Leo, even there from B main, catches Mako completely off guard. Oh, that's pretty good, though.
Yeah, double push up in mid. Stack's able to find the kill. Mako leading the charge. Flashback, however, going to get taken down. Stack's now the closest to try to defend this as Foxy9 swings around through alley. Couple shots flying. It's oppressed as Chronicle continues to pulse out with the null command.
Hunter's Fury available for Stacks.
Likely have to just wait this out. Okay, Hunter's Fury now being opened up. Okay, that actually distracts Chronicle for a brief moment, so Mako swings in, finds the kill, finds 3. Mako suddenly coming alive a little bit here, but now Durka could be the one to pull this off. Gets the headshot. The tap on the spike, the swing forward, Buzz can finish him off. The fuse comes in, no 13-3 this time. DRX get themselves up to 4.
I thought Durka was gonna pull it off. It's just like he's one of those players when he's in moments like that and he's able to isolate fights, you just think this guy can do this no problem any day of the week. It's a good start here for DRX, catching Alfier kind of out in the open there, going for that jiggle peek, and then Mako's able to take space and wrap all the way through B main off of that pick. And so DRX there, with a little help from that Hunter's Fury as well, able to flush enough players out to keep this alive and make it just one player too difficult for Durka to clutch.
Let's see if this continues. It's the Sheriff here from Durka, so gonna be planning on trying to get himself an ult orb. Alpier, he gets himself an ult. 2 ult orbs in the way of killing people. Cleaning them up here in mid. Stacks and Mako once again trying to have some forward presence, and Alpier, he's looking to end this. Foxy9 dead. Buzz will put an end to that reign of terror, but Buzz also knocked down to 30 HP, and Chronicle will finish him off. All now on Flashback, who's caught in mid. Fnatic have had enough. 13-4, they take down DRX in ever so convincing fashion, 2-0. And they earn their way into the Red Bull home ground grand final versus Cloud9.
Clean and efficient as you would expect from these guys. Just fantastic reads on DRX, top to bottom. Fantastic teamwork. Everything you expect from a team that has won multiple international titles this year.
The EMEA powerhouse superstars have been on a tear when they first took place. Number 1, they lifted the trophy at VCT Lock-In and Valorant Masters here in Tokyo before a 4th place finish at Champions, preventing the 3-peat. They're looking for one more piece of silverware this year, but they've got another tough challenge ahead of them before they can get their hands on it. But after that performance, they are well and truly on Cloud9. That was a dominant victory.
And that's the team they have to play next.
Yeah.
You got it. You got the punt, baby.
I loved it. I love it.
I mean, you can see the camaraderie here between these two teams. They're very well versed with each other, very familiar, very much friends. But I think this is going to sting a bit here for DRX. It's an off-season event, but that's not the kind of showing that you want to go out on.
Yeah, I think especially for like Foxy9 and Flashback probably wanted to have a little bit better showings here against Fnatic, try to push them a little bit more, show that, you know, they've at least got the individual skill to compete with them. But it's really difficult when Fnatic has you so well read. I mean, time and time again, Fnatic setting up trap, reading DRX positioning. I mean, you even saw Leo there. After getting a kill with Hunter's Fury, he turns and spins and hits the exact spot, completely on the other side of the map, where Foxy9 is standing. So it's just, you know, the homework so well done by this team. And, you know, DRX, a few things here and there, a few bright spots, Buzz playing well, but other than that, not much to write home about.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow, Achilles, because DRX, yes, they've had some stellar performances here, but you want to do it big in the semi-final, right? Especially when you're up against a team like Fnatic. We can try and sugarcoat it a little bit. I'm sure that there are positives we can take from the tournament as a whole, but they'll be very disappointed there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's another 3rd and 4th place finish for DRX. Hey, baby. That's better than I guess the rest of this year was. But, you know, I'm glad that we got to see Buzz kind of rally back, but everybody else was starting to fall to the wayside. Not sure what it was, but yeah, this is not the way that you want to end a tournament. You want to have those highs. You want it to be a competitive series, especially when you are so well versed going up against Fnatic. You have played against them 3 prior times.
Yeah.
They have gotten the better of you for the most part. And every time they had played, it went the distance. It went to 3. That's what we wanted to see. I think that's what DRX would have wanted, but unfortunately, they couldn't deliver.
Fnatic like a steam train.
Too damn good.
Too damn good.
Too damn good.
They are rolling into that grand final with monumental momentum. And the depth of the roster is just simply mind-blowing across the board. They've got superstars, megastars that, like you said, could be top fraggers across the world in different squads, different rosters.
Yeah. Oh, and there you've got 3 or 4 of them on the same team, plus arguably, in my opinion, the best IGL in the world right now. And Boaster absolutely just does such great work preparing this team, preparing himself mentally, putting the right people in the right places. Another thing you got to give credit to the coaching staff, current and former, with the way that the protocols are in place for this team, the way that they react to things, the way that their timings are so good, the way that they understand the positioning of their opponents. Everything you could ask for with this team, you know, other than winning champions, was done by them basically this year, and maybe winning EMEA, but still, they are. I mean, they were the favorites coming into this for a reason.
Yeah.
Everybody expected this team to win, and they just showed you why.
And if you are going to blast your way into a best-of-5 grand final, which is what is coming up for them, they face off against Cloud9 later on today. We've got a show match coming up before that, but you want to go in off the back of a 2-0 win, not just because you're feeling great about yourselves, you're feeling confident, but it's less work, right?
You want to keep the energy up. Yeah, take less time, have a little bit more time to rest backstage and whatnot. But with that on the horizon, I mean, I got to say, the thing that I am looking forward to, and I was looking forward to this if DRX won or if Fnatic won, is going to be that Jet battle again coming through. Oxy versus Durka, or if it was Oxy versus Buzz, either one would have been a treat. But with the way that Durka is playing today, that is so damn exciting.
It's exciting for Durka. How exciting is it for Oxy? Because we're talking about Oxy leveling up and handling the heat here on this grand stage, but that's a different kettle of fish in a grand final against a player of that caliber.
Yeah, no doubt. You've already gone toe-to-toe with CNED and Foot, who are a very, very talented squad as well. You handled them. In fact, you didn't just handle them as Oxy, you surpassed them. Oh, yeah. Now you've got that next step. Durka and Fnatic, another level above Foot right now. Is he going to be able to rise to the occasion once again?
I mean, it feels
Make
like
yourself
he's
a
not
legend,
really.
brother.
Yeah, it feels like he's not really letting the pressure bother him, whether it's the pressure of who he's playing against or the pressure of being on stage. Granted, being in a grand final, having the venue as full as it is right now, because now we're pretty much back to the brim, maybe it will get to him a little bit, but I think that Oxy, it seems like he's got such a good head on his shoulders. He's got such a very healthy way of thinking about him playing the game and competing, that he should be fine going into that.
It's weird because, like, I had a little bit of a chat with him earlier yesterday, and it was after the big win. And he was just super relaxed, like this was just another day in the office for him, 18 years old. It's baffling the level of maturity he's showing, and it looks like he will be geared up and ready to handle this.
Yeah, he's just having fun. I mean, that's what he said in the interview. He's very relaxed. He's very chill. He's like, yeah, I'm just here to have fun, and I can't believe it's real, but at the same time, he's not really seeming so far to have this pressure and these kind of things get to him. It's a little bit different going into a best-of-5 grand finals, but his stats, they're through the roof. I mean, the KDA above 2, the ACS nearing 300, damage per round over 175. All of those stats are like tournament MVP stats.
Yeah, I mean, these are aggregate across all of the series, and Cloud9, because they had that 1-1 beginning, they had to play more games than pretty much everybody else, other than, not now DRX. So they had one of the longer runs that you could have getting their way into that grand final, and he's still averaging statistics like this. So it just shows you the dominance that they have had ever since they suffered that first loss.
And he's playing multiple agents. He's not just playing Jet. He's playing, Yoru as well at an extremely high level, something that is just now starting to kind of make its way into the Valorant ecosystem as these really strong, really talented Yoru players, and we've seen some really impressive stuff from him.
Just sticking with Oxy, we will shortly have an interview with Buster, of course, from Fnatic. He's down there right now. I think he's still talking to the Japanese production crew, the broadcast crew, of course, because they love him here as well, just as much as the European fans and beyond. But sticking with Oxy just for a moment, if you are going to have that superstar tournament, if you are going to put your name on the map as a megastar in the Valorant scene, you do want to do it against Fnatic, don't you? That's the team you want to do it against.
Yeah, exactly. This is like you're dungeon crawling your way up this tower, right? You're fighting every boss at every level, and now you've truly reached the final boss. You're truly at the top of this tower. There's nothing else better than Fnatic, maybe, you know, the old EG squad, who knows what would happen with them for the next year. So this certainly, as the current roster stand, is the best squad in the world. This is it. This is your moment. Can Oxy continue that high level of play that we've seen so far against the best of the best?
Thoughts on DRX next season?
What is the roster going to be?
Yeah, right?
That's my biggest question. Are we actually going to be seeing Flashback getting promoted up to the main team? Are we going to see the return of Zest? RB? Is Boxy9 going to be a starter? Is he going to be still playing like Sentinels and Initiators, or will he go back to playing Jet and Buzz takes over that role? What is going on? That's what I want to know, but I'm just going to have to wait and see because, you know, DRX, they've been open about it. They say, yeah, it's off season. We're experimenting. We're giving these players some time to kind of like just get used to being on stage and seeing how things mesh, and then we'll make up our minds. So just have to see what happens when Pacific rolls around next year.
Yeah, and that's one of the brutal things about the off-season, isn't it, Paper Thin, is on the players themselves individually. It is like almost like a trial period, isn't it? And if it doesn't necessarily go too well, you might not make the cut when it comes to the big time.
Yeah, exactly. That's why matches like these are actually pretty important. I mean, everybody can say off-season, we're working on things, blah, 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 but for some of those players whose spots aren't necessarily guaranteed, yeah, it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of stress, and if you're not able to have a really strong showing against some of the top-tier teams, against Tier 1 teams where you're going to be expected to play in the next year, then forget it. I mean, you're going to be on the wayside. There's going to be replacements for you. So, yeah, absolutely, a ton of pressure on these players. Yep.
I don't think you can put a price on the danger that comes with a team that's having fun. And Fnatic right now, it looks like they're just almost scrimming, right? They're just enjoying the process. There's no real heat on them. It doesn't, even though that, you know, they want this silverware, they want this trophy, but it doesn't feel like they're worried too much about getting it. It feels like it's just part of their path.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is about Fnatic in Tokyo, and I guess for that matter, DRX in Tokyo, because you know, can't get a win in this country, it would seem, but Fnatic, it feels like they're on that path. C9, the last thing standing in their way, but given what we're seeing, I mean, this is just peak Fnatic. This feels like Fnatic from when they were at Masters Tokyo, when they were the best team in the world. So I'm curious to see if that's going to continue here for them, or if C9 can give them a rough time, trying to take some of that fun out of it, get that stressed poster on stage rather than the one that's constantly hamming it up for the cameras. But, I mean, you're absolutely right when you say that that is a very scary prospect. You see how much fun a team is having. We saw the same thing from EG when they were literally just winning champions versus Paper X. It's a couple stressful moments, but you know, Busio constantly just screaming at everything on stage. Having fun is a very dangerous sign when you're going up against somebody. Well,
Buster is, of course, having a lot of fun, and he's standing by with Mr. Fun himself, Adam Savage. Let's listen to this winner's interview.
Boaster, boaster, boaster. If there's ever a way to cruise through to the final here at Rebel Homeground, that is the way to do it. 13-3, 13-3, if I'm not mistaken there. A great victory. You guys must be feeling cloud 9 right now.
I mean, I guess we are feeling a bit cloud 9 because we've got the nets.
Yes, you have. Yeah.
Hopefully we just play the same. Just super excited to be on the stage, you know. We come all the way to Japan, and last time we were here, we won Tokyo Masters, so let's try and do it again.
I mean, rounding the year out here again in Tokyo, with that, I mean, for the team, I guess that's a really great conclusion to 2023 for you.
Exactly, yeah. I think, I agree.
You agree? You agree. Let's talk about, I mean, Breeze as well, the first map we saw there. I think only 8 times you guys have already played that map before. What was the choice behind that today?
Well, we brought in Leo from Guild, and they had a really strong win rate on it. Then we also have Alfia, who's Turkish, AIM map. We also got Chronicle from Gambit, who was really good on that map too. And then we had Dirk and me, who were actually quite comfortable on it. You combine us all together, and Breeze is a new Fnatic icebox potentially. Yeah, it was a Breeze. Yeah.
Love the puns today. I mean, in terms of like, you know, obviously you're Cloud9 in the final there. You've got a really kind of short period of time between your semi-final and your final. How do you prepare in that kind of short period of time? Obviously, you a bit of time to relax ahead of the main event. What are you doing in this time right now before that actually takes off?
Honestly, just conserving energy. Probably going to go eat something, you know, to maintain it for the big long series, just in case it goes 5 maps. But in terms of like preparation, we've come into this event solely relying on communication and being able to adapt and come up with ideas. So we're not kind of playing our usual style of Valorant. We're just playing as if we're five ranked teammates who have been playing as a team for ages. But we do have some of our old stuff, obviously. But yeah, like we're just really just trying to become even stronger players at reading the game.
I guess you always have to keep evolving all the time to kind of counteract anything that comes your way. Like you mentioned, DRX might have changed things differently today, but not kind of a team that they might have not done things as differently as you imagined. Was it kind of like, was it quite easy to counteract what they were bringing to the table today?
I think because we haven't played in so long, we were just gagging to play a little bit, you know. Once we got into the kind of flow state of it and started really kind of, the Fennel game was a bit of a, but then after that we're getting more and more comfortable, and we're finding ourselves again, finding that energy that we had before Champions.
I've got to say, I watched your interviews there in Japanese. You've got some Japanese in your locker now. I mean, have you been learning the language a little bit while being here too?
A tiny bit, like to get by, I'd say. But yeah, it's just you're welcome, really. Thank you. Hello. Just the basics. Wait a minute. Don't worry. But those are the ones I got right now.
But the reception in here was absolutely incredible. So everyone was loving making the attempt at least as well. Cloud9 next up. Fnatic, are they going to go all the way and take home the Red Bull Homegrown 2023 trophy?
We're definitely going to try. You know, we didn't win Champions, but then technically if we win this, that's 3 trophies this year, and that's the 3 out of 3.
It's not bad. That's not bad at all. Thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations again. We'll see you in the final. For now, that's back to Ian and the chaps on the desk.
All right. There is a good chance that we will have another Boaster interview potentially at the end of all of this after the grand final if you're a big fan of him, but Cloud9 will be looking to prevent that from happening. Now this is the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. It is legendary, famous for its sumo wrestling, and we've got 5,000 Japanese fans in attendance. If you weren't lucky enough to be here and you want to see what it's all about behind the scenes, what the fans are up to, don't worry, we've got you. Adam, earlier on, of course, because we've just seen him, did take you on a tour to check this out. You can never have too much Savage, and I think he started off by meeting some cosplayers.
Would you look at this? I'm stood outside the Ryogoku Kokuki-kan here in iconic Tokyo, and you can see around me right here at Red Bull Homegrown 2023, tons of things going on to catch you up in case you couldn't be here. Lots of action, particularly out here in the front. You can see over here actually to the right-hand side, you can grab yourself some gear. So much, hey guys, hi, look at this, everyone's so friendly here. You can grab some shirts, some goodies, some kind of souvenirs. Over this side as well, you can see here there's an official kind of Red Bull DJ in that awesome truck. You can see over there bringing the vibes, bringing the beats for everyone as they come in, piling in each morning in queues round the block here. But we're going to head inside, take a closer look. If you couldn't be here, I want to show you some of the action. So follow me, let's head inside and check this out. All right, welcome to the main lobby here at Red Bull Homegrown. You can see it. Hey everyone, hi! Everyone is so friendly. I've got so many new friends. I've been here like 5 minutes, but everyone's great. Have a good day, bye. We can see, hey, the Team Scarz. Hey guys! Hey, there they are, the Scarz over there, me and the fans too, which is awesome. Come this way, there's loads more to see. Obviously, you get a chance here to meet some of the players, the teams. You meet with friends here too. You can grab yourself Red Bull here as well. Hi guys, hi. Let's head to the back here. I've seen something really fantastic too here. Lots of cosplayers have come here to celebrate the weekend, to celebrate Valorant, meet with friends as mentioned. Of course, a chance to meet up with the teams potentially as well. But look at our one of, can I come across and say hi? Can I come in? That's okay? Okay. Hey guys, hi. You look amazing. I'm going to come this way here. Hi, how's your time been here so far? Are you enjoying Red Bull Homegrown?
I feel so happy, and like we can hear the sound, like the sound of players, like a shout out, like so amazing. I feel so happy for like meet new friends, cosplayers. I'm so happy.
I'm happy too, and thank you for inviting me into your inner circle. Have a great time. Bye everyone. Bye, bye, bye. Arigato, arigato, bye. As you can see, loads to see here, loads to do. You should be here, but I'm living through you guys. You can live through me here as well. Let's go inside the arena, check out what's inside, and see what else is in store. And here we are in the main arena where the action is currently underway. It's all still to play for here at Red Bull Homegrown 2023. And as you can see, the audience are enjoying every single second, as are the players too on stage right now competing. If you couldn't be here, never fear. Hopefully you're enjoying everything you're seeing online. But for me, it's love from Tokyo. I'll see you soon.
Savage just saying you should be here. Look, I brought my mum out here. Flights are expensive, I'll tell you that for sure. You are joining us at Red Bull Homegrown 2023. Thank you so much, Adam, for taking us on a magnificent tour of what is a beautiful, illustrious arena. And we're not finished yet. We've got the grand final, best of 5 coming up, Fnatic versus Cloud9. But before we get there, we've got a show match. It is East versus West. Now, the stakes on this aren't too high, but we've got some eliminated players that sadly won't be competing, you know, in the hustle and bustle end of the tournament, but they get one last shot here to make an impression in front of this amazing crowd and on this amazing stage. You can see there on Team West as well, you've got content creator Timmy, who's a big fan favorite here as well. He's going to be looking to shock some people by dropping some bodies in the server. That will be taking place on Sunset. And when it's all said and done, we'll then move into grand final territory. After that best of 5 is finished, we will crown our Red Bull Homeground 2023 champions. This is something you do not want to miss. Will Fnatic breeze through it, or will Cloud9 cause problems? We'll be back very soon. We are back live at Red Bull Homeground 2023. I have to keep hyping up this arena because personally I still can't believe that I'm here. This is the Ryogoku Kokugikan Arena. It is legendary. Decades and decades of history and heritage fill the rooms. So much has happened inside these walls over the years. Traditionally, not Valorant. I think that's the first time we've had video games played here before, and this is a spectacle for the ages. We've got Paper Thin and Achilles joining us here. You're sticking around because you called all the action for the semi-final. We just thought,
Wasn't much of it.
Yeah, I was going to say. It
all
was,
the action. Well, I know you wanted a 3-map series, right?
Yeah.
So you guys have got one more map in you, right, I guess?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
The best thing to do before a massive grand final, after a high-pressure situation, the pressure pot of a semi, is a show match. And we've got a big one coming your way. It is East versus West. So we've got players that have not made it here to the grand final, who have put on some strong performances, and they get another shot here in front of the live crowd. They can step out into this arena one more time and put on a show. And this is Team East, and there's some big players on there, Seth.
No, I mean, there absolutely are. I mean, you got Cryo there, who was having a whale of a time when he was playing the Jet, especially during this tournament. Mr. Fallen, in his own right, having some incredible clutch moments, even just yesterday in their loss. He was putting up some significant numbers. But Dariali, Mr. Tenzo, as well as kind of coming through here, kind of being, I think, one of the biggest surprises for us, because this guy comes in, Depp's not at this event, he's got to play for Zeta Division, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, being brought up, and he was able to really level up his performance and step up and fill those shoes.
Yeah, he was my expectations for him were unknown. He's been in the Zeta Division organization for a while, but on their kind of secondary, their academy team, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, well, staying with you, I want to get your thoughts on Team West. Let's take a look at their opposition. Paper Thin, what do you make of these guys? Of course, we've got Timmy, the content creator, in the mix too.
Yeah, I really like some of the players on this team. I mean, Yeta J, probably one of my favorite players to watch this entirety of the event. Asuna, a really flexible player here. Lumo, a great shot caller for his squad for Scarz, and Yoran playing really well as well for Zeta as a new step in for that squad. So you've got some really, really talented players here for It's Timmy.
Yeah, It's Timmy is now standing by actually for an interview with Adam Savage.
Here at the streamer booths at Red Bull Homeground 2023 right now, we have got lots going on. I'm joined by a creator, streamer, 100 Thieves member, Red Bull athlete, total legend. It's Timmy. Buddy, it's so good to see you here in Tokyo, Japan. This is incredible.
I know, it is. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here, and I mean, it's an insane experience so far.
It is. I mean, you've been streaming the entire time here as well. What's that been like? How are the community reacting to the event so far?
I mean, they love it. I mean, like, I have an Apex community, but, also a little bit of a Valorant community, and they've been enjoying the clutches. They've been enjoying, like, absolutely every moment, and I mean, I've never done a co-stream before like this, and it's just been amazing.
It's been amazing. I mean, I mentioned 100 Thieves. Sadly not in the final, but I mean, new roster recently. I mean, what are your thoughts? What's the future behold for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know about the two new players until I got here, and honestly, I played the 10-man pros with EU and Nature, and I've obviously just watched them, their highlights online. They're insane. They're also insane. And I do think that, with the little amount of time they had to practice for this event, for the future ones, they're going to do really good.
Dare I ask who you think is going to win Red Bull Homeground 2023? Do you have a theory? Inspire us. What do you think?
I mean, obviously Fnatic is just the team.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good. But I really do think Cloud9 has a chance. I actually do think they could steal it, especially with Oxy just playing out of his mind.
I chatted to him yesterday, and I mean, he's new to the team, but rising star. I mean, that's a great thing actually. So many rising stars, new players, and experience like Red Bull Homeground like this in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, that kind of experience makes a massive difference to your future, doesn't it, as well?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, to come up here on for your first stage and just popping off, his career is just going to skyrocket from here.
Absolutely right. I mean, you actually are going to be taking part in a show match later on. You wanted to be on a team. Tell us about that. What's coming our way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously watching, you enjoy seeing the pros and then them popping off, but like, I'm a gamer. I wanna be in there too. And I've never competed in Valorant on like a stage like this, and to have a chance to play in a show match against the professionals it's going to be sick, and I'm so excited.
Do you think you're going to embrace that while you're up there? Because I mean, there's a lot of people watching there as well. I mean, you have the community watching online, but being here in person, are you kind of relishing the opportunity to be on the main stage?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, of
course he is. Of course he is.
So.
Before we say goodbye to you, I mean, you mentioned once recently in a quote that you wanted to go to the moon one day.
Yeah.
Can I come? Is there a spare seat?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get a full roster up there. We'll play some Valorant on the moon. I mean, it'll be crazy.
Timmy, are we suggesting that that Red Bull Homeground 2024 could be on the moon?
Potentially.
We're going cosmic. I can't wait. Well, hopefully that'll happen.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, we'll see what happens. Thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy the rest of Red Bull Home. Good luck in the show match, and thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Timmy. How do we get an invite to the moon? I want to go to the moon.
I could do without it. I'm fine.
You don't want to play Valorant on the moon?
Nah.
You're telling me if there's Red Bull...
The ping is going to be awful.
Yeah, it's like a
There's
second
like
and a half
satellite
delay.
link back to it's
from the
gonna
Earth
be
to the moon
pretty
or
bad.
something
I
like
think
that.
so. I'm good to just chill here. Tokyo's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I could do without the moon.
I mean, it's pretty futuristic. There's probably a shuttle to the moon from here, I think, somewhere. No?
I mean, if you know the right people, potentially, I suppose.
If you know the right people. Sadly, I don't. But Timmy obviously knows the right people because he's found himself on the main stage. Adam asked him there how it must feel to be about to go up there. You see in professional players do that, and they've earned the right to be there. Timmy, a wonderful content creator, has earned the right to be there in his own right. It would be a dream come true for every single person in this arena and a lot of people watching at home to get up there and play some Valorant, right?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Kidding. No kidding. I mean, that would. I'd be nervous as heck, just even if it was just like no stakes, and I'm still going to be nervous playing on that stage. So it's Timmy. I mean, I'm sure he's excited, but you're probably a little nervous as well, for sure.
And if you're Timmy and you take out a big player, you can clip that and share it forever, right?
Yeah, just hold on to that. It's the career high. Never let that go. I mean, it's bound to happen.
He dunks on Cryo.
Feels pretty much impossible that he won't kill one of these pro players. If he goes through this game like Jemkin and doesn't get a single kill on Sunset, well, maybe just stick to Apex, I guess.
Are we going to get a lot of puns from you? Because I know you've been winding up Achilleos. You guys work together a lot in the Pacific region, right? This is what you do. And you've been slotting in puns left, right, and center. And every time you do it, I see him just like witnessing. He hates every second of it. But I think you've got the green light to drop at least 50.
I don't know. It's actually tough. Some of the names here are making a little bit. I've already gotten away with one of my Sunset Boulevard puns, so I kind of already dipped into that well yesterday. Yeah. I'm not sure I have anything brewing in the tank just yet, but we'll think about it.
Why does it annoy you so much?
Every time he does it, I lose a day off my lifespan. I was gonna live until like 150, and now I'm gonna be expired by like 75.
He's quite a bit younger than me, so I gotta catch him up in age. Yeah.
All right, here we go. It is time to bring out our two teams, East versus West, for this show match. And for the first time ever, guys, our mics are staying up. We get to talk over the walkout.
Well, let's hope they have something fun prepared for us here.
For some of these players that are coming out for Team East today, attend to Deriali Cryo, Mr. Fallen. They thought, we're not going to get to go up there again. And here they are making the glorious walk one more time, Paper Thin.
Yeah, this is really exciting. Mr. Tenzo, a player that has been really impressing me for his squad. He was really good on those initiators, kind of changing roles. Mr. Fallen is absolutely nuts. Cryo is absolutely nuts. Deriali, a player I think that a lot of people outside of the Japanese and Pacific region probably not super familiar with. A very strong Sentinel player / Sova player can do a lot for his team, and of course we've seen what Kaida is able to do on that Jet if he is going to be slotted into that role. But it's going to be weird with Cryo in there as well, trying to figure out who's going to be doing what with the duelists.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to a show match, you never really know what you're going to get when it comes down to an agent selection. So far, we only know that we have Sunset as the map being played. The question is, are these teams going to actually try to put together a somewhat reasonable composition? Or are they just going to say, okay, we're going to play, 5 duelists or, nothing but controllers, that kind of thing? Because you can have fun with it, you can get crazy with it.
But I do feel sorry for both, as Team West have made their way out here. They could have at least taken the trophy out, right? You got to look at it one more time. It's a cruel, cruel situation to be in. But we're going to see our cosplayers do the fist bump that we've seen traditionally our big teams and our big players making boom, there it is. And we, like I say, we've got some big players from big teams making these rosters here, and it's always nice to have a bit of a mixing pot of players that you've never really seen together, isn't it, Everything?
It really is, and this is what, this is what makes it fun. Everybody's going to come out here, have a good time, maybe try to sneak in an agent they like to play in their ranked games at home that they don't necessarily get to play on stage very much. And you get to play Sunset as well, which at least the one time we've seen it in this event turned out to be a pretty hectic affair. I think teams, again, still trying to figure it all out. So this should be a very, very spicy match for sure.
Kilios, do you like Sunset?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very straightforward, low amount of gimmick map. So I think it's really nice to just have something that's like a little bit more straight up, and it's entirely about the team play and how you're actually just navigating around the map rather than trying to utilize some of the more unique features that we do have in Valorant. I still love those, I love all of the maps for the most part in Valorant. At least as far as casting is concerned.
Yeah.
If I'm playing on it, I will have some more.
Different than playing. Yeah,
I will definitely have some more biased selections and opinions on some of the maps, but. So far, I've only played Sunset a couple of times in my ranked games, but I have enjoyed playing it.
Everything, did you want to see more of this in the tournament? More Sunset?
Sunset?
Yeah, to help
of
sort of set the meta, right? And you did say yesterday there's still a chance that we might see it in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could sneak through into that best of 5. I mean, it really just depends on exactly how the bands are going to shake out, but I think it's a really shot. Yeah, I don't think it's going to get through either, but I could have hope. But I really think like it's a good map. It kind of reminds me a bit of Split, to be honest, in a way, except it doesn't have the same level of verticality. So I think the defender side is a little bit more tricky than on Split. But it's a really fun map, and like you said, it's a standard map, so it kind of like brings it back to that tactical shooter roots. It really, really allows for a lot of these kind of interesting fights. So, you got to take mid control. If the attacker side is doing a really good job of having mid control, like we saw with C9, they're able to get some really deep flanks on the defenders and that kind of thing. So, yeah, and I think, again, it's up to experimentation. So that's what also I wanted to see more of. I wanted to see what teams are thinking initially with their agent compositions. We saw yesterday with C9 and Foot, the widely different ideas on agents and how they're supposed to be played.
I mean, and we're definitely going to end up getting very different compositions coming through here.
Yeah.
Again, show match, people are going to be playing things that they don't normally play. There might just be some wild compositions coming through, but I'm also curious how well some of these players can communicate with one another.
Oh, yeah.
Because we do have such a strong mix from these different teams.
Really good point.
I'm not sure how strong is the English from some of the Foot players, from some of these Japanese players.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but Valorant, maybe it's a universal language. Maybe they will be able to come together and understand. Because at the end of the day, if someone starts screaming, I think you could probably understand that they're getting shot at.
It's funny. I always find show matches really interesting because, yeah, it's a lot of fun, but you've just got a bunch of competitive people wanting to play. So ultimately, every single one of them still wants to win.
Oh, they're still going to ball out, no doubt.
Including Timmy, right? Timmy's going into he's going to go in full-on sweat mode because he wants to get that big dub on his record, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm expecting him to have some ego peaks for sure, to try to go for some battles, and maybe if things go a little bit sideways, maybe he's going to get a little ratty. Hard to say for sure, but I'm really curious to see. I'm expecting a lot of duelists. That's kind of how these show matches go.
Yeah, like I said, could just be 5.
Oh, we're finding out right now. Here you go, Seth. You got what you wanted.
All right, well, it's double duelists on both sides. Jet Rays for Team West, Neon Rays for Team East. So both can really up the pace here.
Derry Ollie playing Neon. Now, he's actually played it before in official matches. Not often, but he has done it. So it's kind of interesting. He's been pretty solid on it when he's played it. And I like Kaede on the Cypher here. Kind of curious to see how he is as a natural duelist, kind of shifts over into that Sentinel role.
Yeah, I mean, no one taking the Jet. On the east, I thought maybe we would see Cryo going for that one. If not, Kaede, but they just decide to stray away from that one. I have my eyes on Dariali's Neon as well.
Yep.
I'm curious to see how polished it's going to be looking coming into this one, but a tough battle for the Team West to try to get through this one because honestly, I think East is fairly well stacked, but it's certainly not impossible.
Yeah, but I think West is maybe going to be more comfortable in their roles, and if that makes sense. Like, everybody in West is kind of slotted into their normal...
You do have Yeta J on Killjoy.
Yeah, exactly. You have Asuna on the race. He's very good on that. Lumo is a controller player, is the Brimstone. Euron can play the shaders. We know that. So, I mean, everybody else on the other side, yeah, Mr. Tenzo's Fade, probably going to be pretty comfortable. Cryo, we know he's a good duelist. But Dariali's the real kind of, Dariali and Kaede are going to be kind of the interesting ones here as they've shifted a little bit off of what we've seen in this tournament.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really interested to see Red Bull player Timmy do his thing. He's one of these guys who's got one of those illustrious Red Bull caps. That's what you get when you make it onto the Red Bull team. Maybe you should put that up for grabs in case he loses. If you lose, you get Timmy's cap. I'm putting it out there. Let's get into this. It is East versus West in our show match. Let's have some fun.
All right, fun we shall have. Nanoswarm's already out, and Yodan going to be able to find first blood, taking down Dariali. Opening elimination here. Attackers still, however, getting themselves into the B side, but Yodan finding another one as Mr. Tenzo going to be taken down. Yeta now swinging onto the corner, trying to get that kill there on the Cryo. Puts some good damage across, but cannot eliminate him. Mr. Fall now getting caught as Yodan is just going on an absolute tear. And it looks like Timmy's team is going to be standing tall as Lumo will finish the job. The defuse comes in, and that's going to be the West picking up the pistol round.
They read the attack well, and then there was a quick flank around the B main side, and even though there was a trap wire there from Kaede, they were able to deal with it there. Now, this is bad news for Team East. No hope there. That's a tough one. You have to hit some snappy headshots.
All right, well, looks like we will just have some Sheriff purchases coming through from the side of the East. Classic in hand for Mr. Tenzo. See if they can turn the tides, but quite a lot of firepower on the opposite side. So we're just going for some pot shots. Haunt getting a nice reveal on the two, and got it. It's going to be knocked down to 41 health. Trying to creep his way up into mid. There's a decent angle in towards market. But Shifuran continues to swing.
Well, but Yedijay's
could
here.
end up getting caught, but great sense. Prowler goes out and managed to spot him out.
Look at all this utility. And Lumo is going to get that kill on a Kaede in mid. Yeah, Yedijay has all the utility in the world here to back him up. The alarm bot even going to reveal the location.
Everybody swinging their way now over towards the site. Just a minor delay there from Yuran, but Yedijay able to come away with a kill. Gets himself a second. Lumo finds one as well. Let's see if Timmy can get himself an elimination. Asuna looking like maybe he wants to sacrifice himself to set it up. And he doesn't have to do that. The kill comes in. It's a flawless follow-up as the anti-eco goes the way of the West.
Yeah, and the star player, JP3, coming in there.
Oh, what was the
Just
one?
like, oh, what was it? It was KR002 or something like that. What was that time Jing had to play as somebody
like
else? His computer died.
Raze is so good. Well,
the up-and-coming Paper Rex superstar Raze.
Everybody right now from the West on the board, aside from Asuna. Got an assist.
He was Riot KR002 or something like that.
Something to that effect. Timmy's still going to be playing forward, just quick clear on the Prowler. And a back away from Mr. Tenzo. Sees nade combo going to be used. As Yuran looking to swing around, Dariali going to be able to find the kill. Putting that newly picked up rifle to use, but a great headshot here from Timmy. Takes out Cryo, Dariali dead. Bios in his hand on the back end, and Yedijay taking him. Cut it as well, even with just the Spectre. Asuna now finding himself with a kill. Mr. Fallen wrapped around on taken out, and that's going to be a bonus conversion coming through here, as well as two rifles upgraded now for the West side.
Yeah, I don't think Timmy was BSing when he said that that he had some experience playing with some of these guys. He said he played with EU and Nature before, so that headshot with the Marshall was pretty good.
Very crisp, but now he's going to be going for the operator as we do get ready to go back in after the replays here. And Mr. Fallen just unfortunately overwhelmed. That could be very costly here for the East. Still seeing minor amounts of purchases here, 2 Stingers, as well as those Sheriffs. Timmy just going to be set up here outside of A. Looks like Lumo making the call to leave him to his own devices, at least for a little bit longer, but no one really moving up and taking the bait.
Kind of haven't seen. I was curious about some of maybe Dariali's tech with this Neon. That was probably the one I was really interested in, but haven't seen too much impact other than his natural abilities, and the Fades are just, you know, trading it out. Tenzo gets one, and Timmy gets the one with the op.
Yep, there's Mr. Fallen taken down.
Right here.
Wanted to try to create some space, apply some pressure on the opposite side of the map. Ends up getting picked off. Prowler finding Dariali. Has to go for the reload there on that Sheriff.
Careful here.
Weapon not recovered. Yedajay's death. Lumo picking up Kaide. That kill, looking for the relay bolt stun. Yuran holding his ground, does manage to find the kill, but Cryo picks it up with the paint shells at the end. Oh, a little bit of pre-fire, blast pack lobbed in. There's a swing out. Quick scope in with the op. And it's Timmy will find himself a second elimination in the round as the West moves up 4-0.
Is he top fragging right now? He's close?
He's got,
four.
He's
only
behind.
one off, yeah.
It's been a fairly shared effort thus far.
Lumo hasn't even died. Just
Meanwhile,
chilling in the back like a brimstone should.
The player that I thought was going to be excelling the most on the East, Kaide, he hasn't gotten a single kill.
Yeah. Seems like he's struggling a little bit. It is attacker side Cypher, so it can be a little tricky. But we've seen it have a lot of success both here in this tournament, but it is what it is. So I'm curious if they're going to be able to clear out some of Yedajay's utility. But jeez, Timmy.
Dariali just trying to swing the corner following behind the Prowler, but Timmy with a quick kill.
I have the spike.
So there you go. Now he's tied for top frag.
There we are. I mean, and we need a little bit of help here for Dariali. There's not a great angle for the fast lane there, so we're going to need some, well, just out in the open, more players dying. Oh, the Seasonade.
Yep, Seasonade will come away with a kill, so Lumo going to be taken down. Blades now pulled. There's the showstopper. Can't get away from that one. Do the up drop dash, but Cryo starting to come alive. 3 for him. Asuna swinging out, finds Mr. Tenso. Now though, Cryo all on his lonesome. Going to swing back around the opposite way.
The spike
Think he
is
has any real idea as to where Yuran is at.
He's got this, I believe. 2v1, no problem.
Oh.
Saw him.
Spots one. Oh, but they spot each other. And there's the double swing. Yuran gets the kill. 5-0. Perhaps I was completely and utterly wrong. The West are running away with it.
Yeah, man. I mean, Timmy's quite good. He's quite clean with that op. He's going to be able to repurchase it, too. Plenty of money, of course, for the West, being up 5-0. Got the Nightfall. Dariali's got the lightning fingers. So.
Yeah, I think I owe Timmy an apology.
You do? Yeah.
I didn't know he played like that. But it's been looking good. Cryo going to be bringing a hero rifle into the 6th round, though. As it just,
that's clean, man.
It. I mean, yeah. Dominant there.
Oh, he saw the hand.
Saw the hand, but no damage through the corner there. Mr. Tenzo's still going to be taken down as Asuna is getting aggro on the back end of this one. Looking for the chase in. Mr. Fallen with the Sheriff will be able to fight two. Great shots. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. Okay. Makes it close. Up can be recovered. It will be. The West continue, but Mr. Fallen coming alive.
Yeah, they got the op back as well. So Timmy can continue to...
Mr. Fallen's going to match. He's got an op of his own.
Yeah. Mr. Fallen, eh?
Crisp shots. I tell you what, it's that Arcane Sheriff.
The Arcane Sheriff is busted. Yeah. That's the only reason I bought it, because it's actually a pay-to-win mechanic, yeah. Plus, I really liked Arcane, I'm not going to lie. That also helped.
Fair. Fair and understandable. But now, Mr. Fallen off at the ready. Oh, sends out the shot a bit too soon. Asuna was just swinging back behind the corner. B-site, though, widely left open. Yedajay is here. He's going to try to defend, but Cryo swiftly takes him down. Excellent from him. Nightfall at the ready. Looks like it is going to be invested here. Goes across. Made into the back. And with the help of the K, Asuna comes away with a kill on the Kaide. Swing in. Yuran finding Cryo. Rocket goes in. Mr. Tenso taken down. And with 4 members left standing, the West moves up 7-0.
Yo, this synergy between Yuran and Asuna has been really, really good.
Yeah.
We've seen some great combos with the Season Nade, with the Nightfall Nade there. I mean,
like I said, maybe Valorant just transcends all language barriers.
It does. It's like everybody talks about how music is like
they
a
all
universal
speak English
language.
and we just don't know.
I have no idea actually. I haven't had a chance to try to talk to Yuran. I'm not sure. He's probably at least understands it.
Yeah.
Or at least enough. Like a lot of them use At least in Korea, a lot of the same words for call-outs and stuff, so it's not super hard.
Well, maybe a bit of a rush play here. Met by a 2-stack. Relay Bolt not going to get deep into that elbow.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Lumon not going to be noticing. Oh, Lumo. The trigger discipline gets him 2 kills. Tenzo able to find 1, and that is going to be Timmy taken down. Dariali able to find him and gets himself a second one. So now the reset.
That overdrive, man.
Overdrive looking good. Still has it for a little bit longer. Asana. So quick and clean with that. Rotation now going to be coming through Asana. Starting to drift over towards this B site, but likely just going to be the double rotate once the spike plant comes in.
Dude, Asana's just not messing around. He is absolutely just punishing the East on some of these peaks. He is so fast with that Vandal. Mr. Tenzo, are you going to use the Nightfall here? I say go for it. It's a show match. Go big or go home.
We'll see. Right now he has no inkling of where they're going to be coming from, so if he could identify that both were in one location, I think he does send it.
He's got a ton of utility, and now he should hear that boombot.
As well as the Haunt being lobbed out, so should know that they're there. Crisp movement, but also if he sends the Nightfall, he gives away his own position. Haunt cleared. Asana going to try to hold to the half. Mr. Tenzo swinging out, but Asana's so quick. But I don't know if he's got the time to actually get the defuse off. He's holding forward so close, and he just barely gets it. 0.57 seconds remaining. The East still winless.
I think he should use the Nightfall. I'm just saying. Just get one round.
You know,
just get one.
I think that Kaida should kill somebody.
Yeah, that would help.
He's 0-8-0 at the moment.
It's not going so good for poor Kaida.
Also, damn, Asana, where was this yesterday, man?
Oh,
he's
bro.
pounding right now.
Jeez. I'm going to tell him
not to be mean, but the man's crushing.
No, he is crushing. He's really on point, too. I mean, it's not like it's... There, they smoked him off. They figured it out.
Well, trying to go for that timing shot.
Found them.
They've been kind of lacking in some of those smokes needed. Yet
in case the push.
Yeah. Oh, they're all the way through mid here. So this could be a good round. They've got a good opportunity.
Relay Bolt not going to get the hit. J just clearing Prowler. Off shot. Gets rid of the boom bot. Oh, and Kyle just around the corner. Able to find him.
Are they going to figure out that A is wide open? Oh, now they are because of that. Yeah.
Neural Theft goes in. Kaide on the board as he finds 2 kills. The reveal there. J looking to challenge and wins the challenge at that. 2v3. J is taking everybody down. Lockdown going to be used, but it's very shallow on the A side.
Does it even cover the spike completely?
No. You see the Prowler swinging around. So they know that Tenzo's going to be on this top side. Low on the HP. 2 quick, easy kills from Mr. Tenzo. The East will at long last get themselves on the board.
Yeah, there you go. And it's kind of some things they needed to do was make sure that Timmy's op is smoked off. They're able to push really deep past courtyard and get some deep pressure. Able to use that Cypher ult finally. Get to mid-top. And they're like, okay, A's open. Let's go over there. And then able to kind of get pretty deep, pretty quick on the post-plant locations. Clear everything out. Nicely done. Now let's see if they can string a few more together. I mean, if they can round this out, you know, make it 8-4. You got some big ults still. You got the showstopper for Cryo. He's looking snappy, but you do have that orbital strikes. You got to be a little careful.
Asana looking for the push. What a fast shot! Dariali will be able to take him down, but still, what a reaction. Vandal now into hands here of Timmy as J pushing forward. Cryo able to shut him down. Mr. Fallen. Just get picked off. Dariali make his way through, catches a glimpse. Gets the shot. And Yudon now, last one standing. Cuts across the fast lane. Doesn't see anybody yet. Has an opportunity to maybe backstab, but Cryo says no.
Jeez, man.
Great defense there from bot mid. Gets that kill. 3 for him in the round. And 2 rounds now for the East.
Dude, Cryo and Asuna are so accurate. They're just crazy good. I mean, Asuna's having a whale of it, but that round there for Cryo. And that shot is absolutely filthy, man. That just isn't fair.
Nasty stuff.
Oh, he caught the glimpse there, and it's a fadeaway.
Yeah, right out of the peripheral. All right, starting a bit of a run back here. They can get to 8-4.
Yeah, yeah.
Certainly seems possible.
But now you've got Yedijay with an op, with the glass cannon.
Okay.
0 armor.
Yeah. Why the hell not? Asuna sending out the nade to try and slow up any approach. Showstopper coming through, and he's just trying to get the hell out of dodge. Cryo chasing forward, trying to find his teammate. Does not. Instead, we'll just put some damage on the Terriali. All right, orbital strike. They got just enough space to tuck away. Terriali eats a little bit of that one as well.
Man. What are you doing?
Timmy dashing forward, swings the corner, instant headshot. Gonna be found. Gives himself a second. How much more can he find? None more as Mr. Kenzo comes up with 3. Lumo. Trying to stand tall.
Clutcher kick, clutcher kick.
Does not have the molly. Can't get one. Took Cryo down to 7 HP. The East now with a chance at an 8-4 scoreline at the half.
Okay, okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing, though. They're figuring it out. This is the rocket. Terriali's just got to be like, real?
What the hell is Cryo
real?
doing, dude? This is so good.
He might have panicked or something. I don't know, but or it was totally on purpose.
Or he was just trolling.
He was trolling Terriali. Terriali's a nice guy. You just got to give him a hard time.
He just wanted his showstopper to hit someone. You know?
I mean, that's fair. You don't want to have a full-on Rosa ult, so I guess it's got to hit something.
Slow creep up now over towards the alarm bot. Going off. Push forward comes in. HL's already going to be expended, but the wraparound fairly quick here from the side of the west. Lumo still pretty far away. Timmy with the knives out. We'll find Kaida now. Rocket into the corner. Terriali, this time it's not your teammates. It does way more damage. He gets taken down. He's up into the air looking for the kill. Asuna will find it. Before Lumo can even get to the site, the spike will be defused, and the West will set up a 9-3 half.
Yo, that combination again between Yuran and Asuna there, following up off of that Prowler with that ult. He was just going to go wherever that Prowler went with that showstopper to clear Terriali. Really awesome to see those two guys playing off of each other so well. Off the rip, though, I like the execute from the East. You know, C's on the left, nade on the right, relay bolt kind of down the center. But it's a little bit too late there. Or a little too early, I should say, with that relay bolt. And they waited it out. And I mean, some nasty blades from Timmy. Timmy's sweaty, man. He's been spending some time in the sauna because he is he's sweaty.
Very, very good. 12-7-2. Only bested at the moment here by Asuna is 14-5-3 on the Rays.
Is Timmy trying to get on a team here? Is that his?
Well, that's we forgot to mention that whoever has the least amount of kills at the end of this loses their pro contract, and Timmy actually absorbs it.
Ah, okay, okay. Fair,
so
fair.
right now, he's kind of in danger. And for Timmy, he's already here, so he just gets to stay in Japan.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. Works out. Lovely country. Who wouldn't want to stay here?
And then, you know, he just gets to kind of sit back and watch as Depp will probably play.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, is that Depp's music? Oh, God, Achilles. I love how some of those fans, by the way, had like the you know how they all have the signs with the names and the glitter and stuff? They had like all of the ones on the team. Like it was like they had like Asuna.
I mean, they must just bring their arts
like shifting them around.
Here.
Yeah, they bring them here and do it.
Just sit in the crowd with their
like waiting to see.
Just cutting them out.
They've got someone with like a telescopic lens, like looking at like the agent picks from afar, and like, oh, okay, he's got Asuna. We've got they picked this player. Okay.
I went to an Izakaya the other night, and there was a guy just laminating things at a table.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
No, they're just very well prepared fans.
They are. It's incredible. They've got like tables for arts and crafts, not just here but also in Korea too. So it's a lot of fun to see the passion that the fans have. Oh, Mr. Fallen, you are in trouble.
First contact.
Oh, that was good though.
I mean, I think it's Asuna that's in trouble now. Takes him down. Swing on the corner, Mr. Fallen. Looting, taking damage. Remote holding in the back. Good shot there from Zeta, not finding anything. Cryo now swinging back in. Sheriff going to be snatched up. It's going to be Timmy, who does manage to find a kill here for the team. Remote getting a second one, but then it gets ran down. The fuse will come through. East kicking off the second half with a pistol round win. Chance at a run back.
Yeah, doable. You know, defender side, copium. I guess what you're looking for. Maybe we'll see. I mean, there was some good ideas there, but Mr. Fallen just playing the backside of that pillar so well. Just dodging a lot of utility. Even when he gets hit by the prowler, he's able to shift around. That's good stuff. But I don't know, man. Maybe they don't want to lose.
No, they do not. There's some pride on the line here.
Yeah, it's totally. Are you kidding me? If I'm playing on that stage, regardless, I want to put on a good show.
All right, relay bolt attempt with the nade on the back end. I like that kind of little improvised combination.
Yeah. That's smart. I mean, it does slow you up a little bit and get some good work out of that.
Cryo just going to be backing away. Doesn't like that fight.
Meanwhile, Euron's just like standing in mid, like right dead center of the map, just like a turret.
Dash forward, Timmy looking for the entry. Can't get the headshot here on him. Mr. Fallen extends out the paranoia. Swings around and Cryo gets involved. Lumo was just sat there trying to call down some sky smokes, and as soon as he puts away his arm tablet, he's like, oh, everyone's dead. 5 rounds now here for the East as we go into the bonus. Let's see if the West can stop this run back and get themselves up to double digits.
That's why you don't use your cell phones and walk at the same time, kids.
Yep.
It's dangerous. Mr. Fallen will make you pay. Like, quite literally, you will become Mr. Fallen. May or may not have done it myself from time to time.
Another day of my lifespan gone with that
And Ian's
pun.
not here anymore. He left. He missed the pun.
Okay, another attempt. Still going for the relay nade. Force Timmy back for a brief little moment. The creep up continues. Cryo watching. Finds his teammate, his comrade. Strikes him down.
Waiting for this judge to strike from Kaede. He's trying to make his way into mid, but ooh, wow, Dariali.
Great shot from Yoran as he swings the corner. Does get traded out. As he's done there from Dariali. Now the dash going to be taken out. Timmy just letting that one expire as Numo tries to creep forward, but Mr. Fallen gets the shots across and the timing a little bit off there. 3v4. Desperately needs something. Lumo pushing out, but Fallen swings around to the opposite side of the smoke. You can see Timmy wary about that swing out top mid, but it's not going to happen. And now, Zeta trying to escape, but he's being encroached upon from all sides. Finds one, cannot get the second. Got it with the judge, takes him down, and suddenly only 3 rounds separating as the bonus gets converted.
Now, both defender sides converting the bonus. Pretty defender-sided map right now. I mean, I think West here needs to change it up a little bit. Been having a tough time trying to put pressure onto this B site, and I can already see the pings coming down towards A, but they got to be a bit careful. I think East has also kind of realized that might be the case. So already Cryo and Mr. Tenzo are over there, along with Mr. Fallen. So this is going to be tricky.
Cryo catching Asuna. Nade goes out. Timmy trying to swing ahead of it. Get a punish. Depends on the opposite side. Does he go for this? Okay, Prowler gives it away, but there's the paranoia, and he sprays down 2. Got it at the same time. Caught Zeta off the opposite side of the map. And very swiftly, another flawless is delivered. It's the East now. 4 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, Mr. Vaughn, pretty good with those paranoias here on the defender side. He's got a couple big ones. And that's why he's got 6 assists now on the back of some really nasty paranoias. Gotten a few kills for himself as well. Making it easy for Mr. Tenzo.
Just realized we have Mr. Tenzo and Kaide on the same team.
Yeah.
They are mine.
The power couple for
Inseparable.
sure. Yeah.
Prowler going forward. He's going to up the pace here, though. But that Phantom couldn't quite find the headshot. Mr. Tenzo continues to hold the line.
Where are you?
Font cleared. He's not going to connect. Still 5 members strong before the East team. Now brought down to 4 as Zeta J does manage to find Dariali.
Oh, Cryo. Ooh, takes a smidge of damage there.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, we'll get another one. Bring this back to parity. Zeta J now falling. Showstopper out. Where does he send the rocket?
Into his own teammate.
Oh, Yuran is right there up front. He's trying to trade it back. He does do a decent amount of damage. The orbital strike not available, though. Now has it in death. The East continue to run this one back.
All right, this time Cryo's got a good rocket. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Didn't shoot Dariali with it. An improvement. That was, I mean, a lot of improvement here. Obviously, 5 rounds in a row. So I guess we're just gonna swing this right back. And OT.
Enemy remaining.
Copium.
You know, it could happen.
Could happen.
Could very well occur here.
Has Lumo used an orbital strike yet?
Yes.
He did use one. Okay.
Used it in the first half,
I missed
but
it.
now he's got this one built up. Guardian, Vandal, and Sheriff's here for the West. Yuran creeping forward here in the B lobby. Kaide gonna be backing away.
No ops yet for the East on their defenders half, correct? They haven't bought one?
I don't believe so.
Got plenty of cash.
Haven't seen it from him yet. Prowler. It's a catch here on the Cryo. Looks like he's just going to go flash packing out to safety. Doesn't want to stick around in that position. Tenzo about to send this Prowler.
Bring them down.
Catches one. Does he just Nightfall? Maybe with some reinforcements. They're starting to inch up.
Blocking sight.
He's been giving them quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and he's got a good opportunity to land a pretty nasty Nightfall. Haunt over the top, try to get an entry, and Yeta J just shuts down Tenzo.
Swinging around the corner, comes up with that kill. But Dariali, hits Timmy as well as Austin on one fell swoop. Orbital strike committed. Molly now going to be lobbed in. Trying to stop anybody from advancing forward. Lumo behind the box. Mr. Fallen knows exactly where he's at. He's going to try to creep up and catch him, and he will be able to do so. Yuran at the same time. Taking down Kaide, but now they're going for the defuse. The hold coming in. Yeta J. He doesn't have line of sight. They have to try to rush him down, but no, he just sticks it. And Mr. Fallen will clean up the kills, taking all the weapons away and tying it up at 9-9.
Should we get Ian's thoughts? He's back.
Yeah,
you
what do
missed
you
my
think about the
pun.
state of this game, Ian? There you go.
Michael?
Yeah, you're out.
I was actually just reading the back of my purple can of Red Bull, if I'm being honest.
Oh.
But I couldn't read it because it's in Japanese. So, but here's my thoughts, right? It's been a while since we've seen him pop off, but sign up Mr. Timmy right now. It's Timmy, sorry. Sign up, it's Timmy.
Yeah.
Because if you don't get a contract after this, something's gone wrong.
Well,
he's looking sharp.
He is. He's looking clean.
We'll see if they can close out the game. This has been a 6-round consecutive run back here for the East.
Kaide go Burt.
He's going to try to. And it's a bit more onus on Timmy now to try and deal with this. Or at least get away from it.
Dariali's got the overdrive, and he's getting deep into West territory.
Dashes forward, but Cryo in position. Kaide able to find one. Asuna does get Cryo with his approach through market. Cryo also in a bit of a spot of bother. Has that smoke blocking off.
Cage trigger.
Gets himself over to the site.
You should run.
4v3. Lockdown used, but now Yeta J taken out. Lockdown's right there in the cyber cage, and now suddenly just Lumo takes one more with him, but a team ace, a round win, and a lead established here for the East.
Oh, man. Their defense is just too strong right now. What's that? 8 rounds in a row, essentially, 7 on the defender's side. This is looking pretty...
I understand now. I know why this is happening.
Why?
Because,
You
well,
figured it out.
you got Austin on one side, Cryo on the other side. They can only defend.
Why is that?
They can't pick up the attack rounds.
Why is that?
Never mind. They struggled with attack yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they did. You're right. Now I remember. Now the 100 Thieves were not doing so good on attack yesterday.
I thought you'd pick that up a little bit quicker.
Nah.
All right, well, Cryo trying to hold the line, but Timmy, nice opener here.
Is that bag?
Able to answer back one, but Timmy comes up with a second elimination.
Timmy!
Looking for three, got it. Showstopper up over the top. Asuna finding Mr. Fallen. I think they heard my cheeky snide joke and they wanted to prove me wrong. Look to tie this up at 10-10 once again. Mr. Tendo pushing forward. Will be able to get him. Work cut out for him though, as there's still 3 more players to go through.
Oh no.
Sees and sees. Both getting decayed, both getting healed back up. The swing in, almost has that transfer. That was looking scary. But a Thrifty comes through, as the West will in fact bring it 10-10.
This is very interesting that it's like almost exactly the same start. There's like 1 round difference before the attacker side gets their first win. I mean, it's a very tough map. Now Mr. Fallen's gonna go for an op.
Unfortunate timing there from Kai, just trying to throw out that neural theft, but has it very much rudely interrupted. Keeping them in contention, but now get another op here from Mr. Fallen. Push up, Timmy. Hungry for the win. Finds the opening kill, but jumping up over the top, it seems like they have in fact noticed him, maybe pinged. They're on that mini-map. Timmy going to be taken down, but Austin now finding Dariali. Mr. Fallen, Shorty, here within the smoke, but he's got 2 targets. Here's the footsteps.
Here.
He's trying to relay what little he can over to Cryo as the smoke gets ready to expire. Anything, can't find a paint shell. Let loose Cryo. Getting the 1 elimination. The time running thin, and as he swings the corner, Yeta J will take him down. The West once more in the driver's seat.
I like the way he presets up that blast pack to peek and then use it to essentially dash out of the angle there, but just got shut down too quick before he's able to do it. But all right, well, West maybe they're back on track. They've got this. Timmy back to clapping.
Still enough money to get the purchase through. Light armor onto 3, but no operator able to be carried over here. But it feels like overall the rifling has been the strong suit for the Eastern team.
Wow.
Really both out, swing in. Asuna caught, blinded up. Nice little set play. The East does not want the West to just walk away with this one. They do not want them to get up to match point, it would seem. Got it spotted there for a brief little moment. Showstopper at the ready from Cryo. Thinking maybe somebody was going to be pushing off the back of that Prowler, but unfortunately for him, the answer was no. Cap on the plant. They're just going to get tucked into the corner.
Planted.
All right,
4 players
Tenzo.
to try to get through.
Now it's time for that nightfall. Ooh, nasty.
More than enough here for Cryo. Now he needs to try to jump forward. Good on covering fire. Does manage to stop him dead in his tracks. Now the nightfall crashes across.
One enemy
Good on
remaining.
Artie. So very low.
Nice.
No chance in hell for him to survive. Dariali will clean up the last 2 kills as we're just going to keep going blow for blow as the pendulum swings. 11-11.
I really like the way that these sites kind of lend themselves to the Fade utility. Like the Nightfall, obviously, it's pretty good. Just like, you know, a lot of people think that Breach might be pretty good on this map because, you know, obviously the Rolling Thunder, but other reasons too. But and the Prowlers are really good here because there's a lot of tight corners on this map.
Sure.
So you can really utilize that well. Probably some haunt lineups that are going to be discovered over time that are pretty nasty. So, yeah, and, you know, a lot of teams I think are thinking that Raze is going to be the more ideal duelist potentially on this map. So you got the, you know, the Season 8 combo, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like Fade. I like Fade a lot on this map.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the continued evolution of it. See what the pros really land on as far as.
Not so sure about the Neon
strength.
yet, but
I mean, I could see her having some strength here.
I think so. I think in the right hands.
Some more relay bolt lineups might be necessary.
Yeah. I think Dariali needs a little bit more practice.
Bring them down.
Yep, sending that Prowler out into mid. Gets a spot onto Lumo. It's Timmy. Trying to see if he could spot anything at all. Going towards market. Shot goes out. Just a little bit of damage. Down to 67 health now.
But with all this Cypher utility, the East is completely aware of where the West is, more or less, and they don't really need to push out. They don't need to cover A just yet, but eventually it seems like the West is making their way over there. You can see the Asuna just about to trip the one in front of A. So now, Kaede gonna be under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, here comes the whole team.
Kaide's just sat here trying to hold the line, but Asuna does take him down. A man advantage in an opening on the A site where the plant's going to be coming through. That Nightfall still available from Yudon. Asuna pushing out of the smoke, able to find one.
Face your
So continues to trade up, and now Nightfall going to be unleashed. I think all three getting caught, but somehow Mr. Fallen, even though he's the one who can't hear, he's the one who's getting the jump. Cryo pushing forward, finds one. Okay, expiring. Now dead. Lumo here in the back, but the hold continues. Mr. Fallen just sticks it. The knife kill will come in from Timmy, but it's far too late. In that context, I think it's more embarrassing to have the stick come in rather than to be knifed.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. Because at that point in the round, like, oh no.
The East just
it's so close.
getting themselves now up to match point.
It's so close.
And a very big laugh. And from Mr. Fallen. Well played. And the relay bolts coming through.
If it goes OT, knives only. Knives only until somebody wins.
That could be fun.
Yeah. Then Asuna can really play Sword Art Online.
Let's do. Oh, man. Right now, his play is directly inverse to the quality of the show.
Yeah, that's
So he's
true.
playing
Yeah,
quite well.
that's correct. Yeah. I'm glad he's bringing the quality of this cast up.
I definitely have just upset some people with that comment. Tenzo trying to hold the line. Gets the headshot through. Off. Not connecting, but Lumo swinging the corner. Absolutely will, but as he goes bouncing forward, swinging to the crosshair of Dariali, who's looking for Asuna, and he manages to find it. Timmy with one. Here in the smoke, and the no-scope.
30 seconds left.
It's Timmy. Swapping over, grabbing the rifle. Cryo in the corner. 10 HP, the dash now. Falling! He walks right into the headshot. They had the strong lead at the beginning, but the East will be able to take it down 13-11.
Dang, that was really close. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a runaway, but then it kind of just became the fact that the defender side was much, much more stronger for these guys on both sides of the coin, and just a little bit stronger for the East. I mean, I'm impressed. Top to bottom, a lot of good plays out there. I'm not so sure about Kaide's Cypher, but other than that, I thought everybody played pretty well.
Timmy, 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 Timmy. Sign him up. Sign him up.
He's got a decent op.
He had, very good opping.
Good play
throughout that one. Highest first kill pickup in that game, 6 for him. Next closest was Cryo and Mr. Tenzo are tied at 4.
Yeah.
Overall, a very solid performance there from It's Timmy.
Come on, guys. I dare someone to lift the trophy. I dare you.
Oh, no.
I dare you.
Timmy just grabs it and runs.
Go on, Timmy. Lift it, Timmy. I mean, last thing on Timmy, look, he's a 100 Thieves content creator. Get him on the roster. Get him on the 100 Thieves roster. You never know what could happen. But look, for Achilleos and for Paperpin, guys, you finally got a nice long map there, didn't you? Like you said, East were 8-0 down.
Yeah.
Don't forget. And what a comeback that was, Seth.
That's a little bit more of what we wanted to see during the semifinal.
It was
couldn't
one of the
deliver it, but hey,
comebacks of all time, yeah.
You know, I've cast a lot of show matches in my career. I think this genuinely might be one of the more fun ones that I've done, probably the most fun one that I've done. Really nice stuff.
It was the least one-sided that I've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was back and forth, especially towards the end. And you know, it started off and there was some laughs and stuff coming from the arena, but the crowd really got into it as well. It became like a real deal Holyfield matchup, didn't it?
Yeah, no. I mean, there were some exciting plays in there. There was some kind of like, you know, clutch sticks on defuses, you know, just barely whiffing on some shots that kind of cost some rounds here or there. People ulting their teammates, you know, it had everything you could want there. Very entertaining.
Yeah, and there were a lot of players there we've obviously said commiserations to that didn't make it into the semis or the grand finals, and they all got one last shot under the big lights in this illustrious arena, and they all enjoyed it, that's for sure, Seth.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy when you are eliminated from a tournament to say, like, no, I don't want to do that. You know, I'm not in the mood. So I got to say, like, you know, props to the players for being willing to come out here, have some fun, you know, push through those negative emotions after getting eliminated. And, you know, just put on a nice little show here for everybody watching at home as well as here in the arena.
Paper Thin, it's not often you get the chance to play Valorant in a sumo arena.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you would ask me if I wanted to play in that, I would have said yes. I know I would have got absolutely destroyed by every one of those players on that stage. Well, I'd be lucky if I got one kill.
Because he plays inverted.
I do play inverted.
There you go.
My x-axis is inverted. Yeah.
Well,
it's a lunatic.
Or no, my y-axis. Sorry, my y-axis.
Okay. You are a lunatic. Let's take a look at some of the highlights there from that one. I'm sure there'll be some interesting players in the mix here as well, Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, fun moments throughout. I mean, it's like Favorite Thing was mentioning some absolutely bizarre moments as well. The showstopper onto the teammate, but we had plenty of rockets that actually did hit their intended targets. But it was a good time. Some nice showings. Again, I didn't know Timmy's game. I issue his an official apology.
Can we get another one?
Performed beyond my expectations. Very nice hopping. Reminds me of me.
Can you vouch for that, Paper Thin, or?
No,
I didn't think so.
He can't because he can't duel with me.
That's correct.
Well, we get the last shots of them all fist bumping, and you know, it was a good time all around. MVP for West. One more time, give it up for Timmy. What a play. That, you know, we said that the best thing that could happen for him was for him to go away with a highlight reel. If I'm him, I'm clipping up some of those kills and putting them online for sure.
That blade storm he had was nuts. I mean, he had some great op shots. There's a lot. There's a lot there that you can stick into some VODs, no doubt about it.
Again, those first kills, you know, a lot of times just opening things up where they, you know, on the defending side, staring down that A towards attack side. Just really quick reactions, really snappy, punishing people for going for jiggle peeks and whatnot. So really crisp stuff.
You guys done an amazing job. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, man.
Absolute blast.
Yeah.
Loved it. Coming to an end.
What a dream it was to be casting in this event with Red Bull for the first time for us. It was everything couldn't have gone better. Honestly, it was great.
Yeah, I mean, you summed up when we first got on this desk, Seth, of the history of this building. Just for anybody who's watching right now, just recap. I know you don't know the ins and outs and stuff, but it goes back a long way, this building, and to be able to commentate within it on in your specialist field must be a dream come true.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's always awesome when you get to work in a venue that has a long lineage, and this has a longer one than most, 114 years. But you know, whether it's this Madison Square Garden, I mean, we did Kia Forum, the champions, and seeing all the different names of artists that were on the wall. You know, being like, oh my God, like I'm in the same spot where Queen was, where like you know, Richard Pryor has performed in this place. Like all of these absolute legends of their fields, whether it's you know, a comedian or a band or whatever. It's just sick to be like, I have now shared that space with these people. For here, it's sharing space with just generations and generations.
Oh, I thought you were going to say me.
Well, I mean that too. It's been an absolute pleasure
Definitely
for the
not
first
Mitchell
time. But generations and generations of just people who are engaging in physical combat and sumo wrestling. You know, dating back for over 100 years. That's just awesome, and that's not probably something that I'll ever get to do again unless we hold another event in this very arena.
Anybody watching this who loves your work, where can they find you both? I'll go with you first, Paper Thin.
Say what?
Where can viewers find you?
Where can they find me? At Paper Thin here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or
also
Achilles Cast, all that good stuff.
All right, cool. Before we go anywhere else, this is the last chance you get to give your final thoughts going into our grand final, a best of 5 situation. It will be Cloud9 versus Fnatic. Fnatic are coming into this on fire. Cloud9, of course, yesterday wrapped things up in tremendous fashion. Which way you leaning? Give us a preview, Paper Thin.
My head says Fnatic, my heart says C9. I want to see Oxy pop off some more. He has just been an absolute treat to watch.
Yeah, I happen to agree. We were talking about it, the Oxy versus Durka head-to-head. That seems like that's going to be absolutely incredible, but this is also going to be a very big test for Vanity in that IGL role. Boaster had DRX absolutely downloaded, knew what every single move that they were going to be doing throughout those two maps. So, I mean, Vanity, can he come up with something crazy that Boaster is not going to expect? And can he get a read on what movements we're going to be seeing from Fnatic? That's my big question. So I think that is going to be the second biggest matchup for me.
No more on the fence. Who's taking it?
Fnatic.
How did I see that?
I'm not happy about it.
Okay. Well,
I would love to be proven wrong.
Yes, please.
You might be. You
Please.
may well be. So I just want to give one more massive thanks to these two amazing casters, analysts, just multi-skilled beasts, Achilleos and Paper Thin. It's been a pleasure being on the desk with you. Go and enjoy that grand final. I imagine you're going to get sat in there in the mix with all of these amazing Japanese fans. And when we come back with Tom and Mitch, we'll preview that grand final in full and eventually find out who lifts the Red Bull Home Ground 2023 trophy. See you soon. back in the mix in one of the most famous cities in the world, Tokyo, Japan, as you see these glorious shots from this wonderful place. Too many glorious things to mention here: the shrines, the fashion, the food, the culture as a whole. And now, Red Bull Home Ground 2023. Welcome to this historic sumo arena right here in Tokyo. It's been, you know, home to a lot of things in the past. Sumo wrestling, Olympic grade boxing, massive live events, but never Valorant. We are breaking ground here, Mitch, as we've got a packed out crowd witnessing it all live.
We absolutely do. You know, this has been an incredible tournament so far. I think the turnout from day one has been spectacular. We weren't expecting to even see this many people on the first day. The food trucks were packed out, and it only improved from there on out. The fans have been fantastic as well, and that's the beautiful thing about being here in Japan. It's unlike anywhere else in the world for a number of reasons, but the fact that they cheer for every team, that's what makes it so special. And in this final, I think we're going to see a lot of that.
Big shout out to Aegon by AOC, who are supporting this event. My name's Ian Chambers. Thank you so much for having me. I've been your host all of this weekend, and we've been mixing it up here on the desk with our casters /
You sound like you're
analysts.
leaving now. It's like, thank you for having me, guys. Right, I'm out. They've subbed me out for the grand final. I'll see you later.
Maybe I'm gone. Maybe I am gone. You just don't know about it. Listen, Tom, Mitch, you are rejoining us here at a pivotal time.
Ooh.
After 3 long days, 8 teams stepped into this arena to kick things off, and we're now down to an Elite 2. I know it's hard for us 3 to get serious, and there'll be times when we're not. But for the players and the teams involved in the, you know, the culmination of this event, it's time to get deadly serious.
Oh, for sure. Like, obviously, there will always be talk in these sort of events of like, it's off season, Like, the excuses are there before it even began. But for both teams, you get this far into the event, you have that best of 5 in front of you. Obviously, for Cloud9, the best start you could ever have to this roster is to beat Fnatic in a grand final and take a trophy. And also after they won the 10 Invitational as well. I think it would get people really hyped for the roster. And for Fnatic, it's almost like, yeah, our coach left. We've got a new one. We're still here. We're still kicking. And we're ready for 2024. Just keep everyone confident going forward.
You touched on it there. Yes, it's an off-season event, but bragging rights, legacy, momentum, just a few of the things that you can gain by lifting that trophy, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it for a long time. I think 100 Thieves were certainly happy to lift a trophy, and it was at home ground last year.
Yep.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it this time around, obviously, but now we've got a new champion.
I'm pretty sure their watch party is like over there. Like, come on, man. Like,
don't worry about it. The exciting thing is that either way, it's going to be a new hero here, right? We've had our G2 the first time around, Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, as I mentioned. Now there's going to be a 4th champion added for the 4th edition of this tournament.
Will it be Cloud9 or Fnatic? Those are our 2 grand finalists. And before we get into previewing this one in depth, let's meet the roster behind Cloud9.
Should the team always have a duelist?
Francis is on the team. I'm down, yeah. In this meta with this team, I think yes, right? Yeah, 100%. Yes.
If you had to pick a map to play for the rest of your Valorant career, which one would it be?
Icebox. 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 I'm down for Icebox. I love Icebox. You guys are or no, Breeze. Breeze.
Jake, how do you not like Icebox? I guess you play controller.
I think I'd play Haven. I love Haven.
Oh,
I love
hell
no, Haven.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
I'd say Eric. Yeah,
I'll give it to Eric.
Yes! I'd say Eric. Serious? I've seen Eric win more 1v4s than Jake.
Which player is the biggest joker off screen?
Joker? I think we're all pretty stupid.
We're all but there's one big clown over here.
Nah, I feel like
one
we're
big
all,
jester.
It's either him or all of us. There's
one
of the S's.
Yeah. No, we're all jesters. We're all clowns, but this guy's the biggest one.
Actually, yeah, you are the king of the clown.
Well, they took out Zeta in the quarterfinals, then wiped out Mitch's boys' foot in the semis before locking in this grand final spot. And Mitch, it is a thoroughly deserved position to be in for this talented roster.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I was excited to potentially see an EMEA matchup here, bring us back to the regular season in a way, but the reality is C9, they very much deserved it. And look, I'm not going to cry about it. I said after I saw Foot go out, I guess it's time for the full-on Vanity fan club, and I might even go against my EMEA squad coming into this. Even after a dominant display, you got to remember C9, their speciality is watching you play and then adapting to it. It's what they've done so far, and they've had a chance to watch that previous BO3. I think they're coming in hot today.
Oxy in particular has really shown up on this stage. It's absolutely crazy, and it's someone you touted at the very beginning. Well, you both did, and he hasn't just lived up to the hype, he surpassed them.
Well, that's the thing. There's been sort of like jokey back and forth. So I think it was Leaf actually on Twitter saying it just seems like any player that joins C9 as the duelist just ends up being their carry. He's always just trolling them. It's like you're getting lucky. You keep signing all these insane players, but if they win this grand final, he is the MVP. I don't even think it matters so much what happens. He's been ridiculous all the way through this event as someone who is just making his way towards the tier 1, because when he gets himself into the partnership later on, like beginning of next year, that'll be his first time in partnership. He looks like he's already been there for years.
How is he so unfazed by it all, Mitch? I don't get it.
It's unbelievable. You know, we talked a lot before this tournament started when we saw these signings, or at least these rumors, and he was someone I had a lot of questions about. Tom assured me that he'd probably play to a decent level, but I never believe it, right? When I see you perform at a lower tier, not have that tier 1 experience, not play against these kind of teams, I just don't believe that you're going to come through and deliver that performance, because we've seen it time and time again where these stars, as they're touted, take on the international stage or even a high-level regional, and it's a different ballgame. They get shut down. They can't find those same opening duels as they did because their opponents don't make the mistakes to allow them to do that. But this is a man who has made his own opportunities, and it's just been a joy to watch him play every single map.
A real chance to put himself on the map alongside his very capable roster, but to do that, they've got to go against Fnatic. What can you say about these guys? Just blasted through DRX like it was nothing, Tom, to propel themselves into this final.
Yeah, the thing is they also had like 2 different stars. They always do. Durka, map 1 was unbelievable. Chronicle, he looked like he was cheating in the second map. I'm not even going to lie. Like, some of the stuff he was doing, I was just like, this is just BS. But that's the depth they have within this team. They have gone into this event. You even heard it in the interview with Boaster where he was saying like, yeah, we're just almost working on our synergy. We don't have like mass amounts of strats prepared, but when you are this team who is basically considered the very best in the world, that can be enough to win you events on its own. And the fact that they're trying to improve that to another degree must be terrifying to everyone else.
We've got a bit of a banger of a jet battle on our hands here. Oxy and Dirk going head to head. Mitch, this should be tasty.
Good old Durka, man. This guy, look, he's been the player to watch for the longest time, but now a new challenger, young blood stepping up to the plate. This is where it gets the most exciting, because like I say, for someone like Oxy, you step up to the tier 1 level, I don't know if you're going to deliver. Well, there is no test better than up against this man on the other side.
We're about to see Oxy and Deca make their way out here onto the stage with the rest of their rosters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to bring out our grand finalists onto this stage.
3日間の激闘の末、いよいよレッドブルホームグラウンド2023グランドフィナーレの時がやってきました。東京の皆さん、このアリーナをエネルギーで揺らせ。Cloud9
Cloud9 looking across at Buster, messing around like that. Does that give you that little bit more fire to shut him up? What do you think, Mitch?
You know, maybe in one way, you're certainly not going to be surprised by it. I'll say that coming out. This guy's been doing that since the dawn of Valorant, but I feel like for some players it does light that fire. On the side of C9, not so much. I think they're a very chill team.
Yeah.
There's someone that want to take him down on principle already.
Vanity as well has almost had this sort of like this love for Boaster. Both of them have gone back and forth many a time. They've had battles in previous teams as well where Boaster both times has managed to take the cake. So I do believe that there's always something with Vanity where you know that there's certain people he wants to beat. I'm sure DRX would have been one of them, and obviously Fnatic makes that list. But that's the thing. Fnatic at this point, they are used to having a target on their back. And Boaster, well, as you see, he can have fun while doing it.
Absolutely. Well, for the first time here at Red Bull Homeground 2023, we have a best of 5 series, so buckle up. If all goes to plan, we might have a long battle on our hands here. Talk us through the map picks here.
I'm not surprised to see Sunset go out of it instantly because it's a map that C9 have looked fantastic on, and Fnatic has said that they've been talking about how they haven't put a mass amount of work into their sort of the new things, and that being the new map, it makes a lot of sense. C9 going into Bind, their comp the other day was insane. Like, it was really well worked with the Yoru in it, but it is historically one of Fnatic's best maps.
A Breeze, you know, Fnatic picking it, sure, they just look very good, but C9 got to watch that map as well. Something that they won't be able to come in, play the same comfort that they just did, but the same can be said for Ascent. Those are the 2 maps we just saw Fnatic on, but they didn't play that many rounds.
The other thing as well is, I think that today was the first time Fnatic have ever picked Breeze in their history as a team. Like, not even just this roster, as an organization, they never picked Breeze. And there's a few, if you go back, you can't necessarily see whether they picked or banned it, but I'm almost certain like the other map will be Icebox or something. You're like, yeah, I think they probably picked Icebox. So it's a new map within their pool based on new players. Chronicle, Leo, they're the ones that have always been good on this map. But ultimately, with both of these teams, you expect that depth to be there, just maybe slightly more for Fnatic.
I think after seeing what happened earlier on, C9 are going to absolutely want to start strong here, because once Fnatic get rolling, Mitch, it's hard to put a stop to them, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and I think if they start to gather a little bit of momentum moving on to Breeze, their Ascent looked good today, like we said, those 2 maps already feeling very good. Lotus as well, this was the map that for C9, they struggled up against Foot. So there's potential that even if that first map goes C9's way, that Fnatic do get that ball rolling, C9 will struggle to stop the snowball.
All right, well, we are going into Bind to kick off proceedings, so that means Agent Select is coming up right now before your very eyes. Tom, what do you make of, or what do you expect to see here?
Well, that's the thing. As I said, Fnatic have played this map for an incredibly long time. I don't think there's anything too crazy going to be coming out of their side of things. Cypher, maybe not the most common pick in the world, but it's something that definitely can be viable, especially for someone like Althea. The other side is where the comp's more fun. That Raze combo with the Yoru. Oxy was unbelievable the other day while playing this map. I will say, though, that I think with Zeta looked lost when they were playing up against it. Whereas I think Fnatic, they're a team that have a lot of experience when it comes to adapting on the fly, and they will have seen that game. So I hope that Oxy has got a little bit more in his back pocket that he was saving for a team like Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. The reality is that Yoru looked unbelievable. Vanity, though, I'm super excited to see back on that Sky. His flashes were unreal. He was picking up the op as well. Yeah, and he was hitting a couple of shots.
Sky versus Brim up, maybe?
This is the thing. You go one side of the map, you've got Oxy, a ton of utility. He's going to be putting decoys out, making it very hard for you to take any space without dumping utility. You go the other side, Vanity's opping you, flashing you, and his teammates peeking. He's resetting up. This has been so much fun to watch these guys playing. We're not even touching on Curry, who has just been a stellar stand-in for this squad. I mean, to come in with relatively little time to prep and play this well, it is unbelievable to see.
It's an advertisement for himself as well. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing. There will be teams that are going to watch these matches, see how he does versus Fnatic, and go, maybe we slip a contract his way.
Yeah, that's what these events are all about, right?
Exactly.
Look, Fnatic, they might be having a good time out there. A lot of it might be fun and games, but after champs in LA, they are hungry to lift a trophy and put a positive full stop to 2023. And we are getting set now to start and kick off this amazing grand final. It's Fnatic versus Cloud9, with 2 men who are not strangers to calling the action for big moments in Valorant. Tom, Mitch, let's get it on.
Thank you so much, Ian. Yes, the grand final is kicking off here on Bind. Cloud9's pick, and the barriers are already up. And we're going to see Fnatic on that defensive side. 4-man stack towards the A side, Tom. A lot of players in that position. And you see, yeah, they've got some Cypher utility. They've got a Viper wall to hopefully slow them down, but it has not done that. C9 claimed the site control for free. A little bit of damage on the Chronicle. He's up close in the smoke and good for 2. Eventually falling, but he might just have done enough.
Chronicle on this map. I get flashbacks every single time. Slightly different agent pool to in the past, but they've already managed to isolate another. Vanity, he needs to get some damage done, and already leaving it on to just Jake to try and clutch this one out. First shot will go into the face of Durka, but nothing more to be had.
Very nicely done by Fnatic. The pistol round is theirs, and considering the 4-man stack on the A side, Chronicle isolated, pushed by 3 players, the 4th one providing the flash, that little bit of extra support. The fact that he was, by all accounts, isolated and still was able to get away with as much damage as he was. This is just unbelievable inside the smoke, and what a way to start it.
That's the thing. If you somehow missed the game earlier where he played versus DRX on Ascent, the second map, he was 24-8. Like, he was the best player in the server by a country mile. So the fact is, okay, it's been a couple of hours. They had some time to get some food, detox a little bit before going into this one. But yeah, it has been a good day for Chronicle so far.
Well, C9 have gone for a force buy, not happy with losing out on that pistol. They're putting all their credits on the line and hoping to stop Fnatic before, like Ian said earlier, that ball really does get rolling because it can be hard to slow them down. The trap destroyed as they sneak their way through an attempted counter to the Chronicle strat of old, the Nats before that. As they attempt to move in towards Lamps, it's clear and it's conceded. The fact that Fnatic are playing so passive means they want to run for the retake, and they're being cautious. Maybe expecting to be up against pistols, but already they will have heard the rattle of some stingers. They'll know what they're up against, and Durka, well, he's dropped Zeta at least to take away any advanced control this squad has.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was the one player that could get up close and personal with those SMGs. Jake did manage to get a Bulldog, so that's the one sort of weapon that they have. There you go, that could do a little bit of extra damage. And Oxy, he has that wraparound, looking to come in from behind the pot flash, but Boaster has actually gone forward instead. Maybe looking to rejoin up with the rest of his team. Curry, however, has aggressed even further forward, catching these players off guard for Fnatic, making things incredibly awkward. And in fact, they're even going to switch the game up back over to B.
For a round 2 damage is often the conversation that we have, but having invested fully, C9 want the win. They may well need it. But Fnatic, oh, they're being faked out. Beautiful, the rotation to B, and the rotation right back. The space taken by Oxy. Now Fnatic really are on the back foot, with Oxy being so far pushed up. Now, they only heard 2 players teleport. They should know someone else was on this A side. Someone was securing the control, and they've spotted him. Avoided being taken down early in this fight. The problem is now they've got a crossfire. 3 players swinging out. A firing squad from C9 as they fight right back into things. The second round is theirs.
This team just seems to be a maestro when it comes to these lower purchase rounds, these investment into SMGs. Zeppa, I'm sure, has been training the Stinger for an unbelievable amount of time, but this was just a push and pull. This was all about positioning, consistently forcing players into awkward fights, and I think other than Zeppa actually going down early, every other one went exactly the way that was wanted for the side of C9. Equalization, and for the defensive side, you don't have that plant. You don't have that extra boost of cash. So just going to be some pistols in this round. Not even any shields, and well, Durka already gone.
Oh, and Oxy on the back of his decoy grabbing another. Like we said, his utility usage has been such a menace to deal with. You're seeing exactly why, even just starting out this first map. Round 3, C9 5 versus 3. And Fnatic, although they've got 2 players stacked up on B, it is the weaponry disadvantages that you mentioned earlier, the pistols in play. They leave them without too much hope when it comes to most of these fights. Element of surprise for Chronicle. That's going to be his first, but plenty more to go. And these targets are ready for the fight, but Chronicle's hitting heads. A nice follow-up on the second. Damage started to come into the conversation, but quickly that conversation closes.
I don't know, the thing is, a split second later, and he's read that. He's turned back to catch the player. Chronicle definitely seems on today, but Well done from C9. Didn't let it get out of control. Obviously winning the bonus as well gives them a huge bolster in economy, so especially on this attack side, getting off to a flying start. And you have to bear in mind, it was their defense last time out that was off the charts. They were fantastic with their defensive aggression, which again, when you have something like a Yoru, is not that normal, not that common. Like you normally have a really poor defensive side because of the fact that Yoru doesn't have that much value to it, but Oxy has proven otherwise, at least versus other competition. Now that cam's going to be utilized quite regularly just for information, and I'm surprised they haven't seen this. There's so much there. TP actually going through as well, and now they're fighting this on the Fnatic side.
Oh, those wall bangs were damn close. Whizzing by Oxy. His teammate further back, Vanity, they have managed to concede the control though and not end up being crunched, which was the intention of Fnatic, the Molly to lock them in, the players to push them. The Molly's come out from C9 as they start to take control of the back of A side, attempting a wrap, but Curry's been spotted, dropped immediately. The 1v1 fight's not working, and the trade's even better for Fnatic. 4 versus 2. It's Oxy to try and recover, moving through Bath. Boaster's low. One bullet is all that's needed. The wall bang, far too easy. Already a tear from Oxy. And he's going to tear through that dimensional drift. Make his way all around A, clearing this completely, allowing his teammate to move into position. Thing is, though, that spike hasn't moved towards the site. They're expecting a flank. They're looking for it, knowing that Fnatic probably have something else up their sleeve. But really, this is just a pure retake from the defenders.
Yeah, they're actually just being patient, and it's almost getting in the heads of C9 a little bit. They will still have this plant for free. And Oxy again going to be getting up close. He's been unbelievable so far, and he's just not missing at all. Every single shot a headshot, every man in front of him down. This kid is something special.
He's on his feet after that play, Tom, and I can't bloody blame him. I would have been if I wasn't already standing. Unbelievable. I mean, look, Boaster's low, every other kill, beautiful. That's Durka that he started off this 4K against, a player that at one time and for a long time considered the best player in the world. And for such a new player like Oxy to deliver that same level, unreal. 8-2. The third round for C9 and a crippling defeat for Fnatic, who now need to look for a way back in. This defensive side already slipping out of their grasp, and you can see by looking down at that hood on the left side, Fnatic don't have a lot to work with. A couple of scraps, a judge inside of Hookah can most certainly be dangerous. A bookie inside of Lamps I'm not too sure about, and I'm just looking at an orbital strike for Jake, whether he wants to use it in a round where they've got nothing though.
You know, it's alpha. It's an alpha with any gun. I believe there's a possibility that he's going to kill everyone.
They've spotted him in Lamps, they've stunned him. Orbital strike goes over towards Bath though for some reason. So it's not actually going to catch Alpha. He's still here with the bookie. They could bypass him completely, obviously, especially with the wall down. Look to fight on range towards the back of the site. Big concern. They've spotted Durka. They know the showstopper's online. It's not fired. I was certain.
He didn't even get a chance. Oxy's just taking his head clean off. We spoke about this C9 roster last year when they came to home ground. They'd signed Ye. I might be more excited about this guy. Right? I'm going to be honest, after watching him play this tournament so far. Maybe a little bit too soon, but he's just styling on them at this point. This is the best team of 2023, and Oxy is making them look foolish. 4-1. Again, got a little bit dicey for a moment, but they quickly recover into a further advantage. 4-1 up for C9. But once again, there's a bye now for Fnatic. And you'd think it'd get a little bit tougher.
Yeah, you would if you hadn't just watched the last couple rounds, man. Look at that. I mean, it probably would have been just the one. Oxy might have been safe behind the boxes, but here, the amount of times he just escaped death in this round is unbelievable. 11 kills, 3 deaths up against Fnatic. And the 6th round, well, it's anyone's guess.
5 rounds.
Anyone's guess what we're going to see other than Oxy finding a multi-kill, because I would gamble that that's a likelihood at this point.
That has basically been the game so far.
That's all it is.
Other than the pistol round. Nonetheless, this is already, as well, his 2nd dimensional drift online. It's not exactly the cheapest ult in the world to get. He's just been building it up, causing havoc. Now, they don't have much in terms of ults to combo, but it can cause issues when it comes versus his opponent of Chronicle. He was sat in the Viper's pit trying to hold it down, but Alpha's responded quickly at that. Zeppa will put this back into a 3v3, and they still haven't quite got the spike onto the site. Zeppa actually looks like he might continue this. He's feeling confident and looking for a little bit more. Even going to pop that showstopper to try and clear Leo, and he will after death. Now Durka's all that stands. With both players TPing, he'll have the info.
But he doesn't have the HP, Tom. He's down to 48 health. Durka needs to step up to the plate. An Oxy-level performance, swinging into the planter, and it's not good enough. Vanity adjusts in time, and C9 continue to extend this lead. A pistol round win for Fnatic, and nothing but defeat ever since.
The Yoru cosplayer is having a great day. Like, any other team makes it to the final, and he's like, I've got to go change. This doesn't suit anymore. And instead, well, Oxy's doing him a solid, that's for sure.
One enemy.
Great round from Zeppa as well, though. The fact that he just swung the spawn rotation. I'd like, normally you sit there and go, maybe there was a flat, maybe there was something. No, he just swung it. He just went for the timing. Maybe heard the Tiger of Leo and knew that one of the players would be isolated, but even that was a little bit far.
Wow.
Alpha, though, he's going to put Jake in the dirt. Now that is the smokes, or at least one of them, gone.
Yeah, obviously with the wall already placed as well at the very start of the round. C9 don't have a lot of flexibility with where they're going to be blocking vision. The info is there for Fnatic, but Oxy is here for C9. Round on round, putting up the numbers. The flank spotted already, but it's Oxy pushing forward that they need to be worried about. He's gotten 2 kills, a lifeline for the side of C9 in a round where Fnatic looked like they might have had a little bit more bite to them. They're once again forced into a retake with Boaster not even really able to escape freely. He's going to hope to catch them off guard. Up close, but not a chance with a great shot from Curry. Although Vanity, the timing doesn't work out for him. The numbers are back to even. Curry's low. This clutch is now looking doable.
Head spotted. They know where both players are at this point, and Alpha, his Guardian has been filthy. He leaves the stand-in. Curry left in a 1 versus 2. Time at least ticking in his favor. The tap onto the spike, attempting to reveal his position, but yet to be on it. Yet to really get anything from it. He's not revealed his position. He's just waiting within this smoke, and they will get on it within the last few seconds. It's definitely going to be that little bit closer with how it has gone, but I think they've just about managed to get that over the line. I don't know if Alpha had his stopwatch out, but I was a little bit nervous for him.
If he fires through that smoke, takes him down, yeah, it could have went awry, but I think they made the right call because they didn't know. And you'll notice the body language, the fact that Alpha taps it and then he's looking at back. They had no idea where he was. So just trying to bait him out in the open. The patience was palpable, but at the end of the day, it's not quite enough.
It's a big round for Fnatic, though. Like, you have to bear in mind that was SMGs, that was the Guardian of Alpha, and obviously a rifle, I think, retrieved by Chronicle. Even still, though, no real harm done in terms of the economy of Cloud9. They're still going to be able to purchase back into this one. A couple of ults available. And actually, well, new coach on the block. Now my buddy going to be given the opportunity to maybe try and talk through some things with Fnatic, because thus far, well, as said, coming in against a brand new Cloud9. Okay, they've played a tournament already, but this is the Fnatic Team of the Year that are coming into this tournament. And right now, well, they're getting starred on by an 18-year-old Yoru.
By a rookie. Unbelievable. He's 14-5, Oxy, right now, matching the performance of Chronicle and Alpha put together. Obviously, the deaths then would add up to be something else.
They had a few more deaths than him, so if anything, doing better.
Doing better than the 2 of them put together, which is, well, it's hard to imagine that reality. Even coming into today, after the performances from Oxy, seeing him lock in the Yoru, we're still like, oh, you know, Fnatic, they're not going to be caught off guard by this same sort of shenanigans. Yeah. And I think it's fair to say that they absolutely have been. Maybe they weren't the same sort of shenanigans, but well, even in the rounds, like a lot of the bathroom takes have been very similar. Like he's being able to run the same route again and again and not being punished for it.
More aggressive though.
Yeah,
like that's the funny thing.
Against
it's like,
Fnatic.
Yeah,
what an
it's like he's chosen to just play more outside of the box than he did versus Zeta. So yeah, it really has been just like really impressive. So see if he can carry it on. Fnatic normally do quite well with their pauses, but it's new. It's new. Different player, different person, talking things through. Already a much faster take in towards middle. In fact, Zeta's already gone into the site, and he's out.
In and out just like that. Well, an opening pick for Fnatic. That'll certainly stand to them. Orbital Strike pushes some players forward. Hurry inside the snake bite. The spams just about missed him. They would have done a lot of damage. Seekers detecting where these players are, just further confirming that it is in fact an A play. Oxy's going to use his TP to throw a little bit more randomness into the equation. See the attempt. Grenade thrown out of heaven, denying anybody from Bath as they peek out further into the site, but that's when the adjustment comes in. Vanity with the flash, the swing in from Lamps, and a double swing. Oxy caught though from heaven. The smoke had faded. Here comes the pit. Curry looks to play inside of this. His HP low, 56. A straight couple bullets could take him down. And Jake, the only full HP player, was caught in the open. Now they have to fight through the pit. That's always going to be a disadvantage, but it's just dropped, leaving them in the open. This could be a mistake. It could have worked out if Vanity got a pick, but now a 1 versus 4? 3, excuse me, can't count. 3 kills for Durka as well. Fnatic right back on the board, and look, they needed the last round. They got it on the back of a shoddy buy. Much better sign from them here with rifles.
Yeah, and the fact is they also used a couple of ults in this round, and it wasn't going great from the point when they used them. I think it was just that, again, like some of the players being caught out a little bit. Durka having a good round as well after a bit of a quieter start so far. And also Oxy going down has definitely made things a little bit easier for them. But it still got close. Like the fact that, they, as said, they had the opener, they used an orbital strike, and they used Seekers within a matter of seconds. And it was still an advantage for C9, at least for the beginning stages of the round. Nonetheless, still a purchase. These light shields are giving both teams extra buys. And Leo has had a quieter start to this match. He's going straight through with Durka, but Oxy, it just dodges the flash, waiting on the other side. And execution.
There's no other reason for him to be that close to the smoke. He knew what was going down.
Right.
Nice snakebite play, taking down Zeppa a little bit easier. Now trapped inside the teleporter, and everyone's going to be watching it. No way to just walk back out of it, you would imagine, with 5 health. It should be very easy to take him down.
I think he's trying to fake that he's gone. They put a smoke down, and then he's just opened the doors.
He's going to TP. He's just going to call the shoot.
Uh-oh.
No, he's actually going to teleport himself, the flash. Oh, and he's caught! 5 health for Chronicle, and it's enough. Alpha's picked up 1, 2. Oh, almost the 3rd. A good clap back by Jake, but not enough with the other Jake on the other side.
We're gonna delete that one.
Yeah,
we're gonna delete that one.
We don't need to see replays this time around. That's okay.
Guys who are clipping that for Reddit, stop what you're doing. I know what you're doing, but stop what you're doing right now. He is completely blind. He is completely blind and just headshot him. That play works if you're against anybody other than Chronicle.
Yep, literally any other player. And he's on 5 HP as well. It's the best part. A spam through could have taken him down. A Tiger in the teleporter. He was out of this round, but
a blast pack.
And yeah, literally anything. A swift breeze, but in the end, we'll save that one for next.
I think we saw a swift breeze earlier, didn't we?
We did. I don't know. We'll see the next one go quite the same. Of course, map number 2 of this series being Breeze. But my God.
Why are we watching this again?
They just want to do him dirty. Oxy fails 1 play, and they're like, oh. See, that's the thing. Most players, you make a good play, we replay it all game. Oxy makes a mistake, and we're like, oh, it's happened.
It was a good play from Chronicle, I guess.
Sure, we can look at it that way.
I think we might have some Fnatic fans in the production.
It's all about perspective at the end of the day.
Well, as you can see, Oxy's taking it really hard while having a nap during the tactical pause. So, yeah, I'm sure Imi's had a few choice words, but ultimately still 5 rounds on that attack side. It does seem like since Fnatic took their pause, though, they have started to climb back into this game. So we've seen that a few times. I feel like Zeta had some really good pauses throughout this event. DRX, never mind.
Oh, no. Kanyang, I'm so sorry.
He's not the one doing the pauses.
After you again. That's true, but I just don't think he'll appreciate
Kanyang would do an excellent pause. It'll be some of the guys have got places to be. Yeah. If you could just hurry up
I
and
have
win.
a reservation tonight, guys. Well, 5 rounds on the board for C9, but Fnatic are quickly catching up, closing the gap. We'll see how much further this attacking side can build on what they've done so far. The opposite side of the smoke being held by Jake this time. Obviously, we saw Oxy up close. We saw it even in the replays, him catching that double kill as they attempted to push down on B-Long. Fnatic much more passive at the start of this round.
Tactical peeking with the Tiger.
Right here.
Trying to make it last that little bit longer. Flash over the top as they are still rotating. The thing is with Fnatic's comp, they're able to get a lot of information without taking a risk. You've got all of Alpha's utility. His cams have been such an issue. And just off the contact of the cam, the showstopper just gets them a freebie. Curry as well, their lurk. This kind of means that it needs to be more of a hit towards this B site because the A site is gone, as is Oxy.
Oh, the spam was good. It was close, but Zeta only takes a lick of damage, loses his shields, but drops Chronicle on the other side. It's a Viper down, but still, the man advantage maintains for Fnatic. They've got plenty of players around B as well, and the smoke's down from C9. Leave Jake with nothing for when they fade. 18 seconds left. Zeppa down as well. Great flash, and the peek out from Boaster is pixel perfect. No complaints on the side of Fnatic after that one. They won the pistol, and then everything started to slip away, but now they're back to neck and neck.
Yeah, we've seen similar things throughout the tournament. Fnatic have not been one to start quickly. Like again, think about to some of their earlier games. I think it was the Zeta game. They were losing, what, 5-2? Finished the map 13-5. They literally won every single round from that point onwards. It was one of those games that, again, I'm sure the Zeta fans are going to want to forget. Chronicle, though, has been on point throughout this map so far, and you have that trifecta for Fnatic starting to come into form. The purchase not the best, but with the showstopper available for Zeppa, they're looking to try and thread that needle as he goes almost straight into the site. He goes straight into a wall and then into the site.
Either way, you know, he gets to the destination.
Yeah, he gets the control of the site. That was the only real goal.
Oxy's up close in the smoke. No flashes for him to play with. He doesn't need them.
Doesn't.
Use the boom bot. Trade it out. That's one way to look at things. With Chronicle down, you're losing your utility that blocks out a lot of the control on long. Alphayer, though, has taken over control of Hookah. He's got a nice angle to play with, trapping these players inside the site unless they want to risk a duel with this man, which they do. Might regret that a little bit later on. His second of the round already, still securing the top angle, making it so hard for Jake to reposition. He deals with him and another. Oh, a chance with the orbital strike, but up top, Leo just about gets it done.
Has he bought the time?
The time is low.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Oh, this is going to be close.
This
is going to be very close. I think he's just about got it again. No! The orbital strike for the Red Bull clutch! That is genius!
Where's the pixel? Where's the pixel? Replay, enhance, zoom in, what?
That is one of the smartest clutches I have ever seen. The jump over the top. And it bought just enough time.
What?
And I mean, just enough time. Big Brain Jake takes them over the line for their 6th round, and that is one hell of a clutch.
Well, Dirk has picked the opening. I mean, you lose that if you've got a USB 2.0 instead of a 3.0. That's ridiculous.
I've got your trail.
Opening of the round goes towards Fnatic. They thought they had the previous. I thought they did.
I must wait a moment.
And now they look to recover on the back of a devastating defeat. C9 pushing out towards the site. They're going aggressive. They want to push all the way in towards the back, but they've lost vanity along the way. Zeppa caught Alpha reloading, but it wasn't enough to get it done. Too many teammates here to cover. The flurry of kills for Fnatic leaves C9 in the dust, neck and neck. Considering how this started, Tom, I don't think Fnatic will be too upset.
No, maybe with 0.01 of a second. I'm just glad it wasn't a Chronicle going for that defuse, otherwise I would have had real flashbacks. We've seen that one before, but wow. I'm still, honestly, we've seen so much in this half. Oxy, I genuinely think he might have some of the best crosshair placement I've ever seen in Valorant. Like, because you don't see him, like, flicking to kills that often. It's always just that he is already aiming exactly where the player's going to be. Jake has just pulled off, again, one of the smartest clutches I've seen, to in that moment, you get the 2 kills, then put the orbital strike on your own head to make sure that he doesn't care about if he survives. It's all about making sure the other guy can't defuse, which is just brilliant and such quick thinking. We've had Alpha come in, win them around with the Guardian. We're in map 1.
Yeah.
I'm already having the time of my life in this map.
there was a reality where we could have come in today, and honestly, we could have seen either team get stumped. But the way Fnatic played in the first series, definitely a possibility that they carried that momentum. But the way C9 got to sit back and watch them and played their last series, you never know. But we've ended up with a perfect reality.
Yeah, Fnatic had the tougher run today, but you talk about like facing off against Foot yesterday. That was a storm that we didn't know if C9 would be able to weather, because Foot's form has been fantastic through the qualifier as well. So an exhausting couple of days. Fnatic had the day off. They were chilling, they were relaxing, maybe watching a bit of Valorant.
You know, the one thing that looked good for C9 there as well was Sunset. And I think that's why Fnatic are obviously came in and banned it right away. So I think if I was to pick a team to dominate today, it would be Fnatic. We've ended up in such a, well, this round says it all. I mean, really, that defuse about as close as the game is.
As well as that. Leo literally killed him as fast as it was possible. Like, jumped over, shot him in the head with a shorty. Either way, we are back into half number 2. And a full firefight into mid. Somehow no one died. A little bit of damage done. Vanity still has information that there's a player outside of B, so they can't really rotate over just yet. And Fnatic instead have looked to sort of reset a little bit, looking to see if they can find any aggression. Now, one of the major reasons for this is because yesterday, when we saw C9 play this map, they were incredibly aggressive. They were pushing all over the map, so that's why Fnatic are almost expecting something of the sort, the flash through. Boaster even going to spam, expecting Oxy to appear. In the meantime, Fnatic are just walking up past that Viper wall, making their way into Lamps.
It's not like C9 aren't expecting it. You can see Zap is the man with the responsibility to hold on. They've lost Oxy on the side of B, but the push is very much here. Hey, Curry's got them! The back turned. 2 kills, but it might not be enough with Jake already so low. Vanity on the other side of the map. Jake has to decline a fight, fall back. He's playing inside of Lamps and allowing Vanity to come into play. A flash in Vanity's back pocket, but it won't get time to be used. With Jake already fallen, Vanity needs that flash for himself. Sure, Alpha's a little bit low, but that's about all there is to write home about. They know exactly where Vanity is. They've spotted that he wasn't pushing up close on the smoke. Good isolation of duels from Vanity. The first foul, the wide swing. He's caught Boaster in the corner. But Dirk has swung from further back. The pistol, the second pistol, in fact, goes towards Fnatic. Let's hope that the follow-up is a little bit more successful.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's now both pistols under the belt for Fnatic. We've spoken about this many a time. Expect like 80+% win rate when you take both pistols, but they did lose the second round and the third round and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth. So you kind of you kind of expected the half win for C9. Now, Fnatic's attack on this map was always something that, well, it was somewhat unrivaled. They were sweaty nerds, is the way I would put it.
Fair assessment.
The kings of the afterplant lineups which have been stolen by many. You can think towards that B long position. That lineup is used by every single team under the sun. I don't think we're going to see much in terms of new things from Fnatic here, but the old stuff works.
Toxins going up.
Oxy, though, is my real concern. This flash setup on B long, Vanity and Oxy, it proved way too much to deal with for Zeta. Fnatic are a different beast, though, and already picking up Curry. You have to look at the economy for C9. It's still looking healthy. It's because they haven't force bought. This isn't the same as that second round that we saw in the first half. They invested to fight their way back through. Here, they're going to tank it. They'll accept the defeat, or the likely defeat. And again, we come down to the normal conversation for round 2s of damage. How much can they get done? Can they contain these players to fall to the spike? Or even pick a few heads themselves, work towards those old Torbs. I don't think Oxy's going to last too much longer here at 41 HP.
I do like how Chronicle is literally just sitting there. He's like, I will just keep spamming bullets into this wall until you are dead. You're not leaving, and there you go. Just sitting back, relaxing. And Alfia now with his third kill already. He has looked unstoppable over the last few rounds. 8-6, Fnatic this time do manage to convert. I'd say a bit of a safer buy from them in general, though. And one of the things I'm really interested in from C9 is the balance. So, as you mentioned, that combo of Vanity and Oxy was almost perfectly balanced by the combination of, I would say, Zeppa and Curry. Like, I feel like there was more of a rotation from Jake in the way that he played, but Curry just didn't die. I think it was something like 4 or 5 times in the entirety of the last time they played Bind, he went down because he was just that rock. Now, this round, he had a share if he peeked mid. I don't think he's going to do that again, but I want to see if Fnatic are able to put that pressure on him a little bit more, because even just look where he is now. Super passive, far back, and then Oxy's pushing spawn.
He was a really consistent anchor on the side for Curry, but Oxy was a consistent pusher, that aggressive defensive stance, yet again being put into play. As Fnatic look elsewhere, realizing all that control has been seized on B. They don't want to fight it. They don't want anything to do with it. Instead, they will look to challenge that dangerous duo of the A site. Zeppa still in position inside the smoke. The orb providing a bit of cover, but not for much longer. Soon it will fall, and he'll be forced to fight unless he falls back. Indeed, regrouping with his teammate as they now look set to play a full retake. 4 players on the back of A before the spike has even been tapped. And here comes the plant, at least the plant attempt. 21 on Boaster. He's spotted in the corner. Ankles showing. With Curry being able to punish, there's an opportunity now for C9 to capitalize. You know, all this distraction on the side, all this noise being made as Oxy tries to flank through, but he won't even be able to see these players as they go in because they're all inside of Lamps. A reality C9, Vanity and Jake just discovered for themselves. Discovered it the hard way. No way back in for C9. A great response from Fnatic.
Well, yeah, this is the thing as well. We're finally seeing C9 get onto the ball with a purchase, and they've just been decimated. That I said, are they going to put the pressure on Curry? Are they going to put the pressure on that A side? Because I think that was one of the major flaws when we saw this map last time out, was that they constantly played into Vanity and Oxy. Well, if you play against that double flash, you're going to end up blind, you're going to end up dead. Whereas they put the pressure on the site with the anchors, smoked everything off, got into an afterplant, and that retake became much, much tougher. I wouldn't be surprised if I can see me talking. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a timeout and I get in my ear C9 timeout. Yeah. So there you go. It's not surprising. It's early enough in the half that they can try and fix things, maybe try and switch a little bit up, because as said, I feel like already Fnatic have kind of got a read of like, we can kind of get quite far into this A site without that much resistance.
Yeah, looking at how C9 fell to so many thrifty rounds the first time they played up against Zeta, I look to recapture some of that finesse. And the reality is, you know, with this map, there's a couple close range angles. Coming out of this pause, I expect Fnatic are going to have a tight game. It's all about info finding for C9, trying to throw out something a little bit different here, cause damage to keep Fnatic from running away with their economy, build up those opportunities. In particular, I'm looking down towards the ultimate economy, where you've got Curry and Zeppa in a decent position coming into this round. If they can farm up some orbs, whether that be through kills or actually picking them up, congestion for bathroom, perhaps, we could see them have that little bit of a safety net coming into the next round. And at this stage of the game, when you're likely looking at a 10-6 scoreline for Fnatic, with a likely loss in this round for C9, the reality is those ultimates could be the turning point. And on Fnatic, well, Durka's just 2 away from a showstopper. And Durka, he might have been shut down when he popped that showstopper last time. I don't know if we'll see it again here. Attempted crunch from C9 on Bath, but no one's there. But they have managed to grab the orb for free.
Yeah. The thing is, Alpha would have had his, but he already used it because that's how quick he managed to get his ult.
Also, I don't know if the impact would be... It's not going to save a round.
Bay is coming for you.
Here. My eyes are down.
About to quote Optimus Prime. Well, Oxy. I'm always scared when I see this guy down on long. He's got some utility, 2 flashes to work with. His decoy already primed and ready to go. But they've wisely made the choice to walk away.
Yeah, this has been the call the entire time so far. They haven't really hit in towards this B site. Curry under pressure, just trying to deny, and Chronicles lurk fierce as ever. Their site almost firmly under their control. In fact, it looks like Alpha might even be tempted to go through the cage. He got lost, but he still lands the headshot. He goes for the 180 flick. Durka ends another's life, and well, you were hoping for damage. I think the only orbs they've collected is the one on the ground and the one when the bullet hit them in the face.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot to write home about here for C9. I do like the fact that we have Oxy putting down that decoy, trying to initiate off it on B long. Obviously, if it takes contact, he'll flash, he'll peek, and look to double down on the damage. But if it doesn't, it goes through the teleporter, it comes out of the teleporter on a bath, and obviously gets shot, which is fantastic. Because obviously, yeah, they saw Boaster was there, they got the rotations in, and in a typical round, that's great. That's good. In this round, it didn't do anything for them, because they got the players rotating on the site, and then got shut down in the fights. But now they've got rifles, and this is where they can really battle
Look
back.
at the push. Both duelists this time have just run all the way down B. As said, there hasn't been much contention there, but you know what this means? There's absolutely no one defending this A site. It is a rinse and repeat for Fnatic. They found the weakness, they found the gap. There is absolutely nothing. As you said, they managed to garner that showstopper up on that B site, and he's going to pop it instantly, a chance to get the free kill onto Chronicle, and at least now they have a man advantage.
Good adjustment from C9 to instantly realize that orb needed to be taken before the plant went down. But with Oxy falling and that flank fully protected, Fnatic have a dangerous post-plant setup to work with, especially with that orb up.
What?
That's ridiculous. What a shot from Alpha, shutting down, thinning the herd, and making a distraction for Durka to strike from behind. Vanity at least shuts him down.
Okay.
Jake's got another, maybe a bit overzealous here, trying to determine whether they were defusing or not. Instead, it's rounded down to a 2v2, a 2v1, in fact, leaving just Boaster to do it. He's hiding away, and the clock might already win him the round. It looks like it has, with Jake fleeing. In fact, both Jakes fleeing.
That's why they put me in charge.
11-6.
That's why
definitely got a little bit.
Waistline.
Definitely got a little bit closer than was expecting. Alpha, though, he's just on one. Him and Durka, when they're in form, there's nothing you can do. And that's what it seems like at the moment. Both of them having a field day. I remember at the beginning of this game, we were talking about Oxy having more kills than both of them combined.
Yes.
Yeah, not the case anymore.
That ain't true, no. And you look at Yoru, there's a lot you can do with it to catch players off guard, but here on the defense, Fnatic are not walking into those traps.
He's had to go A. Look, they have 4 players on A now because they've just not gone B the entirety of this half. They've just gone, okay, you have your cool little trap set up. Oh, that's a nice idea, guys. We're going that way.
Yeah.
So what have you got on the other side of the map? And at the moment, it's not looking great, and it's not getting any better. Still, though, as said, crosshair placement on point. Oxy does not miss those sort of kills. He's at least kept things even. He's got his ultimate online. Vanity is the only defender, so he has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, he almost got caught out. Flash on long confirms there's a player there. Okay, the information is really starting to flood in for C9 that there's a lot of players outside of B. There's presence in this area. Jake's going to pop his smokes down, hoping that will slow the push of Fnatic, but it hasn't. The utility's in. The players are on the backside. Durka doesn't know where he is. He's been flashed for about 5 minutes. Vanity gets that kill! Turning on a dime to eliminate Jake. And Vanity still standing strong. The information coming through from the Yoru, but Oxy's down to 50 HP. He has to play this safe. Hope some of his teammates can recover. But look what Curry's working with. Sure, he's 1 away from having an ultimate to work with. But the reality is, he only has a judge. And unless somebody makes a big mistake in giving him a free kill, essentially, this round should already be tied up nicely. And there it is. Yeah, 2 quick kills. Sure, Durka falls, but so much work to be done by a 50 HP Oxy. Leo will get it done in the end.
From a close game to a dominant one. Fnatic showing why they are considered the best team in the world as of 2023. The only failure they had was at Champions with a top 4 finish, but they have now won themselves 7 rounds in a row. And in this attack side, there has been no sort of response from Cloud9. They now have to try and streak 6 together. They've done it throughout the tournament so far. 13 in a row, 1 stage, and Oxy, he's still managing to put up numbers. Chronicle gone on that lug, but look at the pace. They found out where Oxy is, so they're going to try and put the pressure in elsewhere. Vanity has at least managed to slow them down, and actually, it's done a lot of damage onto Boaster. This push has ground completely to a halt.
Alpha, he's creeping his way up through a wide open hookah. At least that's what it will seem like for a moment. Jake is here, wanting to push in, and well, a very successful fight for the Brimstone. The smokes will remain, and most importantly, the orbital strike. In a round like this, 12-6. They want to maintain every advantage that they can on the side of C9. Those safety nets could well keep them alive on this map. Their map pick with Breeze up next, and Breeze and Ascent looked fantastic for Fnatic, Tom. You imagine if they bring that same prowess to it, this could be a very quick BO5 for C9. 5 rounds in a row. At one point, 5-1. They've struggled to get off that starting mark ever since. This could be where they push back.
30 seconds left.
If they don't, it's done. And they have 3 players in this site already. The plot flash almost has to go through the wall at this point. They don't have time to wait much longer. The clock so desperately low, and this is where Fnatic decide to make their move, but the orbital strike comes through immediately. There is no time for anything to be done here, even an attempt to run towards the A site. It won't be enough. Even with the blast pack, I'd say it's a cheeky attempt. Maybe just plant to get some extra credits. Actually for the ultimate orb, that's what it is. Dirk wanting to make sure he has the showstopper, but after a big hiatus from the board, 7 rounds in a row, C9 have their 7th.
I think the real concern is the pacing of some of these rounds for C9, even just burning up some ultimates here. It could end up being costly. Having used their orbital strike, you imagine a Viper's Pit about to come online for Chronicle. They've got a showstopper on Durka, which granted hasn't had the most impact in the world thus far. But it only takes that 1 round, and that's all that Fnatic need.
He hasn't really needed it.
It's going to be a fast push. Look, Oxy's going straight down, looking for a fight. Got a TP to fall back on, and he's baited out the ult already. Durka needs to try and find something, and it looks like he will. Zeta sniped out of the sky, a shot landing. No kill for it. Still the advantage to play with. C9 want to fight their way back through, muscle the advantage out of Fnatic's arms. But for now, there's no opportunities being given.
Boaster spotted Oxy in there, sent Alpha to try and finish him off, but instead, looking to get that plant. Still plenty of time on the clock, but they will get it through, and they're finding the kills. The trade only just 1, and now Jake left to try and face this 1v4. The shot on the first is nice for the pop flash. There is no hope here for C9. A strong start to this map, but an even stronger comeback from Fnatic. They'll take their opponent's choice, 13-7.
That was definitely looking scary for a moment with a beautiful beginning for C9. Fnatic won the pistol and went 5-1 down. Not many would have imagined they'd fight back so quickly, so aggressively, with a 13-7 here on Bind. C9's pick and Breeze up next. Things are looking scary for the North Americans.
Indeed, Fnatic carrying on their perfect form this Sunday in Tokyo, painting C9's map pick Bind black and orange, and C9 now need to battle back big time on Breeze, Tom. Oh, they're in big trouble.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a rough one. As well, just looking at some of the stats from the game. Oxy 5 first bloods, he was solid. Durka ended up with 7. He actually beat him out in those first blood battles, and with Durka and Alpha online, a little bit of Chronicle to spice up the mix. Fnatic are looking unstoppable today.
When Alpha and Durka are cooking, it's a big problem for whoever stands in their way. Cloud9 have got the talent. They are equipped. Buster always manages to throw me off with his move. They are equipped and ready to battle back here on our second map. Don't forget, this is a best of 5. We'll be back with map 2 very soon. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023 from the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. We are into grand final territory, and when I say we, my name's Ian. I'm here with Tom and Mitch, who are calling all the action. We do not want this to be a rapid best of 3. But if Fnatic have it their way, they will be slurping up ramen with a trophy in hand before they know it, Mitch.
They will play 5 maps today.
Yeah, of course.
Just including 2. No. I mean, just in 2 matches.
Yeah.
They could win the first one 2-0, 3-0, and then they'll still get the 5 maps done.
That's true. And Mitch, the thing is, Fnatic are just looking like Fnatic here, right? That's the only way you can describe it. They are extraordinarily dangerous.
I'm really happy that C9 got off to that blitz of a start, because I don't want to just see 13-3, 13-4s all the way through to the day. But this is the exact thing that we warned about coming into this tournament. Even sleepwalking. These guys are giants. They should not be able to be so easily squashed. And what we saw it to start off the day, the fact that they're keeping that energy even after, they had the show match obviously to sit back, prepare, and get ready for this matchup. But it's C9 that have a distinct advantage coming into today, having looked at the previous series, having prepared Bind, their map pick to start it with. Those first 3 maps actually should steer a little bit towards them in that regard, or at least it should bridge the gap for them slightly. In that map there, it didn't look like that gap was bridged. Oxy had a phenomenal performance in those first couple of rounds. Once that slowed down, there was nothing else to fall back on.
That's a positive that C9 can take from this. We hyped up Oxy coming into it, Tom, and we know that he can deliver when called upon.
Yeah, he was just having a good time. And the fact is that if you go and actually look at how they played that second half, Fnatic, they just went away from where all of his setups were. Like, that's what they did for the entire half. They went, oh, so you play Zeppa and Curry on A. So that's not Oxy. So we'll just keep going that way again and again and again. And then if they, 1 or 2 times, Oxy switched to mid, killed one of their players, and then they went, Oxy's not on B, let's go B. Like, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened in their minds, but it definitely looked that way, because if he wasn't finding these opening kills, basically getting these picks, C9 did look a little bit flat.
Decker in beast mode, Mitch.
Absolutely, yeah. We made a comment going through that about going through the map, probably around 8 or so, or maybe 7, that Oxy was in a position where he was doubling up, and even better than the performance of Durka combined with Alfier. The fact that he could outperform the 2 of those together is unbelievable.
For 6 rounds.
Yeah, for 6 rounds. then things got back to normality, and I think if you look at the opening duels between the 2, Durka and Alpha, they doubled up on his performance by the end of it. Like, this was just a phenomenal display. I think it was Durka with, I think you said 7. Alpha had 3. Like, this is, and obviously Oxy finished out with 5 openings. This was somewhere that Oxy was shut down, he was slowed down, he had his moment to shine, but that flame was quenched, and we need to see so much more depth out of the side of C9 to be able to go toe-to-toe with these giants.
When Fnatic find their feet and start running, how do you just not get stuck in the mud? Because that's what it felt like happened there with C9.
Ian, if I had the answer to that question,
give them to me.
I would be the richest man in Valorant.
He would have.
You think I'd be here?
There'd be 2 Emmys down on that stage.
I'd be one of the coaches. Like, what do you mean? Like, if I could tell you how to stop Fnatic once they got started, I would basically be one of the most influential people in all of Valorant. Unfortunately, I'm not quite there yet. But no, I think that especially going into Breeze is going to be really difficult. Now, luckily, we haven't really seen anything from C9 on that side, so they could at least maybe be a little bit surprising, maybe try and throw the Yoru in again. And I think also the first or second time you play a Yoru on a map, you're able to catch people off guard a little bit more. The problem is, for players like Chronicle, for players like Leo, this is one of their best maps. Like, they just thrive within this map. Leo's shock dart kills on this map beats most people's shock dart kills on all maps combined. He's just so good at placing them at exactly the right time and just irritating to play against. And DRX witnessed that, even with Buzz playing to a really good level, it wasn't even close to enough.
And then the danger as well is that Ascent comes next, another map that Fnatic are very confident on.
They're very good at every map.
Yeah, well, as we said, starting out the day, they already had a 13-3 on Breeze, a 13-4 on Ascent. That was up against DRX. The reality is there's going to be so much to do for the side of C9 if they're going to have a chance of taking it across the line.
I like that they're bringing in the Harbor Viper, though. I think on this map in particular, we saw a few people even try and run this very, very early. Like when Breeze was taken out of the map pool, just before then, and Harbor had just been introduced, people were trying to run things like this because there's a lot of angles you can section off, especially with that high tide being able to give you a lot of space. So compositionally, I really like what they're bringing to the table. The double initiator as well. Although no Sova is interesting. I feel like Sova is so impactful on this map in particular. But I do think that means that, especially with the double walls, they're going to be able to go for some really aggressive burst flash plays through all of those screens.
Fans are absolutely loving it, and it must be amazing for you two. You obviously sat on the sidelines for the beginning of this, the semi-final and the show match, and now you're right back in it amongst it. You must be buzzing, because you can't take moments like this for granted, can you, Tom?
Oh no, the fact is, even with these soundproof headphones on, I can still hear everything going on in this arena.
All right, Cloud9 need to strike lightning on Breeze to keep their home ground dream alive. Tom, Mitch, take us through it.
Well, it's time to kick off Breeze, the second map in this BO5, and well, we'll see how far into the series we get. Fnatic have played it already today, and C9 got to watch them. Let's see if they're ready. Their idea on C9 is to push quickly in towards middle, fight into A, and try to isolate some of these players on the site, but there's no one there. They've all fallen back. A disciplined play from Fnatic, a spam from Chronicle that does some damage, but he's left on 10 HP. Gonna look to someone else to be the hero of this round.
For now, at least. Afterplant ensued, and still with mid control as well. Vanity just being a nuisance, but Zeppa has gone. The trade back from Durka, keeping things even for now. The dart to try and clear any of these close angles, but for now at least, C9 are managing to hold on to their lead. Even still, a back and forth ensuing. This wraparound from behind could cause Fnatic issues, but a bigger issue is that time ticking down on the clock. Somehow, though, it's left on to just Vanity, buying as much time as humanly possible. A chance to clear out both. And the IGL's going to clutch them that pistol round and take it 1-0.
The pistol round for C9, that's what we like to see. They managed to get an early start on map 1, but it wasn't based on the pistol. It was a force buy to get back into things. Now, a different story starts to emerge, and we'll see C9 with a leg up on the attack side. Building on it, presumably. I don't know that Fnatic will go for a force. It's hard on this map. Marshals, you get a lot of those, but look at the composition you're up against. Not only a Viper, but a Harbor as well. They're going to be able to bypass a lot of those longer range angles. Feels like somewhere that you do just take the eco, and, well, that's exactly what Fnatic are doing. One Marshal on Leo, so an opportunity, and when combined with some of these other weapons, Durka, for example, having himself a Sheriff, there is a serious opportunity. Curry already, even after the heal, we'll just need one body shot to fall, and Leo's on the rotate towards this side. There's going to be a lot of defense here on A. See if they can make something work.
Expectations low, but never zero. Cove will give them cover, not really anything that can break that, and Alpha, somehow the man with the classic, is the only one getting a kill, at least for the moment. He does have to be a bit careful. Well, it wouldn't have mattered if he was low or not with the headshot. Taking away Leo's utility is definitely a good idea. But then again, he doesn't have any left anyway. Wrap around, Guardian retrieved. Even an extra kill here could drop a rifle to the ground, and saving for him doesn't really have that same sort of impact. A clinical shot onto Curry. But they will retrieve that extra Guardian in the end.
So very close, 27 and 42 HP. That Guardian could have done work with one more bullet fired out with a slightly higher fire rate on it. Quicker clicks, but it didn't happen. 2-0, C9. They take damage. Let's see how they decide to invest. As we get back into the game, I'm curious to see if they're actually going to dive all in, put all their credits on the line, or if they're going to decide to just stick with what they have and try to make the best of a bad situation, playing the round 3 bonus with a lot of weaknesses. For Fnatic, they will be buying up fully. They'll be in a good position with Leo working towards his ultimate already. The Hunter's Fury closest to being online for the side of Fnatic, and you can see C9 have gone for a lot of pistols. This is a very weak round, and no surprise they're looking for B, a site where if they can break some ground, they'll have a much easier time with the close range fights, getting through those trap wires. A little bit of a different story. Durka already firing off, he's dashed into the open. That's a little bit of an overzealous play. Luckily, Leo was there to lend a hand.
Yeah, looking all too easy. A flawless round. The only damage was actually done onto Durka, who basically paraded himself in front of the opponents. Oh, look at me over here.
15 health, a little too close for comfort, you could say.
Yeah. Ult's getting ever closer, though. You got yourself Blade Storm not far away. You got yourself a Hunter's Fury.
remaining.
Same on the other side with the Blade Storm as well. And also Reckoning only a couple away. Definitely good for getting that information. Either way,
this is a nice spot.
See how C9 look to bounce back. This is where they have the full purchase. Bear in mind, they had so many sort of weaker weapons in the last round. It's not really the end of the world. Investing the orb actually into Seekers, which is interesting. As I said, there's some really high impact ults that are not far away. Clearly they want that late round information. Just look at the aggressive push already from Durka. He's got himself right up close in mid.
It's a good angle to just secure that crossover. Again, the concern for him being someone could come from elbow. Walking out elbow, coming back, doubling back towards mid, it's not too likely to happen. But if it's a split with the mid players, he could definitely be in trouble. And now, he might well be. They know that he's got to be somewhere around here. He can't dash out of here. He tried to. I can't use that. The voice line comes in. No way out of there, buddy. Unlucky for Durka as he is dropped, and a great punish for C9 to start this round.
Yeah, this, for the moment, left Alpha a little bit isolated, but again, he's had that info. Heals coming through onto Jake to even things up a little bit. Leo has rotated in to support over on that B site. Now this is where the execution begins. Just trying to find all of those trips, trying to make things tougher for Alpha, but, I was gonna say, he had a chance to find a few. The time is the main thing though. They need to kill off Leo at the back of this site. A single bullet could have caused them extra problems with that plant, but instead, wow, Boaster looks a little bit lost in the source as Oxy is close, and he's caught with utility in hand. It leaves Chronicle 1 versus 3. A tough opportunity to try and find anything in this scenario, but he also doesn't know where the majority of the players are, and they're in a pretty nasty crossfire.
Yeah, I think he's even realizing chances of winning this are insanely low. It's not just a crossfire with 2 players, Spawn being point of contact, then a double swing can come out. Even if that Spawn player was instantly dropped, you would have 2 more to contend with in a heartbeat. There is just no chance. The reposition quite wise if he is looking to save and if he's looking to do damage. A good chance that they decide to move towards B main to save these weapons. Unfortunately, they have gone for Spawn. So Chronicle, although he won't be able to cause any further damage to the C9 economy, he will at least be able to bring this weapon through to the next.
Well, especially with they last saw him in mid. So you'd almost assume the last place he'd be would be main. So yeah, I don't mind the idea, but a good read in the end from C9 and already getting their 3rd round on the board. Definitely doesn't look like, but from what we've seen so far this tournament, I think we already knew this, but losing the first map is not the end of the world for C9. In fact, their first map every single day has been a loss. They haven't been great in the first ones, even if it's their choice or not. But they're always able to swing back slow starters. To be honest, as many America's teams are and have been historically. Yeah. If they can sweep things back, they'll be quite happy. The flash timing is not fantastic. It does blind the opponent, though. And hey, if you have Durka as backup, I think you can survive.
Pretty reliable backup and put in the work. Already finding that opening is a solid sign for Fnatic. C9 won't be moving towards the A site now. They've completely abandoned it, instead looking to navigate their way in towards B. This is where the setup is quite dangerous. Alfia's got traps everywhere. Cam up top, they've heard it being cancelled out. He's managed to spot one, but he's waiting for someone to step that little bit further forward. They've broken one trap, they've broken the second. Okay, now a Cove, even gonna help them out on the cross, but he stepped inside it. That's a safe spot for Alfia to fight from. And he relishes that opportunity, ripping off their heads, and, well, not quite grabbing Oxy, but Boaster's snake bite will manage to close it out.
I got 2 things. Number 1, Leo's dart is just the... I feel like he's the greatest Sova player we've ever seen. Like, he basically pinged every single player. Number 2, I would love to get a replay of Alfia's cam as they started to enter the site. He had his hand off his mouse and was just twiddling his mustache.
I didn't notice that. What?
Because he's in the cam, so he doesn't need to touch his mouse.
Yeah,
so he's literally, he was just chilling. Like, it was just so funny during the round. He's literally just not actually doing anything. Up until the point where they enter, he sees them on the cam, he's like, all right, hand back on
mouse. Where's my mouse again? Good job he didn't knock it off the table.
Truly was just relaxing. Just relaxing.
Panic flick. Now, Durka has tried pushing down a mid and staying close, but they spotted him out last time. This time, swinging out wide, clearing it all out. Ultimates Certainly plenty of them online for C9. One less now. As we see Jake pop his. Oh, the Blade Storm is taken down. Chronicle ready. He might be left on 10 HP yet again, but he's done the work. A kill that's doubled up on by his teammate. C9 have at least managed to grab a plant. From this point, though, Vanity and Zeta have to do so much work, and they have no idea that Durka is so quickly coming behind them with focus elsewhere. Okay, Curry actually turns. He's looking the right way, but the flash have caught him. Durka doubling up, looking for the triple, and there it is. A clean fight back through for Fnatic as they equalize a little earlier on this map.
Yeah, that was just a really nice round for them in general. The fact is, I think the first knives that were fired out by Oxy was actually through the high tide, and then it just doesn't manage to land the next one as he goes through it. A close attempt. This was the moment. Okay, one knife actually does hit, and then Chronicle again. He's just not dead until he's dead. That seems to be the motto for him so far this game. They also used themselves some of those ults. As you said, beginning of the round, they had the majority online, 3 of them expended, and all they really get for it is a plant. And again, Durka, he had a fantastic map earlier in the day. I think it was 19 and 10. He's already well on his way to getting that far.
Well, Tom, a tactical timeout for C9 as their lead has now diminished to a fraction of what they hope to have already. Just 3 rounds on the board coming in to round number 7, with Fnatic having all the momentum, with ultimates having been expended on the side of C9 for very little reward. This is starting to look a little bit scary. It's the right time to call a pause. Things haven't gotten out of hand just yet by any means. But like Ian said, once the ball gets rolling, Tom, that's where the trouble starts coming. And
it doesn't all come with typical questions. How would you stop Fnatic?
Well,
what
Tom,
do you mean?
What's the exact solution? Yeah, you know,
I would sign the Loud roster. That would be my way to stop it, because they're the only team that did it consistently.
There you go.
There you go. That's my actual answer.
So swap out all the players on stage on the other side.
You also have to sign Aspas back from Leviathan as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So
you don't believe in the new Loud, more so. Obviously, without
to
Aspas.
beat Fnatic?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, without Aspas, it's certainly a reasonable take, Tom. See if you eat those words next year.
Maybe.
I doubt you will.
Maybe. Sadak,
Maybe.
Look,
Probably
if Sadak does it again with another new roster, he is the GOAT IGL. Like, I don't think it's even arguable at that point. As if you lose Aspas, you lose Sassy Pancada, and you're still up there with the best, fair play. Fair play. I think they'll still be up there next year. Just
that'll be good.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best.
Less is still unreal. Less is more, as they say. 3-3. A lighter investment and not a lot to play with in terms of ults. I don't think a null command is going to be able to save them when it comes to a low buy round like this. Durka, he's consistently been up mid, but this is a new angle, a new position, and he already knows that there's players around this spot. He's just been running right across the map. Alpha will go down. His aggression met by Vanity. In fact, he's still finding a couple of kills through the tube. We've seen that in the pistol round as well. The second this high tide goes down,
it's dropping.
Someone's dying.
It's a matter of seconds. We'll see this fight come through for Dirk. He's looking the wrong way, and that's a free kill for Jake. A big punish with the advanced position that they had, and now they've whittled it down to just 1. Leo left alive for just a second longer. What a round from Jake.
Yeah. Yeah, someone early in the tournament I feel like was a bit quieter in terms of his individual play, but the more time spent on the stage, the more impact he's seeming to have. Cloud9 are going to take themselves the lead once again, but a real back and forth. And while my main worry is that there's now a weapon in play that hasn't been thus far this map, the operator for Durka. And that's the thing, he's been super dynamic, aggressive with where he's been playing across the map, but now he can literally play anywhere. In fact, he's going to peek B main.
They're very passive on B. Oxy is here holding the angle, waiting for the peek to come through. And the shot will not land on either side. But that has deterred C9 from sticking around. They're looking to take the A site. It looks like it's wide open for them. There is one player a little further back. It's Boaster. He's avoided the dog for now. But he can't do a whole lot. Powerless with his abilities removed. He has to rely on his weapon or on his teammates rotating back.
Oh,
that flash was perfect. Curry capitalizing and now looking to retreat as Oxy picks off Durka. That's the off out of the round. A big threat for Fnatic, now diminished to nothing. And for C9, they have all the control they could possibly wish for, even spawning Chronicle on the flank. This might even change Fnatic's mind about committing to this. And well, if it didn't before, that certainly should. Alpha wants to get out of here. Easier said than done.
Yeah, they were asked the question in some of the pre-tapes, who is most likely to win a 1v5? I think Bosa said anybody except him, which we talked about. He has the highest clutch percentage of, I think, any player in the NBA.
Any player from multiple seasons. I think it's been 2 seasons back-to-back plus playoffs. Guy is just nuts when it comes to clutching. But he doesn't believe in himself. Let's put it this way. It's not that he doesn't believe in himself, Tom. It's that he believes in his teammates even more.
Yeah, and when your teammates are Alfia, Leo, Dirk, and Chronicle, that's fair enough.
I think I understand why. I don't know if you'd have that same attitude in our Prem team.
Let's put it this way. The players they replaced have just joined Team Liquid. So you know that your upgrades are good if that's the case. Viper's Pit can be put down to deny that mid control. It's something that C9 have fought for quite regularly, especially with the Harbor utility. It's something that becomes a lot easier to take. Dirk will have that operator again and a Blade Storm in his back pocket. And Oxy has kept that op for himself from the last round. Plenty of credits built up for C9 as well. 5 rounds already on this attack, looking pretty good. But it's a very, very passive hold this time out from Fnatic. I feel like it's been the aggression of Durka that has actually been working out for them on this defensive side. So I almost wonder if they don't win this round, he'll just be back to his old tricks in the next.
Well, it looks like things C9 are looking more towards giving Alpha an opportunity to recapture his performance from the previous map. Currently moving in through mid, picking off Chronicle, a huge kill. But they are refocusing, Tom. I'm seeing a lot of eyes on this Viper's Pit. A lot of players moving back towards A. The Seeker now chasing down the Viper. Boaster being forced back bit by bit, but he's not giving up the control. The Snakebite denying any further aggression. The Decay already crippling these players quite a bit. They're going to be so low on the way through. Boaster's caught them. That's it. They've got to sprint in, and the clock has already decided the round. They tried to go through a pit, Tom. They gambled the whole round on it.
Yeah.
And that's not always a good idea, as we just saw.
They realized as well, that was the thing. They were like, okay, we can't run through the snake
Let's
bite.
go back.
We can't. We've got to go back. And then, I don't know, Vanity, someone else went,
time.
guys, you got 15 seconds. You can't make that rotation. So then, last second, they have to run through. And that's not working.
Even with 30 on the clock, Tom, I see them start to look that way. I see the players start to move in, and it's like, that's a big gamble. Sure, if Boaster goes out of the pit, you catch him there, great. If someone sprays him because the Seeker shows him, great. But in the instance where you do not kill him, it's over. He has to massively screw up at that point. And by the way, they were still like 40 HP going back into the pit. The Decay hadn't gone away yet. So then it just further compounded to 1 HP. It's like, he needs to sneeze on you.
Knife gonna take out all of the abilities. Leo and Alpha, a deadly duo. Alpha will get first blood, but Oxy's managed to trade. Both players at the back of the site. The Reckoning is gonna start to cause havoc with them stunned up, and Oxy just looking to pressure now. He's already tagged, bear that in mind, and Chronicle just in time will get that execution. These trips again have caused them issues on the B site entry. Just as you think C9 are gonna walk away with this half, again, Fnatic respond.
5-5, very similar to how we started out on Bind. It's neck and neck coming towards the end of the half. Still so much to be played for. But it's the side of Fnatic that come in with a slight advantage. Again, this is a round where C9 commit some ultimates. Saw the Reckoning burned up. Jake suggested they move, and well, they moved right back up to an even footing. As we come into round number 11, side of Fnatic, once again, looking to get aggressive. Sorry, looking to have the op on A, but this time looking to get aggressive more so, as Durka is posted up, and Vanity, okay,
oh, careful.
He spotted him. He saw him, and he's out.
Again. Again, middle control being fought for.
Great cascade. Flash confirms he's still in main. Good information to play around. They haven't been able to cross over, and for the most part, I think that's been spotted.
Even with this mid control, like, it gives them more of a split in towards that B side or into A if they desire. But with how passive Fnatic are playing now that they have the operator, you're almost looking for a mistake. And while Chronicle is already going to get that first, he is just flying at the moment, looking for a little bit more, but the trade from his doppelganger will keep things even, at least for now.
Take flight.
Leo is likely to garner that extra information that this is the site to be played within. And that now brings Alpha into the fray. Again, it's just back and forth.
30 seconds left.
It's kept even. Boaster's miles away. Leo has to be careful not to be isolated in a duel, and he has been spotted. But returning fire on Curry. The problem is that second player, while his crosshair was trained on Curry, Vanity took the opportunity to grab the kill, then the information with the flash, and now the execution, or at least attempted, healing back up Curry as well. He will be sitting pretty on 100 HP on top of Yellow. Point of contact as the cross comes in. Boaster might have an angle, never mind. Curry very quickly shuts that down.
6-5. C9 once again. This pressure into the A connector. The one round it went badly wrong was because of that Viper's Pit. Everything else has worked out wonderfully for them, managing to pick off Durka in the early stages of that one. I feel like Jake has had a lot of high-impact rounds, as has Vanity. I feel like they got caught a couple of times by that flank and then have very quickly adapted to it. Either way, with the way this half has gone, you almost expect Fnatic to even think back up again. It's just been the case throughout, and they still have that op, they still have the rifles, and they have the advantage when it comes to ults.
Like you said, the adaptations have been there, and so far for Fnatic, being able to keep it in this close scoreline has been a consistent factor for this defense. With the op in play for Durka, okay, it's not going to be spotted. But Vanity knows better than to go swinging on the back of that, trying to grab the information with himself. Only result in him becoming minced meat. The side of C9 have played this much more stagnant on the attack, just slowing it down, waiting for the opportunities to be played, and oh, there we go. Nice shot from Durka, nice shot from Chronicle, and it looks like the dominoes are starting to topple. Curry tries to step it up, but then Leo comes in from the top and puts Zeta in a 1v3. And he's going to cross the world, but there's still some traps online, Tom. He's going to struggle to get onto this site.
Yeah, Boaster has rotated back now. Well, any surprise he had is gone.
30 seconds left.
And Neural Theft with the second ping, and wall banged out by Durka. No surprise to see Fnatic even things up as they head once again 6-6 into the second half, but just bear in mind what happened last time out. 6-6 half, a decent start for C9 that ended up slipping into even territory, and then half number 2, Fnatic demolished them. Absolutely demolished them. Now going into this attack side, this is where I really want to see what C9 have got, because in terms of delay with that Harbor Viper, there's a decent amount. In terms of their sort of pop flashes, what they have available to set up Oxy, there's a lot. The question is, can they put that all into play when facing off against Fnatic, who we already know can cause issues?
Well, the good sign of this one compared to the previous one, Tom, is that last time when we saw this equal scoreline, that scoreboard looked a little bit more separated. Oxy was leading the charge, the rest of the squad was much further behind. This has been a much more well-rounded approach from the side of C9. Everybody stepping up to the plate. In fact, the IGL of Vanity up on top right now. And this is what I like to see. More tightly knit means a better opportunity for this squad to actually deliver. Now that Oxy can be set up that little bit more to capitalize on dueling angles. Maybe have that Durka-like performance.
That's the only thing that scares me, though, is you're talking about a Durka-like performance. Durka is having a Durka-like performance. Like, he is 14-6, especially in those first, like, I want to say 8 rounds. He was just tearing them apart, like running down mid, finding entry kills left, right, and center. And now his job becomes that on the attack, to take that space for the team. If he is on a tear, okay, this job can still be difficult, dashing into the smokes, but I bet on him to find that kill 9 times out of 10, and C9 are going to have to work, really work, to try and shut that one down. Either way, We are going to be getting ourselves back into this second half. Sheriff spot up, not just for Oxy, but also for Vanity. Feeling confident in his individual aim, as you said. He's at the top of the board right now, but it does remove some of that extra utility.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see him come in like this. Confidence on display, and the ranged fight goes well with Durka already tagged up.
Curry's the one who wins that. Two sheriffs against each other. It's the guy with the classic that finds the head.
Just got to hit the headshot. That's all it's about, regardless of the weapon. Once he was tagged up. Nice poster. We'll sneak through. The rest of the squad a little bit later on the way, but he's been spotted. And how much do they have to cross over? They've got to wait for this wall to come back online to block off spawn. And it looks like they're falling back, stagnating a little bit on the aggression. Durka leading the charge towards A, but still, they have Oxy sat up on top of the stairs waiting for this rotation. They didn't gamble and leave the A site wide open. They weren't convinced that it was going to be B, and now the reward can be found for that. Oxy not able to initiate the fight, and in fact, they've crossed over, grabbed the plant, and now they'll look to fight the top stairs together. But, well, the fight has not gone according to plan. Everybody tagged, but at the end of the day, Leo needs to hit every shot.
Like
they just line him up, take him down, and find another pistol round.
Yeah, I like the fact that they had that elevated peak. The chance of him getting both kills is 1,000,000 to 1 when you set up like that as he rounds the corner, especially with the Sheriff. Obviously with Leo, maybe the odds are slightly increased because of just how good he is individually. But that is now Cloud9 taking themselves another pistol. Now, we've said this before. You win both pistols, the game should be yours. But the way that things have been going so far, how close everything has been, I wouldn't count the chickens just yet. Either way, just a few sheriffs. Now, we saw in the previous match, or previous map, I should say, the Cloud9 were happy to force, but it seems like, especially on a map like Breeze, I feel like the force buy just doesn't have that same impact, like coming in with SMGs on a map which has massive angles, and instead you're going to have Leo just investing into that Marshall.
Yeah, again, just hoping that Alpha and Durka land a body shot, and he's basically got an AWP at that point. And Alpha and Durka landing a body shot.
Shots?
That's the other point, I suppose.
Alpha
and Durka land at 145.
Yeah,
then,
there you go. There you go.
I suppose at that point the classic will do. But that's the thing. Worst case scenario for these guys is generally that they tag you down, they hit you in the shoulder. And at that
Maybe
point,
if they hit the headshot through the wall. I think that's more.
That's probably statistically more likely.
Well,
look, 82 HP on Leo. He got tagged up, but he's still floating around, still looking for opportunities.
Vanity got hit by the wallbang from the Marshall, so he's going to be a bit low as well. But it is just more of a standoff. Eventually, Fnatic are going to have to be the ones to make the move. They've got that mid control, but there is no aggression here. And this is the right play from C9. Don't give them anything. Don't give them a chance to retrieve a rifle. Don't go pushing. Just wait for them to have to execute with minimal utility. It becomes so difficult to get anything done. Again, I feel like the knives have been perfect as well. Once again, this man doesn't seem to miss. 15 seconds up and coming on the clock for Fnatic to try and do anything. And while Zeppa is going to steal that ace away. But this is why we've ranted and raved about Oxy's individual ability. That was clean.
He's got it for days, man, and that's him now top fragging the server, just overtaking Durka. We said he needed to capture a Durka-like performance. Thing is, you do that up against the pistols. That's one thing. Now Fnatic are going to be pulling out rifles. A collateral kill there as well slows down their push, opens up a lot more space for C9 or for Oxy in particular to reset into those later fights, for teammates to come through, for flashes to come in. Now there's a little bit more of a challenge potentially, especially seeing that Blade Storm out from Oxy though might help them out slightly. He's been spotted getting aggressive, so the element of surprise no longer in play, but that doesn't take away from the effect these knives can have.
Yeah, dash gone means that the level of risk triples. And Fnatic once again, I think they were well aware of that potential push. Trips set up, and also the cam just watching deep. It was going to be difficult for him to find any level of space with this double initiator comboed with a Cypher. Like, there's just so much information available, and a map with as large rotations as Breeze, you kind of need that Oxy, though, well placed to meet this push as they go running into B.
Durka needs some support as the rest of the squad comes filling through. It's Chronicle to find one, but Oxy stepping up to the plate. Durka will shut him down with Vanity on 5. That's a lot of space opened up, and the rotation's delayed significantly. The plant should be acquired, and even further dealing damage as Alphier has support as they look to trade him out. It's Leo from afar, but it's not pretty. He does get damage done with Zeppa and Jake both very low. The 2v2 nonetheless. For a squad that often deals damage straight to the head, Guardians in hand, this could go either way. Still, Fnatic need to be careful not to let this slip away. Oh, that's so awkward. Jake had the jump, but it's a little bit of a whiff. With 40 HP and spotted up, there wasn't much chance for Zeppa to pull that across the line. Fnatic are back on the board.
Yeah. Somewhat the expected result. Obviously, you had the Blade Storm to slightly pad the round, but ultimately that was the full purchase of Fnatic, and it was only the saved weapons plus the Blade Storm to go into this round. Still, though, you just feel like Jake has been pretty clean thus far this game. That was an opportunity. That was a chance, and, well, as you can see, he knows it. Still, though, C9 in the lead, and now they come in with that big purchase. Okay, Curry's going to be left on a Guardian, but I was going to say Oxy's gone for the Operator, but he decides against it.
It's a very slow start to this round. Fnatic waiting for C9 to make a move. C9 in very much the same spot. You just saw the knife used up on B. Trying to clear out if anybody was towards this elbow. As you hear the camera activated and deactivated, they start to get suspicious. They have seen, you know, Cypher utility, knowing an elbow. It's not that much to work off of. You're not going to play the rotations on the back of it. And so Fnatic will find a much easier way into the A site.
Cage trigger.
Oh, what? What?
That was like someone who accidentally knocked their mouse. Ridiculous. Leo has, however, managed to find Jake. We'll have to try and move on from what we've just seen. And Oxy, well, he moved his way into the site. A lot of damage done, but Durka just doesn't die. Leaving it into a 3 versus 2. All 3 players have fallen back in towards the cave, and Durka's not stopping. That W key has been held, making his play to potentially join Paper XP. Click shift. So he's already been removed from the roster. Leo trying to use the shock darts, but they're just not ready. And again, Durka, alongside a little bit of help from Leo, is going to be able to close the round. 8-8, scoreline equalized. But I'm going to need to see what Oxy did again.
That was ridiculous, dude. So the cage goes up. I'm thinking Alpha's maybe in trouble here. Yeah, that's about right. What? As I saw he's close, I'm like, okay, but you have to run through the cage and it's going to make noise. Alpha's going to turn, so we have a battle on our hands.
It's insane. Our scoreboard right now, 2 players, 20 and 21. The next highest kills in the server is 9, and now they're even. Oxy will take the fight, but there is a trade out. Seemingly tried to do it all on his own.
Yeah, surprising lack of support there, right? Like, he goes down, no further trades. It's an aggressive round, but
especially when you have a low buy,
yes,
I feel like you just send whatever you have to support him.
At least 1 or 2, you know, you gotta have players there, bodies, but they tried something, it didn't work. Now they've got to recover it elsewhere. Alpha down to 25, that's a good opportunity. If ever I've seen one.
Do they know?
He's gonna be a human recon dart, he's dead. Surely Curry's gonna kill him. No,
they don't know he's there.
They've went back. Still, that could work in Curry's favor later on into this. As he could get the jump on them, being a little closer than expected. He's dropped Leo 25 on Alpha, and the right click is enough. Now he's gonna Vandal, and the flash is perfect. Gorgeous flash from Zeppa, leaving Chronicle to do it all. And the spike is down on the site. This was a low buy round from C9 where they sent Oxy on runabouts. Oxy died. I thought the round should be done and dusted there. But the positioning out of Curry has given them a new lease of life. Chronicle looking to drain every ounce of it out of them. 82 and 3 players swinging. No chance. C9 have the lead.
What a round from Curry. Hey, he's playing with the classic throughout the majority of that. Managed to get 2 kills and I honestly, like, I was thinking, okay, he probably gets Alpha, and then that's it. But instead, gets the first onto Leo, and he sees the gun. That's what it was. Just a pixel of the barrel of the gun, and just risks it for a biscuit. Puts that right click through. 9-8. A back and forth map of Breeze, a much closer affair. Oh, we're going to see the tactical pause called. A moment once again for Almapuddy and Imi to talk things through with the teams. I am just looking at those Jets, both with 21 kills. It has been a display. We compared them at the beginning, and I'll be honest, when it comes to analysis, it's the laziest form. Comparing two Jet players.
Jet, it's like 2020 all over again.
But I was asked by our producer Sam, who I want to compare at the beginning of the day, and I was like, I have to do it. I have to do it because they have been so, like, Oxy has been a superstar, and Durka, the thing is, he hasn't been playing to, I would say, his best throughout the tournament so far. He's been very good. He's been fine. But now we're seeing why. We've always marveled. We've talked about him since the very first international event back in Iceland, where he went to take on the likes of Sentinels. Where are they now? Who knows? But either way, he has kept it on for such a long time and is still tearing up this server once again. Quieter performances from some of the other members who were there in the last map. Alpha is a bit lower down the board. Don't know if that'll last.
I think it's funny as well. You look at both Oxy and Durka being 1 kill away. 3 kills away. I suppose I saw Leo's got 12, but only a couple kills away from double the next player on the server. It's unreal.
But only one of them gets to take the map. For the longevity of the series, I might be a little bit America's bias because I want this one to keep going.
Yeah, listen, at this point, I don't blame you. And if Fnatic take Breeze, move on to Ascent. It's C9's map pick, but we saw it earlier on. And in fact, you know,
reverse sweeps are rare, you know.
Well,
we've seen a couple, but
if anyone was to do it, I think both of these rosters would be right up the top of your list for the potential. C9 with the lead. They don't want to let this slip. If they win this round, Fnatic will have very little economy to invest into the next. Ultimates might bridge the gap, especially with a Blade Storm online for Durka, but it will make them uncomfortable. And that's all that C9 can ask for, with double digits to be contended for. The attack side of Fnatic certainly focusing in on the B site, and it looks like the rotations from Jake are well timed.
Almost caught, but Curry survives. The back of the site, he's caused them problems. Chronicle being revived. Now bear in mind the time getting a little bit low. The spam through onto Curry, he's still just about surviving. Lurking around the edge of this high tide. He's got to drag all the way through, and he manages to find the kill. Now bear in mind, they're down to just 12 seconds. The peek out from Jake will find one, but they are still sticking that plant. It will go through.
Just about. It's worked out for now. Fnatic in a 3v3. It's that op, though. That's what I'm worried about. You peek out, you try to see where these players are, you try to punish on the back of that. It wasn't even the op. It might close the round, but Zeta so quickly adjusted. He was the player they spotted. He was the player they tried to double swing. And somehow he picked up both of those kills. C9 double digits. And Fnatic, well, they're going to struggle now. Hey, listen. You and me both.
Hey, he's got a long career ahead of him. I don't think anybody's doubting that at this stage.
How mental is Curry there? Like he's 11 HP. When he stands up beside the wall, he's like, I'm gonna go through this. I don't think I can win a fight unless I surprise him. I'll drop the planter and maybe we'll win off of time. They didn't need the time in the end. That's also Oxy now taking the top fragger on the server.
The other thing as well is it also creates chaos for everybody on Fnatic to run into awkward spots. Like all their post plants go out the window the second that spike is dropped. So there was 2 players stuck on default when they go to retake. So he somewhat wins them the round just because of that. And Oxy, it's huge. He was fantastic in map 1. He's kept it going map 2. We're hoping that this series will go the distance, and who knows how many kills he'll have by the end of it. But if they, let's put it this way, if they are going to win, he might need 100+.
They've invested so much here. A Blade Storm, Alpha, and Leo both grabbing rifles, and to lose Boaster. Your smoke's on the way through. They need to win these fights, rely on Durka. Catwood rely on Alpha Air, apparently just swinging into Curry. Vanity's down after one. It's a round for Alpha Air to put into the books. A plant coming through from the man himself, Leo.
Planted.
With the Hunter's Fury online, the post plant could be strong. Still to contend with is the Blade Storm from Durka. On the way back through, C9 could be in trouble, but that op from Oxy, I expected it to be a big factor in the previous round. It wasn't quite. He's going to use the Blade Storm to close the distance. A blade-on-blade battle. And it's going to be Oxy to win it. A beautiful kill, leaving just one man alive. Leo, miles away. He has the Hunter's Fury. He will pop it. He will use it and almost grab the kill. Oxy's low. He's delayed them at least a moment. That was almost a double. Still 2 players standing, though, and he has to break the cove. It's just a few bullets needed. Half already. Leo somehow in a position where this is not only winnable, but it's won!
The Red Bull clutch coming out of Leo, and are you even surprised? Are you even surprised at this point?
Yes, I'm surprised he used the Hunter's Fury in a 1v3, Tom, and they got a cove! I'm goddamn surprised!
I'm not surprised he won it at all. Not even for a second. This is what this man does. This is what he does on so many different occasions. Almost collided them off the back of the Hunter's Fury, but it turned out he only needed that for the first. C9. Wow. They got to be kicking themselves. 10-9. New lease of life, but they have been shut down immediately. Cloud9 are not looking to give this one up. Leo still standing, striking the fear of God into his opponents. As once again, he looks to turn this round back from a seemingly impossible position. A 4v2, turn 3. Tapping that plant, he almost goes down because of it. The spam has done damage, and now Chronicle's all that's left. 3 players facing off against him. And the heroics of Leo in the last round couldn't bring that lead much closer. With now 11 for C9, just a couple away. And actually, the money is the real issue for Fnatic.
Yeah, backs against the wall now after that investment. Win one, lose one, and now look at where they found themselves. This is going to be tough. Still, Oxy up on top. We had them. Durka and Oxy were tied up, 21 kills each. And now here we are with 25 for Oxy, convincingly leading the charge for the side of C9. Curry has that pit, you saw him. He wanted to use it, but he didn't hear anybody. No point of contact, no one there. Instead, it's the A site, and he uses the pit now. Okay, it's a little late into the round when all the noise is being used on, or being made on A. For C9, they're still winning the fights. They might not need that Viper's pit. They don't need a whole lot. Jake, oh, he's baking around the back of the site, trying to catch them. Flash has unfortunately caught him.
Here.
He slowed down a little bit, but he has the support. They've got the angle to work with, and there's the Viper's pit doubling down.
Leo is 1 away as well from getting that Hunter's Fury again. Just used it moments ago to win the clutch. Chronicle tagged up within the site, but the time is what they're playing with. Leo, 3rd kill, that's Hunter's Fury. Now this becomes a real issue. This round is slipping away, but it's left to him again. Another clutch needed from Leo, and he's gonna go for the spam through, trying to find the player on the spike. Jake is just sticking it all the way. The bullets are landing. He's gonna take it from under Leo's nose. He's not gonna strike twice.
With the Hunter's Fury online as well, I don't blame him for going for the spams. Conscious that that second player was likely just going to push him down and take him out in the middle of his attempted denial to lose the Viper as well, for the pit to fall. So much went against them in this round. I think none more so than the position it was planted in. It gave him a safe angle to hide behind the wall, just about protecting him. We could see the crosshair clearly lined up on the player, but it's not enough. The pyramid in the way. Gives him the advantage, and now C9 12-9. 3 chances to close this map out. The map pick of Fnatic, returning the favor, as Fnatic did the very same to them on their choice. This one being a little bit closer.
But Oxy is looking to end it here and now. Already Alpha Air dropped. Hunter's Fury being burned up. A desperate attempt to entry into the site to find some space, but there is next to none being granted. One by one they've fallen. And although C9 have some low players, the advantage remains well and truly within their grasp. The Seekers even locking in these final Fnatic players. They know exactly where they are.
It does give the information that that flank could be coming, though.
Blinded.
But Vanity won't mind. Leo trying to sneak his way through. He's got a lot further than I actually expected him to. It seems like they're aware, but he's already found one. Oxy quick to trade, and up close, Jake will put down one more. Boaster. Well, he said he's not the man to win a 1v5. How about 4? No. Oxy's the man to close it. This young star having one of the best performances we've seen on this stage. And with 13-9, it's no clean sweep, Mitch. We were worried after map number 1 that maybe Fnatic would just close it out in 3. Well, they're going to have to go for a 3-1 at this point.
They decided to put on a show, and I'm happy that they did. We're going to get at least 4 maps out of it. We will not end this series on Ascent. And with C9 having such a young gun, delivering like this in front of a crowd on foreign soil, this will be one hell of a story for him, one hell of a memory for a debut at this level if they can take it now as we're 1-1.
Oxy, Oxy, Oxy!
Hey, hey, hey!
Lads, we have a grand final on our hands here. C9 beating on Bind, Bosses on Breeze, heading next into their map pick. The tide has turned here in Tokyo. This is now an electric grand final going into our 3rd map of this best of 5 series. The crowd are loving it here in Tokyo, Japan. Join us very soon. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena. This legendary sumo arena is now the home to a grand final. It's Valorant, baby, and it is Fnatic versus Cloud9, and it's all for the silverware, and it feels like we're just getting started. It felt like it was nearly all said and done not that long ago. It was looking very bleak for Cloud9, and now Oxy, look at the man on screen right now. It's the first time on a big stage. And let's be honest, this is a very big stage here. It is packed out with fans, and he looks that comfortable that he may as well be in an armchair and slippers, Mitch.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And as myself and Tom know from the many marathons we've been involved in, it's all about conserving energy. You don't want to push yourself too hard. And in these breaks, it's important. Keep the heart rate down, get yourself relaxed. And I think he's really hitting his stride in that regard.
Yeah, you strike me more of a short distance runner. Oh, sorry, just
seemed to be a break there in between those words.
Just a
little bit of dead air there.
Yeah,
what was that about?
I do think as well, though, the fact that after that back-breaking clutch from Leo, instant response. Like, it was like nothing happened.
Beautiful.
That's, for me, is the sign of a really solid team, that you lose a clutch that, as Mitch sort of said, it looked unlosable. Even with using the Hunter's Fury in a risky position. Obviously, it's Leo. He does those sort of things, but the fact that they won the next round really clean. It was like nothing happened. So
let's take a look at that clutch, because you're right, Tom.
Damn.
Mitch, talk us through this, because it did feel like this should have been a turning point for Fnatic.
But you know, you're going to see when they go for this defuse the first time, it's Oxy that goes for it, and he can't tank that Hunter's Fury. One hit and he's gone. Has to dash out of the way. This delays them. If it's one of the players who's got that little bit more HP, I'm looking at Zeta, who starts that defuse. He could stick it. He could tank one burst. But they didn't want to. Maybe it's a miscommunication thing in the moment. It's just how these things unfold. But realistically, you don't imagine that the ripple effect will be this guy wins a 1v3 with very, very limited time.
It's also possible they thought that his initial plan would be to spray at the Cove.
Exactly,
so then, then if Oxy peaks, he's 1 HP,
like,
straight bullet kills it.
1v3, you don't usually see players even attempt the Hunter's Fury in that moment, because you know they're
so
just
you
going
go
to
for the low HP, maybe he gets it half, they break the Cove, and then the other two players who are healthy can peek and kill him, but he's a lunatic.
He's insane. He's insane.
Well, 13-9 was the score, of course. The battle of the ages that you previewed at the very beginning. Oxy versus Derka. I mean, Oxy has been popping off all tournament, right? Derka, he's found another gear here in Grand Final territory, and it's been an absolute treat for the fans.
The fun thing about this is he's going to go through so many sort of like legendary Jet players along the way if they actually manage to win this. Bear in mind we had players like Buzz in this tournament. They beat a team of TNET in this tournament, and to win they have to beat Derka. Like, honestly, he's pushing himself the sort of leaderboard of Jet players, and he's making it look kind of easy. He was 7 kills above him by the end, you know?
And, you know, normally when I see a player, as we said, come into this level, we don't expect them to deliver. If they do, it's kind of here and there. He was able to match up in this game. That's a good sign.
Or maybe on one agent.
Exactly, yeah, one agent, one map where they're just unbelievable. It could be the Yoru on Bind even coming into today, I thought. Oh, that's where he might have an opportunity to shine.
Jet
the rest,
him.
He'll fade off. Yeah, but you jet diff Derka? Are you kidding me? Like, what's the next goal at this point? That's it. You've done it. Just consistency is all you can talk about. Oh, maybe.
Well, this is the thing on Breeze. That was Fnatic's pick, and it wasn't like they were getting Fnatic light. There were moments there where you were getting full-fledged Fnatic, and Cloud9 were handling them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like this series now just turns into who turns up on the map. It's less about the map. When you get 2 world-class teams, 2 heavy hitters, the map goes out the window. Who make the right call at the right time.
Yes.
And with such fantastic IGLs that we have on either side, as said, they've got sort of like a bromance going on, but it is going to be staring across that scene as they now have to try and fight versus each other.
Shout out to man like Curry. Come on.
Absolutely. I mean,
classic king.
There's been so many insane rounds from him. Yeah, like the classic kill when everyone had sheriffs on that angle. He just comes out. Bap,
and then he gets 2 later when he's playing through the Viper screen as well. Like, he's been great with that
super
gun.
sub. We've seen plenty of those throughout Valorant history, and it's always just remarkable to see someone who's so capable of fitting into a team that quickly. It really speaks to his individual ability, his team ability, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him in the future, regardless of whether it's here or somewhere else.
Well, Fnatic were as hot as a curry on Ascent earlier against DRX, and they are all warmed up for this, so they'll be feeling pretty confident, despite coming off the back of a loss on map 2 there, Tom.
Yeah, I think this is a really sort of interesting one, because obviously we've seen this map already a couple of times. obviously coming out from the side of C9. First time it went really well. Like they absolutely decimated the entirety of that map. And then the second time, not so much. It seemed like a bit of a slow start. Now, I don't know what version we're going to get. Again, when they did dominate, it was Oxy just frying. So that's going to be the main man to talk about. Wow, who could have seen that coming?
Mitch.
He's not bad, is he, Oxy?
He's
all right. He's all right.
I mean, Mitch, as we get into map 3, 15 seconds to go before we throw you guys into the server. Who's taking the advantage?
Oh, come on.
I mean, look, I'll say Fnatic starting on the defense will know pretty quickly how this one's going to go. This is somewhere that C9 have a lot of ideas on the attack. I feel like this could be C9 building on the back of what we just saw, Oxy dominating.
All right, who's going to take the next step towards lifting the Red Bull Home Ground 2023 trophy? Tom, Mitch, let's get it on.
It's a sick trophy.
And we've got the barriers up, and instantly there's damage dealt. Zeta shock darted right at the beginning of the round. But that chuck dart ain't going to do too much because they're not moving towards B. No capitalization on the back of that damage there. Instead, C9 will be taking a little bit of mid control, nice and easy, making their way up towards the A side. Short will be battled for, and this is where Chronicle will get his first test. The smoke is up, but he had a chance to fight first. Paranoia used. They're looking to take a lot of space very quickly. Jake's giving me whiplash the way he's spinning his crosshair around. And already, they've got a lot of control over the site with snake bites. Or not snake bites, nano swarms, pardon me. Almost dropping Oxy, Jake and Zeppa following suit with very low HP.
Oh, looking like they might even want to try and catch someone off guard. Dart doesn't ping anyone though, and Oxy, I think he was hoping for someone to try and shoot that. Now a couple of players, they're going to get suppressed around that short area. But Fnatic are taking their time. They've got to be careful they don't run out of it.
At least the first few go to C9. It's the low HP that I'm worried about. Jake and Zeppa need the element of surprise, and Leo is the one capitalizing those kills. Jake's got one. Vanity down below. He's swinging out wide. He's caught them on the defuse. He's spamming in for damage, delaying it, and in comes his teammate. Jake down, but Vanity might have won this on time alone, and it looks like it's in the books for C9. Another pistol, their third in the row. And that's what you want to see if you're a C9 fan. North American Valorant now has the lead.
You could see on Vanity's face, he was a little bit confused that there wasn't a peek out of there, but Leo checking the other side, and, well, the clock has not been kind to him today. That's been one of his main nemesises. Either way, 1-0 lead taken, and it is looking like it's going to be much more of a brawl.
He's not afraid to give a little bit of attitude, is he? I saw his exchanges with Leaf the other day on Twitter as well. He was
He's a sassy
really
man. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Absolutely is. That's what we love to see. So, interesting setup as well from Alpha. Obviously his turret's down, but typically you're going to be trying to use that turret for information, wall banging off the back of it, actually getting contact. That's why he's got the Sheriff to play with. And on the other side, you know, that could be something that bridges the gap slightly if he can manage to land a few of those shots. It's tough with a Sheriff, though. Oh, he's actually going in. Wanted to fight inside of B-main, but
yeah, he's alone. That's the thing. Back. He needed information. The dart was sent over the top by Leo, but it doesn't get anything. It doesn't even get a ping. So they basically rotated players further into the A site. So Alpha, rightly so, wants to take some space. Instead, well, the patience of C9 hasn't yet been rewarded, although Chronicle really going, just fishing for information. They still haven't found too much, and it looks like there's going to be a ruse sold by Vanity. Now, bear in mind, he does have a rifle, so he doesn't want to just run in.
Yeah.
But there is now no one on that B side. Not a single player there.
Yeah, very well sold on the side of C9.
30 seconds
and at this
left.
point, you know, with everything they've got to work with, Oxy, obviously he's cleared at the backside now, but he'll be looking to get up close with the Judge. Zeppa's already been dropped though, so there's not really anyone to cover him on the way through. They haven't got smokes up to block them off. So instead, he's just playing on the stairs, denying the re-entry towards the B site. I do wonder, though, if Fnatic will be even trying to get back in towards this site. Instead, I imagine they'd want to box them in and cause damage, make this a very costly round. And with two players still trapped in there, the possibility is certainly there for this to go their way, at least to run the economy lower. Leo grabs one. Those two players still trapped there.
He's got a rifle. That's the thing. He could either just save this or look to try and kill off any of the other players. He's going to know that Vanity's here, who's very low on HP, so gets rid of him at least. And now, whoa, he's going to walk away with a Vandal and killing off a couple of members. That's not a bad round for Fnatic at all.
No, it really isn't. I'm curious to see if Oxy's able to recover anything even slightly better. No, it looks like he's just bringing the Judge through. So all in all, a very costly round for the side of C9.
But also, Leo was the player who actually spent more than everybody else. He spent down to, I think, 1,100. So this now confirms any extra utility he wanted and makes sure that he gets shields alongside a better rifle than he may have had before. So that's actually probably the best case scenario for Fnatic, other than actually just managing to win the round. And also, he's now only 3 away from having his ult, although it's worth noting Curry's 2.
5-0 technically hasn't died, right?
Why is there an attack side, Bucky?
Especially when we already have a Judge, you know. They really like their shotguns here on C9. That's all I can say. And they're getting quite close. Chronicle already eating the wrong end of that.
Oh no!
And Jake is quick to trade, not even losing Oxy on the way through, who's now upgraded to a Vandal. This is about as bad of a start as you could physically imagine.
That'll be it.
Through the smoke.
That will be now as worse as it could get. Yeah, that.
Oh.
This is horrific. For Fnatic, they've just been decimated by a Judge.
W-keyed by a Judge.
And then the rifle's also been retrieved as well. Anything that was gifted in the last has been gifted back double. Fnatic feeling friendly, I guess.
Absolutely ridiculous carry on. And the fact that Oxy just runs it down, gets up close, grabs the kill. They realize there's a Judge close. Player swings to try and trade. And, oh, hold on, Jake is further back. He's able to grab that. Free upgrades across the board. Yeah, you probably don't want the Bucky instead of the Judge.
And the remaining 2 just have to try and save. And there's a lot of players hunting them down. That's the thing. In the finances for C9 are already in a good spot. If they can kill off one of these players, that would be fantastic. Make this round a lot easier. And oh, he gets both?
What the hell is going on?
How does he kill Durka?
He ran through a smoke, took a fight.
Wait, he didn't even take a fight. He was pre-firing through the smoke while sprinting, kills Leo, and then he goes, oh, there's a guy there. All right, pop his head, carry on walking.
No, this is outrageous carry on from Oxy. Like that, we even missed the opening kill there. You see the trade, so beautiful. And yeah, that is exactly how you should feel in those moments. Banging your head against a wall, or in this case, a very comfortable chair.
Yeah, I'll take the chair. Over the wall. All right, see you later.
Okay, I mean, it's a low buy round, but there was
still bold.
Not much of a heartbeat there from Fnatic. Immediately shut down.
The TP up is a bold call in that sort of round.
Dangerous.
C9 looking very good on this attack side. And for the remaining 2, well, both they're left with a Stinger. Alpha, a Sheriff, split across either side of the map.
Cover going out.
Alpha, he's going to be able to retrieve a little bit. They can farm up the orb as well. Might even be able to get Curry his ultimate for this next round. Be careful, though. Alpha's still about. Alpha is still there! How does he come out with 3? And he's given a very small chance to boast to any other weapon. And I might say I'd even believe, but to try and get it done with a Stinger, the smoke giving him a slight gap over. He spotted a player, but he can't even really do anything with this gun. It's just hot trash from this position. And while Curry, one way or another, does get his ultimate online, but just a glimpse of the talent that Alpha has. Somehow he almost managed to make that round winnable.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about damage if C9 hadn't got a 4-0 start with some flawless rounds and free upgrades in their bonuses. Their credits are certainly sitting pretty, which sort of diminishes the impact that you see from this play. You need to win that round off the back of it, otherwise it's reset immediately. And even then, Oxy, Bladestorm online, Judge in his back pocket, Paranoia ready for A main, but Oxy's going to use this Bladestorm right at the rip of the round, looking to fight on mid, looking to take some duels up and above the wall perhaps, quickly closing the distance on short. This is all about him. When you send him out running, I am scared about what we're about to witness. Early Hunter's Fury that doesn't get a whole lot. Well, nothing at all.
Yeah, and now they've got the lockdown as well, so that's just going to clear them out of the site completely.
That seems like an error.
It's not something that may necessarily be worth counter for Fnatic. I guess they wanted to try and do some damage. What? He's even caught off guard on the timing and still manages to kill. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a bit more of a problem. The judge then not so valuable, but while all of that distraction, that kerfuffle has gone down. Cloud9 have the site.
Yeah, they've ran this clock way, way down. I mean, even now you're just seeing Chronicle make it towards A heaven. Half the time has already slipped out of their grasp. 2 players down below. Okay, maybe with a good recon we could see something work out for them, but C9 are tucked away. They're wise to these tricks. Good shot by Durka, nice angle, and he spotted one down below on the left side, but it's a double peek. Jake is here as well, remember, transitioning to the other side and leaving Chronicle all alone. Vanity, okay, he's the last man standing. But the clock,
time's gone.
The ultimate enemy for the side of Fnatic, it has been in this series. The time is running low for them to get on the board on the defensive side. 5-0 for C9. They cannot be stopped right now. What? Ian asked you a question earlier, Tom. What do you do to stop Fnatic when the ball gets rolling? What do you do to stop C9 in the same scenario? Starts to be the emerging million-dollar question.
Yeah, right now I'm sort of waiting for the Durka show to come back. We've had a moment or two from Alpha that maybe could have been the start of something. But the main thing has been actually just getting rid of Vanity. Those late rounds, he's got 4 kills, but 2 of them he managed to win rounds with.
Here.
I love you, Vanity. He's picked up the Odin. He said, thanks for buying it for me, Chronicle. I appreciate you. He's grabbed, I think he might have grabbed his own one. But he saw the opponents take it, and he wants a bite of that action, a slice of the pie. Both players with their drone out. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling discs in full display. The attempt from Vanity. Oh, that is a shutdown. Ultimate instantly canceling out his drone. No, thank you. The information is going to be thinned on. That's a great angle for Vanity. If Chronicle peeks it, he was... Oh, never mind! He was low already, but only 1 shot connected. A quick return of the headshot. And with the Vandal, that's all he needs.
Yeah. He raised his Vandal to the shots. The Odin. And as said, one of the major problems for Fnatic is those late round clutches coming out of Vanity, the time being bought, and especially with this Hunter's Fury, taking that out of the round is going to make things troublesome. 3 players also committed to this B site, 2 at the back of site, the other is Durka. They're selling this ruse though. That ruse has worked wonderfully. It pulled Durka completely off. All they did was pop the ult on the other side, but they still have to deal with the likes of Leo and Chronicle. And that in itself can be difficult enough. Jake, he has to go B. He doesn't have the time to do anything else. And these players at the back of the site need to be eliminated. The paranoia is perfect. And Chronicle, as you said, he was low. But he hasn't missed a shot since. Zeta now doesn't have any time. It's all about damage. Can he take any of these guns out of Fnatic's hands?
It's a resounding no. The final seconds ticking away. Fnatic have found the round. That's a remarkable performance from Chronicle. He was 40-something HP.
Well, yeah, an extra
44.
bullet goes through the wall, and he dies. Like, that's literally it. An extra bullet through the wall when they were spamming.
Yeah, yeah, geez,
that's how
exactly.
we feel as well.
Ridiculous shot by Chronicle. And he's just so cool and collected there at the player cam. 13 HP taking all those fights. Doesn't give a damn.
Well, he was 24-8 on Ascent earlier in the day versus DRX. This was his map. We'll see if he's got that in the locker again. Now, every time Fnatic have been down in this sort of scoreline, the half has ended level. It's happened multiple times, not just in this match, in previous matches as well. So C9 need to make sure that this isn't just, oh, okay, we started strong. 5 rounds, great. 5 rounds attack side. Ascent, not bad. Not if you start 5-0. They need to get more out of this.
Blade Storms come in.
They used the whole thing.
Yeah, just, you know, he really wanted to make sure he hit something.
Oh, my God.
Luckily, it was the head that landed with Zeta down as well.
He's the player jumping up. Like that.
Yeah.
That's the insane thing. Like, Zeta is waiting on that angle. It's like he's playing on the Turkish servers and has that like insane ping peeker's advantage, but it's not. It's just Chronicle. It's just him.
Drone out, clear and close on Pizza. It's wide open for the taking. They see that, so you can turn your back now. No longer needing to worry about mid.
30 seconds.
Focus will instead go towards the site, but okay. Chronicle's going to be dropped. Durka Having used his Blade Storm, right-click now, he's in a little bit of trouble. Sheriff in hand. Not that that's ever been a problem for him before, and the retake will be played for. The only scary thing about this, Vanity can't use his Hunter's Fury, really. He might be able to try it from Boathouse, but it's a big risk. You need to rely on the cover from Oxy, who's now gone down. The clutch near impossible, and it proves to be just that. A second round found for Fnatic. 4 players surviving, even with some weaknesses coming into that round, especially after the Blade Storm used, but they've recovered nicely.
Yeah, this is a common thing. It seems like the second an opponent gets to 5,
they wake
Fnatic
up.
are just like, all right, that's it. Like we saw
5-1?
that versus Zeta. In fact, they didn't even lose another round.
Yeah.
We saw that in the first map as well on Bind.
Yep.
It just seems like that's the moment where Fnatic come online. And as said, I'm now looking at C9 to break back. Oxy back on the Judge. Normally on the attack side, I'd be frowning, but he has had a lot of success, and I think they're going to go back to that same sort of A take that they did before, with him really going for early space, stopping any level of aggression. And the fact is, Fnatic aren't pushing this anymore. They're placing the smoke down the same, but they are not going forward. That's actually happened on B instead. Did Boaster intentionally get tagged by that? It looked like he walked backwards into it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It might just be a mistake, but that looked like he intentionally tried to get caught, maybe trying to sell the idea that he's up close somewhere, wasting some time, or just an error, and I'm overthinking it.
Either way, maybe that's the same thing going on in C9.
Yeah, exactly. They're going,
Did
okay, he got caught.
Is he close? Is he far back?
We got to check. Anyone hear a TP?
That's it. Throw in a little sense of uncertainty. Sometimes that is all you need. Oxy, he's been caught out by a bit of utility. The paranoia has blinded him. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, spotting the players down below, and it's Oxy for a lot of damage. 11 HP on Boaster, 31 on Leo, but they have escaped his ire for now, and the shock darts that fly through the air will not find their mark, resetting for a much more passive A-hold, knowing that with a combined 52 or 42 HP, they can't really be holding this site, trying to take fights in a 2v2. Instead, they're waiting for their teammates, and Durka, oh, he's got his gun out just in time, but Curry still gets the jump.
Yeah, they were clearing short so that Chronicle could rotate quickly. He managed to reclaim that ground while everything was happening. Nice shot from Vanity, but it's only the low HP Boaster to go down. Fnatic, that's 7 from 5-0. They start the climb back up. As said, it will still be a decent half for C9 either way, but they do not want to just allow their opponents to run this all the way back. And they were so unlucky. Like, he did an unbelievable amount of damage with that Judge. And a single blast from that Hunter's Fury could have killed off 2 and just happened to dodge it.
Yeah, they did really well to avoid it, to move out of position, avoid getting hit by those shock darts as well. For C9, they threw out a lot there and not a lot of it worked. They decided to call a tactical pause. Coming into round number 9, they'll have a bit of economy, a couple of ults close, but not your Blade Storm that could help them out massively here. I mean, from the shadows, the lockdown, it's unlikely that we see those come into full effect moving into this round. Maybe the lockdown because they don't have a Hunter's Fury, and with pistols on some players, they might be able to close the distance, but this is very much what C9 need to discuss now. How do they want to approach the early round on the attack? The world is their oyster, but if they allow Fnatic to run that clock, we've seen again and again, they make those reads right in the late round. They've got the players ready to defend.
Is this the first time Dirk has had the operator as well? It's the same thing that happened prior. Yeah, he had it on Breeze, but that's going to be another dynamic they have to face off against, potentially. But I would say more aggressive, but he's actually been taking a lot of map control anyway, even with the rifle in hand. Been a quieter performance from him in comparison to the last map, but as said, this has been Chronicle's map so far today. It's weird to say that, but he's already played it. Wow. Back into the action we go. Weaponry not the best for C9, and that's the thing. It's like, as you said, in the past, at least when they had some of these lower buys, they had some ults to sort of pad what was going to be a weaker purchase. I do always have a bit of faith, though, with them when it comes to the Stingers. I don't know what it is. I feel like they, especially Zeppa, I feel like his Stinger is actually better than some of his rifles.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, and I very much agree with it. He's put the time into that weapon. He's intimately familiar. Now
Maybe
there's
he
going
has
to be
a bind.
This is an attempted punish. Boaster has a Paranoia ready to play. He uses him on short, and that's perfect. Leo able to get a double off the back of that. Jake very low. And oh no,
okay.
A well-placed Nano has completely caught out some of the Fnatic members, leaving Alpha and Leo down. And Boaster with a lot to do on the site. He's done well to find the first. A good headshot connected. The drop, very much getting the drop on him is Jake. What a round from this attack side Omen. But still, so much more work to be done with the swing out from Durka. It will be Jake to try and punish.
Unlucky.
5 HP left on Durka. That could have been huge, but even still, Chronicle would have gotten that trade.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea to try and switch the fight to Chronicle, the more immediate threat. And again, with what was a low investment round from C9, it was close, but not quite enough. It's this initial trap play, though. I believe there was not only either the knife or a secondary flash out from Chronicle, but a lot of assists coming through for the Fnatic side. And now after, as said, a 5-0 lead, Fnatic are climbing. 5-4, purchase still available. You're gonna have yourself the lockdown as well, but now that counter is available for Leo if he decides to use it. And the pace change, straight into the site goes Oxy. He's gonna take that control, but his teammate is gone.
This time up on top of the generator, avoiding a lot of that utility. Your Hunter's Fury is getting damage done, but it misses the final connection. Vanity will just about survive, 45 HP. The lockdown in play. C9 have full control over this site, and even a little bit of a push out of Oxy. No dash to get out of there. He is caught out of position, out in the open. A late flank by Curry. He has one completely off guard, but look how many players are waiting on short. Vanity, 45. Nice headshot to start, but that's it. There really wasn't much hope. As Chronicle finishes off this defuse. Or even Leo. And of course, because the other two have ultimates to work with, we've ended up, you have a guess, Tom, neck and neck.
No
Would
way.
you believe it towards the end of the half?
No.
I'm shocked. 5-5? First time we've seen that scoreline today?
When you could call it from 5-1, it's it's happened too often at this stage. I don't know what it is. Fnatic don't like seeing their opponents going above 5.
It's a close matchup, man.
It's a weird one. I also think as well that like the fact that like Oxy's play there, you watch him push very deep. He knew that if he lets them take that control, there's a lockdown coming from Alpha. He's been holding that for a few rounds, so it's like he tries to get up in a position where it's like, okay, at least my teammates will be able to get that a little bit
Oh my God.
What are you doing, Boaster? He's trying to impress the crowd by the looks of it, with a little bit of a pinch alongside Durka. They've taken the brunt of that one, but Chronicle took his AWP, and he's found himself the kill.
I actually kind of love that play. We'll talk about it in a moment, though, because Alpha is now under threat. In fact, it might be Leo who's going to be challenged. The drone destroyed the Paranoia deep, but Leo's able to reposition now, playing up in heaven. Oh, and what a shot! Zeta deleted! Out comes the shorty, but it's not good enough. 16 HP left on Jake. It should be an easy conversion, and indeed it is, with the turret finding the kill. It's only Curry. 1 versus 3. An operator holding towards his spawn, and 2 players if he is to break through to the A site. One saving grace might be just how low Durka is. The problem is he's not going to miss that shot. 6 rounds on the board for Fnatic. 1 left to play for in the half, and well, I would almost gamble on it going to C9. I'm ready for a neck-and-neck
I'm ready for a 6-6.
Seen this one before.
It's happened too often, but this has got to be just back-breaking. To be this far in the lead, and then just round after round after round.
That's how my shorty works.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've seen that in my ranked games. It can be kind and it can be cruel. But that's the thing. It's like even with the sort of the risky stance, the change up, the switch up from Fnatic, there was just that extra level. Chronicle being able to find one with the operator. Now they're going to go fighting it towards middle. Boaster.
Oh, damage.
So much spam.
Fire. I mean, it's not bad. Zep and Oxy are both going to be tagged up. Advanced position in main. Caught Vanity. Trying to drone it through, but now it's a little bit awkward because Durka has no support. Leo's being dropped by the Blade Storm, and this operator now has to stand strong against what could be an avalanche of players coming his way. But I want to look on the other side at Curry. He's got a great position, but he's being spotted. And Oxy swinging through onto Durka. This must leave the round in tatters. using this ultimate. Obviously, it's the last round. You're not saving it for anything in the future, but they are going to push him down.
How's he alive?
What is happening with Oxy? It's on the other side of the map to where the plants come in, fighting into Boathouse. If anything, he's just done well enough by delaying this long.
Yeah, the Boaster's only just starting his rotation. Alpha even making that decision to go in alone, and now Boaster once again is going to be left in a 1 versus 4. The 6-6 was calling, even at 5-0. He'd have to pull off miracles to be able to stop this from happening. Paranoia still available as well to just crush him at the end. And Zeta will be there to kill him off with his trusty Stinger at that. We're level going into the break, but honestly, from 5-0 down, I don't think C9 are going to be happy with that.
No, not at all. They had 5 rounds in a row. They won the pistol, but at the end of the day, you know, a 6-6 half is just par for the course when it comes to this series. It's what we've seen again and again to start things out. Don't even know quite how to explain that. And Oxy, he's having one hell of a game. I mean, when you're causing this much of a problem to your opponents, where you even see the impact when Alpha swings out, there's no smoke down for him to work off of.
That was a fake as well.
Yeah.
The rest of the team blinding on the other.
One man fake.
One man fake with a 3K. And then I think he was like 15 HP after the first one when he got his Blade Storm, just popped it and took 2 more down with him. Like, he basically won them that round on his own. Even still though, it was a good resurgence from Fnatic. The thing is, 6 rounds on attack of Ascent, that's a great half. If that's a back and forth, maybe you don't win a pistol, Cloud9 would be over the moon. It's just the manner in which Fnatic seem to climb back into these games every single time. And now heading into their attack side as well, that's where I feel like both teams have kind of thrived. Like, we've seen some really solid attack side halves. Fnatic's synergy has looked great throughout. And again, it's someone we've talked about, but I think the pressure now comes on to both Oxy and Curry. Like, Curry having that site anchorage, and then also just if that operator comes into Oxy's hands, he went on a tear in their first map of Ascent in the tournament. I think ended with like 25 plus kills and barely any deaths to go with it. Either way, we'll soon be getting into that second half. And one of these teams is going to be heading towards that map point, heading towards a spot where they need one more map in this best of 5 to take it over the line. You don't want to be needing to win 2, I'll put it that way. The comeback's always more difficult. Winning that pistol might just get them that step closer.
Oh, we've seen some aggressive rounds, especially early rounds from Fnatic on their defense. Certainly something to keep an eye on from C9. We know that they can get up in their opponents' faces whenever Oxy starts to get in the rhythm of it. For now, in the pistol, we won't see any shenanigans or tomfoolery from that C9 side. Sitting back and waiting for their opponents to step up. Vanity has managed to make his way into Wine, which could be a bit of a problem. The element of surprise, it all comes down to timing, and Chronicle has got the element of surprise. He's caught off by Vanity. It almost looked like he realized the setup, but just a second too late.
Yeah, and you could see the cogs turning. He's like, oh, if there's someone there, I'm
Why would he think that main is secure? Oh, Wine. Oh, no. It's too late. But
his setup is still good, though. Like, that's the thing from C9. They got 2 players firmly within the site. That's where their nano swarms are as well to buy time. Vanity, I think, already making that realization, and he'll be full sprint to make his way back towards the cross, which is currently smoked off. Fnatic know, okay, this is the moment we have to get into the site before the cavalry is able to arrive, but they've already got smokes down to try and cover that cross, and it's a slaughter. Left down to just Alpha, but his main nemesis at this point is going to be the time. 19 seconds, Spike in a very awkward spot, and he needs a mistake to come through. And with the classic king of Curry standing in front of him, well, he'll take that one, but he doesn't expect there to be a second player. He's trying to bait him in, but now the time's gone. Round done. 7-6. Cloud9, another pistol under their belt. They have been dominant in those.
4 in a row. Fnatic haven't seen a pistol win since the start of this series. Over on map number 1. Breeze, Ascent, both looking very good for C9. 7 on the board. And I don't expect to see a Fnatic force buy coming into this round. Don't expect heavy investments.
No plant, not worth it.
Exactly. Just a couple of pistols will be the best that we see. That said, they've been able to do it before with not less, but same. It's not like C9 have anything. They've not got any rifles. Like, this is a much weaker second round buy than I think we see from a lot of teams.
Yeah. Although, well, I'd say them with a judge is about as close to a full buy as you can get.
True.
Vanity already spotted and a pop flash ready. The second they round this corner, they're about to come under pressure. Shot dart might even take them both. Now it's going to go in, and it's comboed with that fragment. This is looking squeaky clean, at least for now. A Sheriff retrieved by Chronicle, and one in Alpha's hands as well. These pop flashes from Zeta have been nothing short of perfection. Multitude of assists coming through. I'd say his KO has been a true highlight of this tournament for me. Just seems to do so well with his knives being on point, getting them that information. The flashes have been, look, their whole team basically blind there. And then he has the fragment to just make sure there is no surviving in that corner. Great round from C9, and well, I saw for a second Oxy buys into the Guardian. It looks like he's going to be handed a Vandal. I can see why they have the belief in him to do it at this stage.
Yeah, I think I would too. I certainly do. Boaster, this is the same thing. You know, I mentioned the other day, I spoke to Vanity about this, the round 3 attack side Odin on an Omen, and he said the man's a lunatic. Well, it looks like we're contending with lunacy on the side of C9. Let's see how they deal with it. He attempted to spam back and deny Vanity's very same position that he plays in almost every single game at the start of the round. Somewhere that he is already being told by his opposition, you're not going to be able to play your comfortable role here. We know who we're up against. We've also seen the depth of Vanity's repositioning. He's not a one trick. Nice.
Well, they're not falling for that again.
Not this time.
Fool me once. Counter util being thrown out to try and slow them down at least a little bit. Another pot flash set up with a Paranoia just around the corner. It's an awkward fight for Oxy. Bear in mind, he's the one with that hero rifle. Attempting to try and pad the gap. Spike thrown across at the risk. And somehow Vanity with the spam. Zephyr though, he's been given that gun! And now he steps up on the individual level as well. Boaster, the only man standing within this site, and Zephyr takes it all. 4 kills to close out this round 9 for C9.
It's been a relatively slow start for Zeppa. I mean, that just puts him up tied with the rest of the team, catching up very much so, but what a round to step up in. 3 in a row now for the side of C9. Fnatic's economy is devastated, and even there, the collat, the wall bang headshot onto Chronicle. Just gorgeous gameplay, and this is what we know he's capable of from start to finish. He is a scary player. Now C9 get that Odin over on Vanity for free. The rest of the squad buying up Curry. He's left down on a judge, but I don't think he's going to be too upset about that. We've seen what he can do with that weapon in hand. Himself and Oxy, a scary duo when it comes down to it. Jake the first to find it. Paranoia goes through. Whoa, he's a little slow on Durka. Gives him time to adjust, but he needed a bit more time. Looks like not a whole lot past the damage being done. Shock Dart puts Leo down to 21, but with the door closed, it might just be able to get a plant.
That's the thing, this round shouldn't be even remotely close with the weaponry, and well, Oxy makes sure it's not. The guns weren't there for Fnatic in this one, and they got close to getting onto that site. They got close to getting the plant, but Oxy's there alongside that judge. It got the job done in the end.
I think Jake did extremely well staying alive on the back of the side. Again, with the weaker weapons, they probably did get a little bit more space than you would have liked, but that's because those players on short are grouping up and waiting for the retake. They're a little bit late to the party, but, well, they certainly ended the show. Stopped it in its tracks, 10-6. And aggressive stance again. We talked about how we saw Fnatic get aggressive. C9 a little bit more pointed with their approach. B main entirely on lockdown. And it's Boaster about to have a big challenge on his hands. It's Oxy shut down by the IGL of Fnatic. The man advantage is now theirs.
Zeppa hasn't stopped though. He's taken the space into screens. He's trying to spot out where Boaster, well that'll do it. That knife might as well have landed in his head rotate back to put a couple of players on either site. Dirk is still waiting deep in A, and we're going to see an aggressive push from Jake once again. He's got 3 players close. They're actually going back and clearing where Zeppa would be. Fnatic taking a lot of time to just make sure there's nobody there to stab them in the back before they start their execution. Bear in mind, Chronicle is 1 away, as is Alpha, from having their ultimates online, which could help with the clearance of this site. The only issue is the amount of time that is left, and they're in fact going to double back in towards A. This is where all of Curry's utility is currently waiting, as is the Odin of Vanity.
Unusual position for it. Extra little bit of support that can be brought to it. Repositioning on the back of those nades, though. It puts them on the back foot for just a moment. The spams from Curry. He's trying to stop them, but there's no denying that plant, and Fnatic quickly bite back. 4 versus 2. Alpha and Leo desperately low. Those shots need to be landed. Great return from Jake. He knows there's 1 below. He doesn't know about the second, and even a player over towards the generator.
Cover going out.
6 and 33 HP, 85 on Boaster. This could be so easy, but closing it out is a whole different story. Jake with the jump over, still hasn't spotted Boaster. Tucked in, Leo already dropped. And it's the second man below that might not be expected until now. Now the information's there to play with. The defuse not gonna be stuck. They adjust perfectly, taking every kill in their way, and just in time, they'll grab the defuse. 11-6, C9 edging ever closer to taking a map advantage.
Again, it's a round that looked like Fnatic had it in the bag. The afterplant, okay, they were low, but the time that had been bought looked like it would be enough. And then Zeppa, I mentioned that he was definitely further down the scoreboard. But now he's right back up there with the rest of the boys. In fact, just 2 kills from top to bottom on this side. A true team effort from C9. And Boaster definitely there in terms of the supportive ability, but not there on the fragging power this game at least. Durka as well, after a really strong performance on Breeze. An uncharacteristic, quiet game from him. Even still though, Mitch, 5 rounds in a row at the beginning of that first half. The half ended 6-6. C9 have had 5 rounds in a row at the beginning of this second half.
Yes. What happens next?
Yeah, let's see where it goes. And also with a Fnatic tactical pause. Again, giving Elmer Putty a chance to talk through with the team. We've seen Fnatic make comebacks even just off the back of taking these sort of moments, clearing up their comms. That can be enough. We saw the world-class mini pause, which was basically something along the lines of just need to talk to each other.
Yep.
So you can see this Leo
down talk,
being a little bit vocal in that pause, but that's the thing, even just for the minds of C9 here, you've already let the first half slip back into an even scoreline off the back of one of these tactical pauses. As said, back in CS, the Fnatic pause was legendary. We'll see if the pressure's there for C9 here.
They've been given their final count, and the barriers are back up once again. As we said, 5 in a row for C9. It's happened before, but then they were stopped. This is the opportunity to take it that little bit further. And Oxy is very much looking to do just that. Boaster down, smokes out of the round. And for an attacking side, that can be a death sentence. Jake won't be able to escape, but they're not capitalizing on the kill either.
Oh, they might now. Oh, they got the backup of the Hunter's Fury. I like the idea. Jake gone, but the advantage kept. Oh, not for long, though. Oxy's gone peeking. Durka was waiting. And although they don't have the smokes, neither does the opposing side at this stage. Vanity, timing's going to be everything. He's throwing a shock dart out. C9 are making mistakes. Zeppa needs to try and capitalize. And it's a whiff. They look like they had this round at the beginning of it at least, but multitude of slip-ups. And Fnatic now, just Curry left.
Now we don't give him a ton of chances in this. He's at least going to deny the post-plant utility if he takes Leo, but that's a big if. Looks like history will repeat itself as we once again see that 5-round streak come to an end. Fnatic on 7, trailing by 4. They've got just as many ultimates to work with as they do rounds to make up.
Yeah, the thing is, I really like the start to this round. Like, it was just like a few moments that let it slip away. Like, Vanity losing control over short. Oxy maybe slightly overzealous. He's done well with the aggression before. I don't hate it too much. And then Zeppa with an uncharacteristic whiff onto Althea. You can't give that man anything. And now look at the ults as well for Fnatic. Lockdown will be in play. Bear in mind the Hunter's Fury was used in the last round by Vanity. They can't do anything to stop this.
Well, there's going to be an attempt to at least make it costly to entry into that site. Utility on the other side not having quite the same pack-a-punch to it. The C9 are left out to play the retake. Maybe not going to be too upset about that. Zeppa can deny all the utility as they look to push on through. Hunter's Fury pops. Good damage on the back of it. And it's even going to catch another tag. Vanity and Oxy very low. Zeppa following suit. They need someone to grab a kill fairly soon as Fnatic really cemented themselves in on the site. Althea traded, but Boaster fires back with Oxy dropped. They can now maintain control over the site. Everybody on everybody on crossfires except for Durka, who is isolated. Jake's already got a double, looking for more down below, but it's the other Jake to find it. Leo closing it out. 8 rounds on the board for Fnatic. It came close. You can see the #1 fan up there, waving the flag with pride.
Hey, she's allowed to be biased today.
This one day. This one time.
This time she's allowed.
And she's relishing in that opportunity.
Why not? Why not? 11-8. As said, we've seen C9 make it to the top of that mountain, and somehow Fnatic each time climb up and reach the top first. I don't know how they do it, but it has been an issue for C9. It's like the second that pause comes through, the second they get that lead to a point where it looks like Fnatic can't return, Fnatic say you thought.
Here.
And while this round, you're looking at Oxy, you're looking at Zeppa, the major hero weapon slash ults in this round. They're definitely aware of the potential of Jake to be in that corner again, and while Oxy, he won't garner anything other than a bullet to the face.
Well, that was a ruse though. The nano up and over, the presence made inside of B main. It's all to set them up to move into A. The problem is C9 are still here. 3 players in position. Yes, there's weaknesses across the board. The one rifle in play for C9 is on A. But Fnatic, although they rotated everybody in there, they left a massive vacuum of space across the map. They've decided to go back, move through mid. Alphayere's miles ahead of the pack. And that's an easy pick for Vanity, catching him completely off. And as they turn to look at Vanity to deal with this menace, there's presence on short. It'll all come down to timing as to whether that works out, and it has. It has indeed. Although the trade is too quick to really keep that spike under their control.
If it was dropped for a few seconds longer, that could have been the end of it. If he gets through, 13 seconds, but Dirk is just hightailing it. That was the opportunity. If they drop that spike with that little time, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. But now, Jake trying to get in there, he won't be able to. Fnatic continuing this road back to redemption. As now the distance goes from 5 to just 2.
I really like the paranoia. The fact that Boaster still has it, and the fact that he uses it when he did, may well have saved the round. The timing there could have changed absolutely everything on the swing. There was only a matter of seconds in it. One small piece of utility like that, the butterfly effect comes into play. As we see this scoreline close down to just 2, C9 have got to be getting major flashes of deja vu. And it's because of that they decide to call a timeout. Now is definitely the right time.
You can see it on the faces of Fnatic, like they're smiling, laughing. They know now that they're in the heads of their opponent. They've done it in the first half, why wouldn't they be able to do it in the second as well? And for Imi, this is where, well, he really earns his money. Just a gimmick, something to try and reset things, because his team have played fantastic from top to bottom. There isn't a piece missing from this C9 roster in terms of ability. They've definitely shown they can go toe-to-toe, but it's about closing. You can't afford to let this map slip away. The next is Lotus. We know the legacy that Fnatic has on this map, and it's still one of the newer ones within the pool. They've already built a name for themselves. Not many teams can take them on that map. And I wouldn't want that to be the one that could potentially close it.
They're going to get hot under the collar if they lose this one. C9 fully investing their credits down to the wire for this squad. Lockdown in play. Null command as well. The main ultimate of this round might not be on the defensive side. Durka, Blade Storm, and that could be used any moment. Give them that extra level to play with. Poster trying to entry B main with the Odin. It will be denied, but it's a costly piece of utility used to do that.
Fnatic now, again, just patiently waiting, seeing if there's any mistakes. Knife used as well by Zeta to clear B main. Oxy will immediately take that space. Boaster also lurking in middle. The drone to support and clear, while the team lurk around that short position. Looking like they're going to build up into a take in that direction again. The thing is, though, C9 seem to have a pretty decent read. Zeta already pushing round, has the fragment to deny them, but also has support from Curry. Look where he is, and look what ultimate he has online. I think they're playing for the retake. The thing is, though, Vanity is almost set up as a ruse.
Revealing area.
He's done well to find the first, and he's got a safe space to play from. Here comes a nano, but it's bouncing around. He might have a chance to break it. In fact, it doesn't even land to do any damage. He can leave it well alone. And they have to try to force him out of position. As they do so, the lockdown comes in. And although Vanity will fall, there's now a big problem for the side of Fnatic. They've got to fight their way back through and try to break this. The spray coming in, it's not able to do it. 1 second left, detain. Undeniable, and that's a free kill on Chronicle, leaving the spike down on short, and the time is already run dry. Alpha Yair will not win this round, and we will see C9 push up to 12. 12-9 on the board. And Fnatic, they were just caught lacking.
No, I love the idea from C9 as well. Like, they had that plan with the lockdown from the very get-go. Curry's someone who, for the most part, will either play within the site or play onto B, but he was waiting around that tree area for the entirety of the round, just sat there for the moment. And the fact is, normally in that sort of case, you wouldn't have Vanity within the site. But his whole job was to just try and get a kill, try and cause havoc, try and buy time, so that when that clock got low enough, that lockdown can be used to win it. Already, we're seeing an aggressive play. I love this from C9, not afraid to fight Fnatic into their own spawn. Durka now looking to lead the way into the site, but he has no support. He is alone.
Yeah, everybody else kept back by some of that utility. The Nano's on the floor. He can dash by them, but the rest of the squad not so lucky. Thankfully, they're able to entry afterwards. That was very close to running into the spray from the Odin. Curry, though, steps up to the plate to finish off what the Odin couldn't bite. This is going to be it. Boaster caught in the open, easily traded. Textbook play from C9 with 13-9 back-to-back. They are now one map away from taking the grand final.
The fact is, this roster came into this match today with many expecting a 3-0 for Fnatic. The first map went as expected, but since then, Cloud9 have been fighting back tooth and nail. And after losing the grand final last year, they go in with an opportunity to take this all the way. Take that trophy, and I'll be honest, don't get me wrong, the trophy last year was cool, but it doesn't match up to anything that we have within this arena right now.
Yeah, they don't just want to get in touching distance. They want to feel it. They want to raise it in the air in front of this fired up Japanese crowd. And the favourites, Fnatic, need to get fired up too if they want to get back in this, because C9, like Mitch just said, are one map away from taking it all here in Tokyo. 2 more maps are of course playable. This is a best of 5 series, and you do not want to miss a single second of a single round. You join us in the midst of a grand final from Japan's capital. The fans are out in force at the Ryogoku Koguki-kan Arena, historic sumo arena, and they are witnessing something truly special. C9, one map away from a historic win here against Fnatic. Last year in Manchester, they came second. They came ever so close, but nobody ever wants a silver medal. You want to raise that trophy high in the air, and they're very close to doing it. My name's Ian Chambers, and I'm on the desk with Mitch and Tom, who are calling all of the action. The favourites, Tom, are firmly on the back foot right now, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, we sort of looked at this in terms of like Cloud9 coming in here. If they could do a bit of damage, get a map, we'd be impressed. And after the first one, their choice of buying, I was a little bit worried. I was a little bit shaky. They've come back. They took Breeze, where Fnatic looked fantastic. They've now gone into the lead with a victory on Ascent. And if they close out on Lotus, that's been the best map for Fnatic for a while now. Okay, then we're truly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to be impressed by players like Oxy, who continues to go insane here. And Mitch, just a real good, complete performance from this team, Cloud9.
Yeah, I think we saw from start to finish, they didn't lose focus. There was no moment where it felt like they just started to feel comfortable, complacent, unlike what we see from them in the tech pauses or the tack pauses, where they're reclining, they're taking it easy. This was somewhere they were focused start to finish, and again, another map where Oxy, sure, he might not capture that same performance as he did on the previous Breeze, but Ascent was still a solid map from him. The thing is, we start to see the rest of the team step up to the plate as well. A much tighter performance across the board, and that speaks wonders for what we're about to see from them now, with 2 opportunities to close out this series and lift that trophy.
Look at this man right here. I say man, he is 18 years old. Yeah. A very young man, but...
How's that make you feel, Ian? You know?
Very old. Thanks for bringing it to my attention.
No worries.
But Oxy is, he's a superstar on this stage, and the longer this series goes, he's still completely unfazed. Look at his demeanor, look at his energy. It's like he's been here a million times before.
Yeah, I think someone who's clearly hungry to get the victory in front of this Japanese crowd, who has been going crazy for a lot of the plays we've seen throughout this tournament so far. The last map as well was much more of a team win as well. Like, I think some of the earlier maps, he was basically hard carrying. You look at Breeze, he's up there with 28 kills. This map, it was very close top to bottom, and even players like Zeta, who are right at the bottom of the board, won them crucial rounds and had fantastic supportive utility. Now we kind of look to the other side of things. It's like, okay, who's going to be the one to step up to the plate? Because we've seen some great performances from Durka, from Alpha, from Chronicle. But in that last map, Durka went a little bit quiet. And if they slip on Lotus, that's it. It's done.
Yeah, Mitch, I mean, who do you think in particular Fnatic need to see light up here going into Lotus?
I mean, the reality is, if you've got Oxy on the other side, which I expect this to be a solid map for him, you got to imagine that Dirk is the man to step it up. We started out this series by highlighting those players. We saw that battle be very interesting, even on Breeze. It was close to neck and neck the whole way through. So we want to see more of that. But the reality is, this is their best opportunity, really, for Fnatic. This is somewhere that C9 struggled, playing up against Foot. And who knows? Maybe they can take it across the line here, push us all the way to a map 5. I'm praying for it.
Yeah, we're going into map 6 for Fnatic right now.
Yeah, right? It's been a long day, and the fatigue there.
For
you have to imagine, Oxy is a young player. Sure, Dirk has been here before. He's done the long days, but doing it here on the stage, things are heating up in this arena. He better be able to keep up with the pace.
And one thing that's got to be frustrating for Fnatic is there are times on 2 separate maps now where it looks like they're about to turn the tide towards the back end, win a couple of rounds, and then just get shut down by C9 again.
Yeah, no, I think some of the pauses that have come out from C9 have been very impactful. The ideas that they come up with as well, like that round with the lockdown, that they placed it with Vanity baiting within the site to sort of work down that time. Just clever ideas that are coming through at the very back end of the game. That's a team that clearly has depth to it. And for a new team, that's really impressive. Like, this has only been built in this offseason. They played one event prior, but this is brand new. This is players coming back who were previously removed from C9. Youngsters coming up from the Ascension process. This is a very different C9 to what was here last year and even in the middle of the year. So the fact that they're already looking this good is a really great sign.
I mean, I came to Tokyo for the sushi and ended up loving curry. This guy What are you laughing at?
That's just such an awful joke.
No, but
I appreciated it, Ian.
Thanks, Mitch. You got my back every so often. But he's become a real fan favorite as well. I know people at home and in the arena are loving Curry.
Yeah, the reality is he hasn't got an easy job. I think especially lurking or anchoring is going to be tough. Up against a team like this, where they're not just going to be pushing in willy-nilly and giving you opportunities. They're going to be moving as a unit. There's going to be a bombardment of utility, and he's shown himself against multiple teams to be consistently reliable to put up the numbers in those scenarios, which isn't something you can say for a lot of Sentinel players in general. It's a hard thing to do, and as a stand-in, even more so.
Right, we're getting into Agent Select as we get fired up to get into Lotus next, which Tom mentioned, of course. Fnatic's pick, a map they are very, very good on, but you can't put it past Cloud9 here today in this environment. They are looking good.
Oh no, for sure. They've already proven it with, okay, Fnatic not commonly known for their breeze in the past, but earlier today showed that they clearly confident on that map, then lost it to C9. I think C9 have clearly put a lot of work in behind the scenes and have a very solid map pool. As said, when it comes to the maps within this series, I feel like a lot of it comes down to the calling, comes down to the coaches, comes down to the people within the server who can turn a tide at any moment, because all of the maps so far have been close, at least at a point.
Oh man, the crazy thing is that after this map is done, it could be trophy ceremony time, Mitch. It could be trophy ceremony time.
Yeah, with the way things are going for C9, you know, I talk about losses and how much you learn from them. This is a squad that will have come in prepared to play this map today. They will look back at their game against Foot. They will come in more prepared than ever. We may well see that trophy. I'd say the likelihood, it's there, unless Fnatic can come out swinging.
Well, look, Fnatic wanted to end this year on a positive note and kickstart their next season looking as strong as ever. But Cloud9 want to finish last year's story from Manchester in a grander arena here in Tokyo. Shout out to Manchester, I love you too. But this is a little bit better, putting it out there. Fnatic, C9, this could potentially be the final map of this event. And who better to talk you through it? Tom and Mitch, let's go, boys.
Well, we're already seeing quite a lot of space taken by C9 as they look to bring things towards this C site. We've had the barriers up, and we've had the first bit of combat with spams through the smoke. But as of yet, Fnatic aren't set on rotating, on sticking on a site. They've pushed up on A, they've grabbed a small bit of control. And C9, although they've destroyed the turret, they will also pump the brakes here. You know, the door can open, they can sell some fakes. Haven't decided on it, but in just a moment, that battle will initiate, and Chronicle, he'll have a challenge on his hands. I think he even wants to swing it. He's thinking about it.
Oh, he's not managed to dodge the Tiger, but he even still manages to land the shot onto Oxy. He may be stunned. That doesn't stop him. The rest of the team are now looking to go try and fight versus Leo. The players I'm expecting to win duels are not so far in this map. 30 seconds. And look at where the spike is, still looking to run back down Curry. Well, that one might be a little bit more expected, as Chronicle's looking to try and catch them as they go for that plant, but Vanity, well, he's working as the bouncer in this one.
Yeah, he's not letting them in. It's a full bit of control towards the spawn as Zeppa just jumps around right-clicking. A mean punish on Chronicle as Alpha Yair looks for vengeance. A quick double kill. They're right back in it. Both players relatively healthy, plenty of time on the clock, and Boaster sneaking around. He's got a nice position, spotting out the first, taking him down. It's only Jake left. A well-placed headshot, one bullet needed onto Boaster's head, and he'll manage to close this one out. But the smoke is blocking his vision. The defuse is underway, getting it half at least, and now Boaster looks to bait him into open combat. Tapping it again, letting him know it's already halved. And that got Jake's attention.
Which one?
With the other one. Jake tapped it, Jake got Jake's attention.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all adding up.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
1-0. Fnatic finally getting a pistol as well, by the way. They have, in the last, what was that, 4 in a row it was for C9 up until this one?
Yes, 4 pistols in a row, absolutely. Map 2, map 3.
But guess what? They've gone for that
Yeah, what a surprise, huh? What a surprise.
It was so successful on Bind. A judge for Oxy as well. He seems to enjoy this on the attack. Maybe a little bit too much, if I'm being honest. It makes me feel dirty. But already. I don't think that last pack exactly worked as the way he wanted to, and they've got stuck in the mud. Vulnerable as they enter the site, but there's not really anyone there. Well,
oh no,
there was Alpha within the smoke. And he already goes down. More of the same. Repeated, or I think he just about managed to dodge the C's that went in onto that. That could have been deadly. And actually, how are they doing this with the Stinger?
You know, a lot of these players were tagged up just moments ago, but the heal came back through. It brought them up to healthy fighting form. The judge still hasn't been fully spotted, but now it has. Leo dropped him, but at what cost? As he leaves Chronicle all alone. The death of Boaster means the Viper has to clutch it, and they're stacked up together. 2 players, too many to take down. C9 do it again with the Force Buy, taking round 2 and leaving Fnatic in the dust. There's no way that Fnatic force back, surely.
Well, I've heard of Bucky FC. I think we're going to have to start calling C9 Stinger FC, because I just don't know how they're doing it. 3 kills. Yeah,
Stinger
nice one.
9.
Nice
We'll workshop that.
Yeah, maybe someone else will.
Trying to say.
Stinger 9. I don't think that's going to catch on.
Will catch on? I don't know. I have my doubts, but
okay,
we'll see.
1-to-1. As you said, Fnatic are not going to meet them in the chaos. Alpha, that's probably the longest he's ever been blind.
Put a scope on that weapon.
Please don't. I don't want to watch that gameplay.
That was
Still,
ridiculous.
though, I think they actually had the choice, by the way, of having the judge or a bulldog. Like, it was on the ground, then as they were they ran past it and kept the judge.
That I cannot get behind, but you know, to each their own. Leo. Okay, that's good for the first, but again, look at this guy go. Up close, far away, it doesn't seem to matter.
He's
and
not
now he's going to
far
take
off.
the space. He's going up top, and it's another.
My
a
God.
third kill, 2 away from a showstopper now as he hunts down the final player. Flash pops. They haven't cleared him though. They haven't spotted where he is. And there, that was my hope, that the kill doesn't go to Oxy. So he's still 2 away. That showstopper could be a game changer for this squad.
Yeah, but they've got the lockdown instead. So I guess either way, it ended up as a good position for C9. Fnatic. It's funny because you think back to the beginning of the tournament, Zeta were winning all of these force buys, all of these low buy investments versus Cloud9, and now, well, Fnatic are biting that bullet the same. Odin bought up early for Boaster once again. It's something I expect to see on either side.
Let's go, Jake.
Boaster's definitely one of the best when it comes to knowing those angles, knowing those positions. Instead, though, that judge still in play, and they're heading into B.
Oh yeah, if anyone was here, they were going to be dead to rights. But you can see how passive Fnatic are being, realizing what's likely in play. A judge, scary as can be, locked down, going to buy them extra time in the post plant. Running that clock for Fnatic, meaning they can't push up for another couple of seconds. And we've already seen fractions of a second decide around the impact of that. So whether it's felt or not, we shall see in a few moments to come. Prowler in. Fnatic all retaking from the same angle. C9, but they have some players off site. So the herd is thin slightly with Jake falling. Now we need to rely on that judge getting up close. Oh! It's Chronicle to pick up 1, but that's all there is for Fnatic. It's just Chronicle in this round till Leo comes into play, but time is so low, it's not even halved. It's done already. Vanity will not find a kill, but it does not matter. He's done enough just by surviving.
Yeah, and Chronicle goes down at the same. C9, again, a worldie of a start on this map. Chronicle tried his best, but it just wasn't enough. And that was, again, I love the way that they're using the lockdown. They're never using it in an orthodox way. It's not just, oh, this is used to buy time or used to take the site more so. It's like, oh, we're going to use it. Okay, we've got the site, we've got the afterplant. Now you have to wait for the lockdown. Or in the previous map where we've got Vanity in there to disrupt you, and then you get to those last seconds and you're screwed. C9 have been imaginative, creative throughout the entirety of this series, and Fnatic, well, they are the masters of innovation. But right now, oh, they're looking like they're second best.
There's not a lot to be said for this round. Scraps brought into it. Chronicle already down.
spotted.
One of your main defenders on that A site. Leo's been good with the Stinger to find at least one. This time,
Close.
he leaves Vanity on 9 HP. You know, it's a good attempt. Don't get me wrong. Just not good enough.
He's still got the judge!
Enemy remaining.
Of course. And with results like that, why not? Even if you drop it, doesn't give them too much to fight back with. Boaster, he's been spotted now. That same flash we saw when it was a 5vx last time. Good luck. Hey, he's finished off the 9 HP Vanity at least, but that just means the judge gets upgraded. All in all, no losses for C9 that are really noteworthy. Economy now starting to look extremely healthy. I almost feel like we'll see a 5-1 out of this, Tom. I know like the economy doesn't quite look the same as previous, but just because of how every single map has gone.
Yeah.
5-1 Fnatic win the next round. That's how I see it.
5-1, 6-6 off.
Yep.
Let's call
Seems
it
like
now.
a safe bet.
We'll see how it goes.
Throwing everything else out the window, but they might want to try to get back in a little earlier.
5 rounds they call attack. Who knows? They're going to come in and try and turn the tide a little bit. And all in all, both teams with high impact ults. 2 Viper's Pits. Obviously got the showstopper as well for Oxy, and the Nightfall available for Leo. A decent counter, or 2 decent counters, I'd say, to the Viper's Pits on the other side. Odin as well, actually being kept in on that attack. So Vanity, he might try and counter spam the ideas of Boaster. Be interested to see what gun Boaster actually invests into this one, but I think Elmer Putty maybe realizing that after the last map, 2-1 down, they need to stop the rot a little bit early, otherwise that trophy might be heading home, a long way home, back to North America.
You can see the atmosphere on the faces of these players. There's not a lot of happiness, not a lot of smiles over on the Fnatic side. As soon as the pause was called, C9 were nothing but smiles. I saw Emmy cracking an ear to ear. I imagine there was some sort of a comment along the lines of, well, we don't need this timeout. We don't need a change. Stick with it as it is. Vanity has gone for the, you know, my guy talks a big game about Boaster's Odin. And now he's come in with his own on the attack side, Viper. The Chronicle play. And he went for the Chronicle spam, but Fnatic still managed to push up. I call it the Chronicle spam because Chronicle does it. He also got lit to 44 HP by it. R72 with the wall. Nice shot. Oxy on Boaster. And they are now forced back a little bit with the Viper's Pit coming into play. They will have full control on the C9 side over this C site. Almost nothing that can be done. There was a good C's hit, but nothing to capitalize on it with nobody close enough to throw any damage-dealing utility.
There we go. Nightfall in though. That's a big reveal as to where these players are, but no capitalization. They're waiting for the push of Chronicle, but as was Curry, even with his turret in position to spot him, even that bypass by Chronicle, it didn't matter, and they're out.
Yeah.
The defensive side have decided it's not enough. We can't find anything here, and with ultimates committed into this round, Mitch, that is a really big win for C9.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, we've seen a number of rounds where C9 have committed ultimates in previous maps and ended up with absolutely nothing for it. And then they're on the back foot, even doing it when they were on pistols to try to edge it across the line and never quite making it. But for Fnatic now, the back foot is very much what they stand on. A chance for them to fight at 5-1, you know, because they say funny enough. But let's see how many weapons they do save. There's a lot of steps around Alpha Air. They'll have to really sprint if they're going to try and take him down, and it looks like that's not going to be the choice made. I think C9 made the right choice, keeping that economy very, very healthy. There is no easy win for Fnatic on the way back through. The only saving grace is that so many ultimates were burned up. Maybe that can give them something. And especially Oxy, he has to wait this out, but still manages to find an easy entry onto Boaster, showstopper in hand, and a player stood right out in the open.
Oh no, the
There was
cursed
no
wave.
need.
The cursed wave. I don't think good things have ever come from that wave.
No. Maybe this will be the first. You know, again, he started this round out, Vanity, by doing the Chronicle spam onto Chronicle and almost killed him with it. Left him on 44 with the decay from his very own wall. So he's certainly feeling confident after then catching him on the flank later on. Look at this aggression from Fnatic. This is a, oh, Boaster got lit down to 10 HP.
Dead.
This is a disaster. All the space taken by Oxy. He just holds the W key and they don't stop stop winning on the side of C9. What a paranoia! Oh, but somehow Dirk is able to answer back. Picking this up just so he doesn't have to reload. He's hit his head there. Let's hope that doesn't come to play a role. But look who it is on the other side. Look at the spawn.
The wraparound coming in. Somehow Dirk manages to still find a kill. And actually, if Chronicle gets this right, he might just find himself the spike. There it is, right in front of him. He's killed off Vanity. And now it comes down to this 1 versus 1. Facing off against Zeppa. Fnatic potentially able to break back, not
30
cleanly.
seconds left.
Maybe even taking the gamble just in towards this A site. There's not a lot of time for Zeppa to play with. It just depends on where he thinks his opponent has gone. And well, he's got it right, at least for now. Does he continue any further? It looks like he's just going to have to stick to the B site, get that plant in. And while now, Chronicle has the information of at least roughly where he is.
Dog online, but you're not really going to use that if you're Zeppa till you're in a safe corner, and that's where he's just made it to. The barrel might have been seen. It was called by a teammate. Or Chronicle spotted with the corner of his eye. Either way, that'll work. 5-1 for C9, and then Fnatic win around. I can't believe it, Tom.
A Red Bull clutch to do it as well. The Chronicle's definitely been having a good
Leo's
series.
munching.
Hey, you know, got to get that bludge.
Absolutely.
This is where Leo's now going to drop 30.
Now that he's energized.
But even still, that was a victory for Fnatic, but it was not a clean one. They're going to come in with a much worse buy than their opponents. Vanity, like, I don't know how you can talk smack about an attack side Omen operator and then go for an attack side Viper operator.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Chronicle play. Okay. We've seen it before. Nice blast pack attempt from Oxy to try and dodge that showstopper, but it ain't quite going to work out. That's a bit of taste of his own medicine after he entered into C just a couple rounds ago. Now Fnatic find that same reward that C9 reaped. We'll see if they can convert that into another round win.
Find the alarm bot just yet.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
There it's gone.
Yeah, 2 players still within this area, but
Toxins going up.
Vanity's going to go looking.
Toxin screen
His
down.
IGL counterpart going for a bit of a jump spot. Boaster has been caught out quite a few times within this series.
Toxins
Statistically, definitely not close to his best, but it's more so just the space that is given up if he falls. He is the solo anchor of this C site. And on B, well, the control has been completely given up. Looking like a retake will be needed for Fnatic. The time may be ticking low, but getting in with that plant is not going to be too troublesome.
Finding a safe spot to play post plants from might be if Curry wasn't around. Big kill on the Alpha here, but he tries to go a little too far. Vanity answering the call by dropping Boaster. Now they can fall back. No more Cosmic Divide to work around. The advantage doesn't last long either. It's the operator to find it as they try to deal with him. Jake strikes. Here's the problem, 50 HP. It might be low, but with that op holding the angle, Chronicle might just want to wait until his... No, he's trying to bait him out. Vanity doesn't fall for those tricks. I thought he was going to get the Toxins back online. Instead, he wanted to force the fight there, and now in C9 push up to 6. The streak of rounds that we've seen from Fnatic again and again, answering back at 5-1 down, is cut short this time.
Yeah, and Vanity does it on himself. An attack side Viper operator, definitely not the norm, and he ends up getting 3 kills, catches the rotation of Boaster, and then just confident to land that final shot. This man is leading by example, back in a Cloud9 jersey after a very short stint at the beginning of this year. He's returned to form and to prominence. And now look at the buy. Durka, he's just running them down. Had enough of this display of Vanity and will take his head clean off. And look at the reaction. They're going to go running into this B side. There's multiple players here, though. They had this for free in the last round. The push through coming in from Chronicle to try and attempt something early. And a big tag done onto Oxy. In fact, he'll go down to the snake bite. This is looking like another opportunity for Fnatic. And they're going to go pushing Look at the positions. It's not clean from Boaster, but he's got Alpha to support. And now, well, Curry has to do it all.
Wouldn't be the first clutch that we've seen. The 1v3. Plenty of players from Fnatic still alive as they all group up and move together. There is a lockdown online, but using it might be a little difficult. Defending it up against a wave of players coming his way. Instead, he wants to fight, and that spray control came damn close. Chronicle on 45, an inch or two higher on those shots, and it's a headshot. And it would have been down to the 1v1, but nonetheless, Fnatic take that third, 6-3 with a thrifty round.
Yeah, really good spacing from Fnatic to make that basically impossible. Like a millimeter off, and maybe he's able to do that a little bit more. No, that's just unlucky. If a player just EP'd into it as well.
One enemy remains.
Big round for Chronicle again, currently up there. And that's the thing, like, again, if this isn't a showcase from Curry, I don't know what is. He is top fragging in a grand final versus Fnatic on a map that if C9 win, they take the trophy. Get this man a damn contract.
At this point, someone needs to lock him down. It's only a matter of time. The day is coming, as is the C9 attack side, as they look to move in towards C. Flash deep. It looks like Oxy is once again going to be entering. He's already lost a few of his shields and appealed right back up any HP damage that was done. We see now there's been a couple of these sort of attempts where they move towards the side, they even show presence, and then they slow things down. Whether it's waiting for a push on C or down through B to open the door, but most likely, and most often, it's Vanity trying to catch that aggression. Now, Durka might have punished him before, counter lockdowns. That's going to buy us plenty of time. There's no flank in play. There's no aggression up on A. There's no noise being made, and that gets alarm bells ringing. If no one's pushed up and no one's made those rotations, maybe the A site's a little bit more open than you would expect. The Boaster did get detained, but they're not following up on it. And in fact, a well-placed nade there might have just completely crushed their chances if they still do so. Luckily, the orb is keeping him alive, allowing him to fight around the back of the site, but Jake is quick to punish. With Chronicle watching on the cross, it's at least a little bit of an angle to fight from for Fnatic as the rest of the team comes back through, and the spike is nowhere near being planted. They still have a nade on Durka as well, and they are just waiting with 12 seconds left. They can deny this almost completely. It all depends where this nade lands and where the plant is attempted. And it's going to be successfully found, but no way to defend it there.
Yeah, what are the chances of them having a seize nade at the very depth of the round? It's brutal for the side of C9, but once again, after a great early start, Fnatic bringing this one back. Still a lot of close rounds. Still going to be a purchase. This time looking like Curry might be the one. I was going to say, like, I can understand Oxy going for the judge. I'd say having a lurking Killjoy judge might be a little bit off kilter. The main thing for C9, though, in this round is how many ults are close. Viper's Pit, one away. Showstopper as well. If they can get those online, maybe they can pad the difference, which is currently there. And okay, well, Showstopper's online, Mitch.
They've got it very quickly into that round. No orbs required. I'll take that. I guess that's the problem with trying to play aggressive. Once you get pushed back by that util, it's not always a safe way out. Fnatic losing out on Chronicle, losing your Viper, losing that utility that often denies the space around here, around Tree. They're getting a ton of information. And most importantly, robbing it from the hands of Fnatic, putting this defensive side in a position where they really have to pick their fights, and they better pick correctly. Still, that lurker on the other side of the map looking for aggression. It doesn't come through, so the point of contact is just to play on through. Oxy, though, he's caught, he's seized, and that Showstopper will find no kill, but it does find a ton of space.
Yeah, with the man advantage and a Viper's Pit now from that plant. Again, this becomes really difficult for Fnatic. First of all, they have to clear Curry. He's going to be sat behind them. It's actually not cleared by the Prowler, but it has to be something in their minds. Oxy goes down, maybe a little bit overzealous, but Fnatic are still just looking to try and deal with Curry. They can't leave him in behind, and he is causing havoc killing off Leo already. Jake as well around the pit. Alpha still, though, is trying his damnedest, looking for a little bit more, but the swing comes through, and Zeta takes it across the line. Alpha try as he might, 4 kills isn't enough.
Had to add that extra body to the kill count, and, well, look, it's unfortunate for him. He definitely did try his damnedest. But with 1 round left, for what feels like the first time, Tom, we're not going to have an equal half. Already guaranteed that C9 will have the lead when we swap over to their defensive side. The question is, how big of a lead will it be? A 7-5 half isn't damning for Fnatic. 8-4, though, will be tough to recover, especially with the way the pistols have been going. Sure, Fnatic won the one here, but C9 have been consistently clocking them up. Curry, the first to fall.
Kill. He has been so impactful, even just with his positioning in late rounds. He's annoying to play against. Viper's pit straight in. Vanity doesn't care about the pit or the player within it. He cares about the space he can have. The thing is, though, Leo didn't leave that space. He was watching it. And now Chronicle, it's an awkward fight. Doesn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent. It's all about the tracers.
Firing back with a Bulldog, it's a risky game, but it worked out. Oxy on his way through on C, he's alone here. This is either going to be a fake or an attempt to take a little bit more space. And in fact, it's going to be a very dangerous situation because a Showstopper's fired his way, and he's managed to blast back out of its path.
I cannot believe that. Like, I understand why he didn't want to die to the Showstopper, but that's lunacy. Leo puts another one in the grave, and now it's left on to Jake. No ace in the 1v5. Who could have thought it? And a 5th round for Fnatic. This map definitely isn't over just yet.
All the Fnatic fans given a little bit of hope as we come towards the end of that with 5-7, a 2-round gap, and a pistol that could more or less equalize things here. For C9, they've had their maps where it was a close start. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Look, blast pack. He times it, he waits, right past him, and with the shorty in hand,
not
it was
far
close.
away.
Yeah. A few pixels.
Like, that's the thing. If Durka there, like, he not only gets hit to like half HP, but if he doesn't run backwards, he is dead.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Just literally an inch closer to him.
Yeah.
That spreads a little bit tighter.
I like the way that Oxy's brain works, though. Showstopper, yeah. I'm gonna dive at you. Yeah. Like, I'm not going backwards. I could go
shoot at your feet, are you, bro? You're gonna shoot at me. All right, I'll move.
7-5, though. Still, not a bad half, but again, we know that Fnatic thrive on this attack. In fact, most teams do. So it's going to be down to C9 to prove that they've got it on their defensive side. They've got off to strong starts in pretty much every single half, be it winning the pistol or winning the second. Now, doing that on the defensive side is a different beast. They've mostly, if they have lost a pistol round, it's been while on their attack side where they can take those risks with the force, getting a plant in most cases. But they also just haven't lost anywhere near as many pistols. 4 of the last 5, I believe, have gone their way.
Correct. I'd say, and you know, the ones that haven't, they typically bite back immediately.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Force buy, like, there's been one successful pistol for Fnatic.
The one that hasn't.
Where they could capitalize and take at least somewhat of a lead of a stretch of rounds. Short of that, it's been, I won a pistol, and we're 5-1 down. Or C9 just walk away with it to begin with. This is going to be the foundation of the half laid. And for Fnatic, they better hope that it sides towards them. We've seen the snowball of C9, something that we compliment Fnatic for being able to do consistently. This time around, it looks like the attackers have chosen the right side of the map. Just one player here, it's Curry, and we've complimented a million times his discipline and ability as a solo anchor. I don't expect to see him take too many fights until the rest of his team join up.
Oh, Fnatic have got themselves that after plant. Immediately falling back and watching in on that flank. They've got the alarm bot to keep that control. Nobody's coming in that direction. Chronicle wants to fight, wants to party. And Dirk are up close. It's the battle of those Raze players. Jake again with the classic. We'll keep things even. Vanity is just on the spike. It didn't get pulled out originally, and he's got it to half. That could be a problem for Fnatic. It's something that they probably spotted, but they're just going to try and man-mark this one. It isn't working out too well for them. Nice shot for Curry. He's going to go for a little bit more. But now it's left all on to Zeppa. Into that 1 versus 1. It has to be peaked by Alpha. And he will keep Fnatic's chances alive as they now get themselves the second pistol.
A much needed pistol round for the side of Fnatic. The gap bridged slightly. In my mind, goes back to all those successful rounds C9 had, force buying up. Defensive side here, though, they don't get to use their numbers in that same way. Retakes won't be quite as easy. And you know Fnatic are going to be investing deep into this round, wanting to buy a lot of rifles. In fact, a double Marshall play alongside a Guardian and 2 Bulldogs. This is a very strong buy for the attacking side, and C9 may have made the right call by going to pistols. It is still going to be 4 Sheriffs alongside a Bookie. Plenty of potential for C9 if they're given duels that Fnatic shouldn't be giving away. I want to see this attack side minimize the amount of advantages, the amount of opportunities given to their opponents. This aggression has been spotted immediately. You know, these are the rounds where C9 are going to try to do things like that.
Yeah.
Group up, get aggressive, and try to catch someone off guard. It hasn't worked out, and in fact, it sent Fnatic funneling in towards the side of the map that's much less heavily defended. If they go through this, Bucky, though.
Oh!
He's dodged it.
No, he hasn't dodged the bullets, though. Almost dies to that alone. Leo knows the tricks. Darker. Nice shot from Curry. As said, is Sheriff. Solid. Jake's found one as well. Somehow they always seem to make these rounds competitive.
Spike planted.
Leo having to snap back and keep things even at least for now, but these shots just aren't missing. Oxy up close is gonna, oh, I thought he'd make into the 1v1, but no. Chronicle and Boaster will make sure that they at least save a couple of those rifles, but again, C9 are competitive, and again, I have to point out this scoreboard. The standing of Curry, top of the board right now.
17 and 11 as well, almost double the next player on his team. Playing the Killjoy, given a lot of tough roles on that attack side, being the man left behind, having to play a lot of late rounds. But the success has been there time and time again. He's been so impressive to watch play. For Fnatic, their buy up here matches that of their opponents. It's going to be a pretty close round, not the standard 3. Vanity has been spammed through the smoke completely. Dropped as another one falls towards the stairs. We'll look towards the site where there's 3 players. Paranoia used as they blitz back in. Boaster wasn't caught, he wasn't blinded. He's found a safe spot on the side, and his teammates are coming in to reclaim that control. They've even stunned up Jake, left him all alone. And there was no safe space for him to hide in until the stun dissipated. Curry,
not this
the
time.
Man leading the charge for this squad. He's not going to even go for it.
No, I think he would be wise not to in this case, a 1 versus 4, and obviously the finances of C9 are not in a great spot to be able to do much in the next round. Him having a hero rifle alongside some of those pistols could be impactful. For Fnatic, they might want to go on the hunt, try and remove that gun. They have some spare cash to play with, winning the pistol conversion, and now this round actually looking cleaner than when they faced the pistols themselves. Of course, a lot of that is down to C9 taking those gambles, but they did well in this round. And as said, like when it comes to this map, Fnatic are well known to be a dominant force, but also, well, more so if anything, they are well known for their attack sides, being able to turn any tide when it comes to this side of the map. In fact, a lot of the sort of gimmicks and ideas you see other teams use, like the Odin spams and all of this thing, it was thought out by this roster.
Yeah, players like Chronicle, as we've talked about. We saw Vanity attempt some of the same finesse that he's been pulling into the server, but
yet he really loves to show this, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. It's a personal favorite of his.
Toxins going up.
Showing the Lotus on Lotus.
Toxin screen down.
Dedication. The consistency. Well, C9 have got a few pistols. They've got one Vandal in Curry, who's obviously saved that through from the previous round, and will have an opportunity if they do funnel in towards C. But for now, seeing pistols close on A, dodging the paranoia across the board as well. That's unlucky for C9. They had some opportunities. Whoops, that's an easy kill. Not quite, Jake. And there's no way out for Zeta either. Good catch by Durka. That was 3 players pushed on A and 3 players deleted.
Well, the rifle of Curry is in the right place. Timing of it maybe not so great. He will take the back sight. The smoke will keep him out of position for quite a while, and Leo is going to put him down as well. For Vanity, dying to the spike might not be the worst thing. Some of those ults are very close to being online, and while Chronicle will get one closer, Viper's Pit one away, Showstopper, Nightfall already online. Fnatic are really building up these ultimates. They haven't had to use any of them so far to win their rounds. They've just been clean with the rifles. And okay, sure, those ults are building up on the other side, but you feel like Fnatic might just be able to force their way through this next round with the ults they have.
Well, this is it. We've seen already, like, thinking back to Oxy, how prevalent it is to just pop that Showstopper for the space, lock it down on the back of it. If Chronicle's the one planting, you've got a Viper's Pit to play around. There's a ton of opportunities for this Fnatic side to just wrestle control out of the hands of C9. And, well, you can already see Durka is closing the space. Showstopper hasn't been used just yet. He probably suspects them to be a little bit more passive. Zeta's right up in his face. The spray close. Bullets whizzing past him, catching him every now and then. And as he tries to push forward to prevent his death, it only accelerates it. No Showstopper to be used by them. But they have got the pit. Should they want it, should they need it. With the spike isolated on site, they may well need it. But no, Alpha Year's got the off angle to cover. Oxy picking up one, Jake on another, and now you got to rely on Boaster late flanking, but Jake turns on a dime. A fantastic read.
Really?
The pit might recover the round. It could reach the spike. It could get him a little bit closer, and he has the right weapon to spam with. Only Zeppa has a Phantom to return, although he's just swapped over to the not-so-silenced one. Instead, looking for those one-tap headshots on any range. See if he can convert with it, but the firing squad in play would probably deny. And with Oxy not missing a shot, that's a certainty.
Yeah, I thought for a second that was just a bit of an overzealous push from C9, but the thing is, it seems like a lot of the plays they make are risky, but they do it with absolute confidence. Like, they all go in together. They follow those Seekers through. That was what they were aiming for there. The Seekers go in. You see the first 2 kills go the way of Fnatic, but the rest of the team are not deterred. They carry that push, they use the information, and after a 5-round streak from Fnatic, the combo is broken. The problem, though, is the economy is yet to be built up on the other side. And for Fnatic, well, they've still got plenty of cash to play with. That Showstopper is still online. The Viper's Pit is still online. So although they've managed to break back, Fnatic are not broken.
Not yet. The Showstopper will be used for space. Vanity's ankles seen as he hopped out of the site. They clear out every single angle that they can. The Showstopper deep fire doesn't get much. Now, Oxy has his for the way back through. You wouldn't be too terrified if you're on the side of C9 conceding the space that can quickly be recovered, but the shot didn't land. The rocket was fired for no effect. Viper's Pick goes down maybe a little bit late, but it will cover the space it needs to. A snake bite perhaps to fly through and land, but Chronicle's already out dry on utility. They need to do it with weapons, and there's a judge inside, but luckily it's caught. Chronicle and Alpha quick on the trigger, and it comes down to just one man, not even on the spike, and caught as he tries to make it close.
The slaughter. Fnatic make that one look relatively easy after it got shaky for a second. That Viper's Pit being a huge problem. You could see the side of C9 just running through it, attempting to try and catch Chronicle, but honestly, it's like trying to catch smoke. He is 23-9. He is having one hell of a day, and well, we've seen from, no, if you've ever spoken to Chronicle, I think he likes it here in Tokyo.
Doesn't mind it. Doesn't mind it. I don't know what that stage is doing to him.
And the thing is as well, okay, sure. In comparison to VCT trophies, people might not necessarily count them in the same bracket, but I can tell you for free that Chronicle, if he takes this one, He's still got the most trophies. There's not going to be too many people.
I'll tell you, that one isn't going to
walk around with 4 trophies.
That one's not getting checked in. That's going to be on the
side. No, they don't trust it.
That's a lesson learned. A lesson learned. Well, 10-8, and this time the pause over on the side of C9 isn't taken with quite as much of a relaxed atmosphere. No smiles, no laughter. Instead, it's business time. This is their pause, their tack. They need to find a way back in because, well, the credits are low, the ults aren't really there to recover, and it's 10-8. Fnatic are getting towards the home stretch. If it goes all the way to Haven, one last map to decide it, you don't want to put it down to a coin flip.
No, and also they had a decent Haven, but they struggled a little bit versus some of those anti-eco rounds. It's also worth mentioning, a lot of the pauses C9 did, especially in the last map, were a little bit more preemptive. Like it was once they were still in the lead, they tried to slow or stem the bleeding. But now Fnatic, at least in this map, are firmly within the driver's seat. As said, their attack side is something to be marveled at, something to be mimicked. But not many can match up to the original.
There.
Waiting out the smoke for the start. Snakebite clear in towards the rubble. Not being fought for this time out, as they will methodically take this control. And just bear in mind, the weaponry here from C9 is shaky. A Bulldog and Guardian might not seem so bad, but the rest, with pistols and a Stinger, not even a judge for Oxy this time out, but he is going to rotate into position. Now, something to note with Fnatic, they're very happy to rotate back to B.
Toxins going up.
Very happy to rotate in general. Obviously sitting outside of B right now, the idea of this round is again to pump brakes and let C9 make mistakes. That hasn't happened. And with 35 seconds on the clock, well, there comes a time where you have to just make your own opportunities. It's the B site. As Tom said, very happy to change focus with the doors wide open. They've managed to take a lot of space. Curry snuck his way in here, hiding behind the box. He's grabbed one. Oxy went through the Cosmic Divide for another. They need to shut this down quickly before it gets out of hand. Still into a 3v3 with a lockdown in play. That's going to force them out of position. It won't deny the plant, but it will deny any safe space for them to work from unless Chronicle takes the kill and just destroys it. Wasn't even close. I wasn't worried for a second. Leo suspects there's someone here, and that wasn't close either. Nice and easy.
As is the round. It got shaky for a second, but the committed ultimates from C9 don't have the desired effect.
That's cool.
Chronicle continues to just obliterate his opponents. Again, he's 25-9 while playing on the Viper. He used to watch his teammate do this.
Yep.
Maybe learn a few tricks, but I feel like most tricks are learned from Chronicle.
Yeah, he's
not
more
by
a teacher
Chronicle.
than a student.
Yeah.
I was going to say at this point, I think just in general.
I think in Tokyo, he's more of a master, if anything.
Very much so, Tom. Very much so. A master of his craft. As 11-8 is on the board. Fnatic on the home stretch, knocking on victory's door. Vanity pulling out the big boy, the Odin, looking to give them a taste of their own medicine, something Boasters used many times in this very same position. But Vanity won't be able to find the shots. Suspects they've already pushed past, but no, they're not quite that close, and now trouble starts to brew. He just ran out of toxins, or just cancelled at least.
I love that from Chronicle. You see how careful Durka is running around that barn, and Chronicle just runs up, taps it, runs away. This man, a cold-blooded killer. And again, Fnatic, well, they've just moved away. Orb to be taken, but no ult's close, so I was going to say they might just opt to try and quietly enter into this site. Jake under pressure here. Paranoia are available to slow them down. 35 seconds. Look at the rest of the team. They had no plans of going anywhere near this C site. It's back to B again.
What a phenomenal fake. Even leaving this very late lurk from Chronicle, he's been sat here. He moved out a little bit just a few seconds ago, but this has got to be running up a minute 30. Sat in this spot after touching the door earlier on. He's got support as well in the form of Alpha Air. good angle to play from, but now he has to move towards the site because C9 are starting to claim ground. Chronicle's the first to fall. The wall bang from Vanity as he had the lineup ready to roll. He falls, but the site is still under threat. Not for much longer. Zeta steps up to the blade in a big way. Boaster now is left alone, but he's landed the headshot. And Jake is 45 HP, still having a grab well. That's the clock winning the round for Boaster. The only question is, can he make it away from that spike radius? The answer is a resounding yes. 12-8. A Red Bull clutch for Boaster, and 1 out of 4 needed to bring us to Haven, where it all started over for C9 and started with a loss there up against Zeta. Could end with a loss there up against Fnatic.
Last time out at home ground, C9 got 3-0'd. Last time Fnatic played in Tokyo, they 3-0'd. We've been owed a 5-map series for both of these teams, and it looks like we could be getting it unless C9 have an answer, and that answer doesn't look like it's coming as they are getting mowed down. Zephyr again, he's trying to fight back. He's caught in a grab wall. All the utility sat waiting. Push up on the flank, the Tiger to deny, but guess what? Fnatic aren't going A. No, they're waiting. They've spotted that flank. Nothing that has been attempted by C9 on this defense has caught them off guard. No surprises in their back pocket like on prior maps. The turret even watching, and Vanity now left on just 27 HP. 2 of them still sat within this A site, but there's plenty of gaps. A Viper's pick going to be placed onto B, but it's just to stop the wraparound. There's a huge gap in it. And in the meantime, well, look where Boaster is. He's chilling.
He's got that space. It's Alpha that I'm most worried about, being so close in and around this pit, clearing out all this space. I mean, they are going to know just how free and open this is. If he goes towards the spawn, this could be devastating for C9 on the rotation. You see the knife out. They don't suspect there's going to be anyone nearly close by. A massive kill for Alpha Yer for the side of Fnatic with the advantage now cemented.
Do you know what's brilliant about that?
What's that?
So they walk into the C site, and before planting, they shoot the nanos to let them know they're there.
Yeah.
Because Alpha is in prime spot to catch them. It honestly, the levels at which Fnatic are playing at are second to none. And they're so prepared for this rotation. Chronicle adds another kill to his tally as Leo takes us to map 5, a deserved grand final as both teams fight tooth and nail for the home ground trophy. And it's only right we go the complete distance and head to Haven.
We know that Fnatic love Tokyo. They proved that Masters this year, and they find some of that magic. And they bring it to the table on Lotus as they take C9 to a 5th and final decider of a map. Haven is the last stop where the journey ends. For one side, it will be triumph in Tokyo. For the other, it's a road home as runners-up. It's got all the ingredients of a perfect grand final for a fan. A full 5-map series, full of young proteges, big stars, high stakes, and history books. Who finishes the story here in this legendary Sumo Arena? Find out next. We wanted 5 maps. We got it. This is what grand finals are supposed to be. Competitive, end-to-end, back and forth. Fnatic versus Cloud9. We're going to max maps. My name's Ian Chambers. This is Mitch and Tom. The energy in this arena is through the roof. The energy down on the stage is, I mean, you can feel it in the air right now. You guys are loving every single second of this. And, you know, you've casted finals in the past. Last year in Manchester,
it was a blowout.
It was a 3-0 blowout. Cloud9, at least they're taking this to the absolute maximum.
I'll tell you something, Ian.
Yeah, go on.
Mitch and Tom, finals, best of 5s, they never go to this.
They never.
It never happens. We normally, I think, was it lock-ins? I think at lock-in we had the fastest record of any commentary duo ever of how fast our games have gone.
Every single
You know
one.
what the difference is?
I'm not used to this.
Uncle Ian's in the building.
I don't like Uncle Ian. No, I'm kidding.
All right, let's take a look at the match highlights from that one. You know, Fnatic just once again showing their prowess when it really matters, Tom.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have proven it throughout the series. Even when they're down, even when Cloud9 look like they have the advantage, they can bring it back. They go onto the attack, they feel confident. And also you're just looking at different members of this team stepping up all the way through the series. Like Leo had a great ascent. You've seen Durka on the first map play fantastically well. Like it's gone all the way through this roster performing. Alpha as well on Bind was insane. This map was Chronicles. No argument from anybody. If anybody else is trying to tell me there's an MVP of that map that wasn't Chronicle, I don't know, put them in a straitjacket.
There you go, Chronicle trying to stack up some more silverware. Mitch, he is absolutely starving for that final moment here in Tokyo.
Of course, 355 ACS playing in on that Viper. We saw so much from this guy. And that was, you know, we started it out. Vanity tried to beat him in his own game, tried to bring a bit of a taste of his own medicine into it, and well, I think that might have angered Chronicle.
Oh, let's look at that moment. 5-1 it was. Vanity, vanity, vanity. What were you thinking? This is one of those moments, Tom, you live to regret. You live to regret it. I love this guy.
I said it at the time. It's never gone well for him. He's never pulled off that wave, and then at the end, like the last time, one of the times he did it, Stacks waved back. So the fact is, I don't know, maybe we'll get a wave from the other side if this series doesn't go their way. Maybe we're holding a trophy.
What a dream.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of fun on this desk. The players have had so much fun as well, but the smiles, the laughter, the giggles, the dancing, Tom, it's all gone now. It all stops here.
Oh, yeah. Like, there's no more lounging. We haven't seen as much of that. I think this is where the pressure truly builds onto these players. And Fnatic, they have been here before. The lock-in grand final in Brazil, they were down on that final map. They rallied behind it, and they managed to take the trophy. For a lot of the players on Cloud9, this will be one of the most high-pressure moments. And again, you talk about it being off-season, but there is no one who plays all the way through this entire tournament, the length of some 2 matches in a day. For Fnatic, that's today. Gets to that 5th map and goes, I don't really mind if I win. Like, you know, it's off-season. No. Both of these teams are dying to get their hands on that trophy. Otherwise, well, they probably would have lost one of the maps earlier and be at the bar already.
You mentioned high pressure there. You know, it's safe to say right here, right now, that Oxy has already solidified himself as a future prospect that we can all be looking at as, okay.
I think you can remove the word future.
Okay, prospect. Yeah. He's doing it right here, right now.
Yes.
But then there's a different kind of pressure when you get to a grand final, 5th map. And look, still, he's looking chilled. Yeah, he's not lounging as much, but he looks like he's ready to go. If he can do it here, then your estimations go even higher up of what this guy's capable of.
Well, this is it. You know, there's a lot of esports out there where you're going to be sat there by yourself down on that stage, and that's a whole different ball game. You'll get in your head, and it's hard to get back out of it. But that's where the experience of a coach like Imi and an IGL like Vanity comes into play. You've got a lot of experience. We talked about it with this roster consistently about the young and the old. And in these moments, when you push all the way to the end of a BO5 with everything on the line, that's where you lean on the experience of the old. Even if they're not doing it in the server. Hell, Vanity could come out with 2 kills. I hope to God he doesn't, but he could. It still might have that impact, though, to have him there supporting some of these young guys and keeping a player like Oxy in that positive mindset.
God, I love crunch time. Don't you just love crunch time? It's the best time. That and breakfast. My 2 favorite times of the day, right? And
just have crunchy cereal for breakfast. Then
bada boom. Tom with a pun. That's a fresh one for me. And speaking of fresh, this is a fresh look roster, of course. Elements of it for Cloud9 in regards to what we've seen in the past from them. You don't want to finish 2nd place twice on the bounce at Red Bull Home Ground.
No, for sure. I think they'll be happy with their performance nonetheless. They've gone toe-to-toe with Fnatic. Bear in mind, in Masters Tokyo, another America's team played Fnatic twice and only managed to get one map.
Yeah.
That team was EG who won champions. So the fact is they're already proving themselves very, very early on. I don't care how prepped Fnatic have come into this tournament. It still takes real balls to go toe-to-toe with them. And now heading into Haven, I don't think we're seeing anything too crazy from either of these sides. As said, it's going to come down to what happens on the server, not what happened in that prep time.
If you're just joining us thinking, where on earth is this taking place? What is this magnificent venue that I'm looking at on my screen right now? It's called the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena in Tokyo, Japan, a historic sumo wrestling venue from years gone by, decades gone by. This is the first time it has ever been converted into an esports arena. What a job it has been to turn it into this. And it just looks like it was built for it, built for this moment. Fnatic, C9, center stage, surrounded by thousands of hungry, fascinated, vocal, beautiful Japanese fans. Look, whichever way it goes, the fans are going to go crazy for it. But there's definitely a little bit of a lean towards Fnatic. I can hear that while you guys are casting. I take my headphones off every so often just to hear the noise in the...
I can hear it anyway.
I know
what do you mean?
can.
I don't need the headphones off.
So that advantage might play in, but we'll find out. It is the end of the grand final of Red Bull Homeground 2023. Who's taking it? It's time to find out. Tom, Mitch, let's do this.
Well, one last time, we're jumping into a map. This time it's Haven, where Cloud9 started this tournament and where Cloud9 will end it. Last time, it was a bittersweet loss. Now, it's a bittersweet start. 2 kills already as Fnatic thinned out. The crowd might be behind them. The advantage in this round most certainly is as well. 5 versus 3, the A site open and a retake to be played, it seems.
Yeah, the fact is, we questioned if Oxy could keep it going all the way through this series. Those questions have been answered map to map to map, all the way to number 5. But Fnatic have an afterplan. Durka, been here many a time, lifted many a trophy. Doesn't want to let this pistol round go. They've been important in this series. Somehow, Oxy gliding down, but it's his teammates to clear this one up. It's gonna be another pistol for Cloud9. Only a single kill for Fnatic, Mitch, but they do get themselves a plant.
It's something maybe to build off of. Maybe it'll push them to a force buy, or maybe they'll just keep those extra credits in the piggy bank, maybe try to use them for some sheriffs here and there and bolster down their eco. But for C9, a pistol round win, it's not something that they're unfamiliar with by any means. They've been picking them up again and again, but this is the first we see Oxy just deliver this stellar performance, ripping off heads. We'd seen it earlier on in the tournament, and you can see he's recapturing some of that momentum that we've had from him earlier on. So much to say about such a young gun, but he's got so much more to show us. We might not even need to say it. Investment is light from Fnatic. Not a ton of weaponry, but they've gone for 3 stingers alongside Chronicle and Boaster having upgraded pistols. A good chance if they can group up, but their opponents had the very same idea.
Oh, it's a slaughter.
Hey.
Aftershock even going to catch out Leo, and now Chronicle. Last man standing. You got to be careful when he's about, but Vanity does not care.
Was
2
that
to 0.
I think it was either a stun or a grab while I saw the assist come in for Astra as well. So Jake obviously popping some utility, keeping them in position for that breach utility to come in to full effect. Really nice stuff from C9, and we're already in round 2 up against an eco, seeing util combos. It was indeed a grab well, right? Yeah, there it is.
Well, as we've sort of said, like, you have to bear in mind it's a stand-in. Oxy's new, Vanity's come back. Like, there's only a couple of members from the last roster still remaining. You couldn't tell.
No, you really can't. They're playing so clean.
Here we go. The man of the moment, the man of the hour. He's not expecting Leo to be that close. Unfortunately, not the start they were looking for. Risks taken in this one. That was one of the 2 rifles that they have. Vanity's actually bought all the way down as well, so there might actually be some damage to their economy if at least one gun isn't kept over. Fnatic, of course, losing Another pistol and follow-up. It's definitely not been one of their stronger suits so far in this series, or the tournament for that matter. Either way, aggressive push from Curry. Bear in mind, that's the other rifle. He's the one looking to try and get something done with this Vandal.
Alarm bot out.
Taking the pressure away from that C site, or at least you'd think. They're still showing some presence towards that garage, which holds Vanity in place.
I like the idea here. The Nano's quite deep. It's planned for the very same dash that we just saw come through. Sturka took some space. He was met by a Nano, but he dodged it perfectly. Sneaky play by Chronicle. He's already through on A. Flash comes in. That allows him to almost dodge it, get out of the way, but Zeppa hunts him down, relentless in his pursuit of his opponent as Curry, he didn't see the barrel, just missing it by a pixel. And Durga has his teammate covered. He's got everything covered. Every angle met with a headshot. Fnatic on the board, and a little bit of damage done from the side of C9 at least.
That's the reason. I was looking at it. I was like, there must be a reason why Vanity bought so low. It's because Oxy's actually managed to get enough kills / orbs to get himself the Bladestorm. So now that actually pads the problem that would have been there if he didn't have that online. The multi-frag and the pistol was enough to sort that one out for him. Dirk is not far away from it either, and we are looking like we might just get another anime battle here in Japan. And not a bad place to do it, I guess.
You see, we just had a crowd shot there with one of the Fnatic logos, and it's actually ran out of battery in the power bank. Understandable when they've been here this long.
It's been a while.
It's been a long day, and that starts to show, you know, these players, maybe they lose some of their battery as well. Some energy goes down. They're trying to pursue the player on the back of the site with no idea that Curry is here as well. He's able to pick up one as Jake steps up to the plate for a little bit of extra support, but he can't hold the site all by himself. He's isolated and overwhelmed eventually, leaving Chronicle in 25 HP, and the timing could not be better. You saw Vanity in the X-ray staring at that angle, and the second he turned his attention to the site, Chronicle turned on him, taking a quick kill and leaving Zeppa to do it all. And even the recon to lock in his position, confirming exactly where he is, and a sneaky swing from Boaster will close the round for Fnatic.
Do you know what's even crazier about that?
What's that?
So Zeppa was behind Chronicle like by a second, so he didn't see him. So him going round the corner through the door stopped him being killed from behind, and then the timing of the other player looking away. So that was like a 0.5 difference to dying from behind or dying from in front. Instead, Chronicle gets a kill.
Stars align.
It's just
you can
absurd.
see it there, yeah. Actually saw it in the mini-map that, he was
like
just about to crest the angle.
Pixel perfect. So if Chronicle just hesitates for a moment, he's dead.
Shot in the back. 2v2.
Absurd.
Winnable.
Absurd. Yeah, exactly.
Breach utility on the way back through as well, by the way. Yeah, that would have been massive. It's these small things that can decide it often. Hell, you know, Fnatic deserved to win around by an inch after what happened to them earlier on. Maybe Karma's starting to level out on them. For Fnatic, the attack side is very much trained in on A. But Tom, I'm starting to see a lot of movement from C9 towards this A side of the map. It looks like they are expecting the push to come down here. A good read based on, well, virtually nothing. A gamble, perhaps, and it looks like they're coming up with a good result.
With this buy, you might understand why.
Yeah.
It's pistols on the board for C9. They've got to take a risk. Normally, especially on a map like Haven, the 3 sites, I'm sure many of you have noticed, make that gamble a lot harder, but they are in the right place at the right time, although the spike starts to fall back a little bit. With the kills coming through, it's relatively even, but that weaponry now is starting to show its muscle. And Oxy, try as he might, is unable to do much more. Jake has himself the Guardian, but he won't get anything either, and after the start from C9, a swift 3-punch combo from Fnatic is going to put them into the lead.
That's a much different face from Fnatic than what we've seen in some of the other maps with very slow starts where they start to find their second win, but sometimes just that little bit too late. C9 are being denied the opportunity to build on the back of that pistol round all too much. I think in this series as well, the 3rd round wins have been incredibly high for the squad that's going into it with the round win at their back. So Slowing down C9, disrupting them like that, stealing the lead out from under their nose. It's all good, but now here comes the off to change the game. Oxy doesn't land the shot. Now he's being hunted down. Every piece of utility going his way. Durka's dropped the Blade Storm out of play. Look how low Oxy is.
Yeah.
He got hit by literally everything, but now he's going to be healed right back up. And a second wind indeed found here for the operator, but Curry went running. He went diving into the site to try and take that fight. That's unfortunate for Oxy. Zeppa even stunned up is good. He's 2 HP. The shock dart, the turret, everything coming for him. And does he even go for it? At this point, 1 versus 2. They've got full HP, they've got post-plant, they've even got a shock dart that could finish him off. He needs to hit heads immediately. They'll just swing this together. That's all they need to do. The steps are heard, they know he's close. The wide swing from Leo, and the trade was going to be miles away because Alpha was willing to just run down the clock.
4-2. Fnatic peaking at the pinnacle moment. Only 2 teams have managed to beat them this year. This year.
That's insane.
One of them is Team Liquid in a match which many deemed to be worthless. It had a trophy
It most
behind
certainly
it.
was worthless.
The other, Loud. Other than that, nobody else managed it. That include here in Tokyo, 2 wins versus, I think, the team that people widely say, well, commonly say is the best team in North America for sure, and the best team in Americas. The support that's come out here in Japan is unrivaled, honestly. It's unrivaled anywhere in the world. So many locals supporting C9 and Fnatic. And supporting everyone all the way through the entirety of the tournament. It's no wonder that the players are loving it here. Vanity has said himself that playing on this stage has been one of the best experiences of his life. I don't think we need to ask Boaster what his opinions are in Japan. I think I think those have been made very, very clear. But it all is down to this. A trophy goes home with one of these teams. Chronicle can extend his collection that is unrivaled in Valorant history. And for C9, for many, if not all, would be the first in the locker. And with a victory over Fnatic of that. As said, only 2 teams, 3 matches have Fnatic lost in 2023.
You could see that C9 were definitely not all smiles during that pause. Imi definitely seemed to be wearing the stress quite well, but I don't know how it's going to fare after that. Oxy, the star of C9, picked off right off rip. Now it's a low buy round for C9, putting it in context with pistols, and that was the Guardian there, but it's going to be recovered by Vanity, so still in the round. The reality is you're starting to see C9 wear down mentally. Battling against that, of course, something they're more than capable of, but that pause was to reset mentality. Pistols here, not around, they're expected to win. When they want to do damage for a bit of housekeeping, you know, Fnatic's economy has gone crazy. They want to make this one close, if anything, or they're going to be sitting on max credits for some players.
But this is the scary thing, because the common, the almost meme that we've been making throughout this entire series, C9 start strong, Fnatic come back. C9 start strong, Fnatic come back. Fnatic starting strong is a scary, scary prospect for map number 5. Because we're yet to see if C9 have that comeback gene.
What?
Nice shot from Jake at least to put down Durka, who it just seems to be on a tear at this point. 5 and 2, as you mentioned, the credits now off the charts. The ults, I don't know if they're quite there. In fact, no, they're all on that defensive side. If there was a round for C9 to win, this is it.
Yeah, and if this is a round that C9 don't win, we might even see another pause coming up fairly soon, because Fnatic will be, again, just in a ridiculously strong position where C9 would need almost every single round. Now this is a pause, but it's not a pause where Imi gets to go over the strategies. You'll see lips are not moving, words are not coming out. This is a technical pause, obviously why we saw one of the headsets off.
know, it's somewhere that I think if you're Cloud9 coming into this, maybe you'll even look at this tech as an opportunity to sit back and just control the breathing. Is ahead of a very, very important round, 4 ultimates. But also, maybe it's an opportunity to sit and stew in just how important it is.
Yeah.
For players like Oxy, I think Vanity might have a few words just before the barriers go up when the tech is subsided.
Kill 'em all.
I'd hope it's a little more in-depth than that, but you know, looking at Valorant history, it might be something along those lines. Sometimes that's all you need. Say it in the right tone. Well, it's done, it's subsided, and we're on our way. 5-2, Fnatic with a lead that seems to be ever extending. C9, credits invested, 4 ultimates here and now. This is where they need to make their stand.
Oxy looking to roam around middle. As with the previous map, Fnatic are very happy to play the extremities and then switch it up at the last second and back into B. It seems like that's something that C9 don't want to allow to happen this time out, but it is so passive from Fnatic. I think after, even though it wasn't necessarily this pause, just after that, they've realized, okay, we've managed 5 rounds in a row. C9 have to change something. They have to try and be a little bit more aggressive, have to try and challenge for map control. So let's just be that little bit more patient as well with so much in terms of ultimates. You'd expect it. And you thought for a moment that Oxy was going to be caught off guard, but no. He's got that opener for his team.
Zeta, on the other hand, has been caught off guard. Big kill by Durga. As they look set to take the A site further into the round. That might be where C9 start to rotate, but that could be a mistake. There's still players left behind, like Alphayer. He knows an alarm bot on the other side. Gotta watch out for it.
Look at the time.
Because he could get an angle to swing through. 24 seconds, lockdown in play from the defenders, but they have gone back to Alpha. They want to push through, I thought, to the B
He's
side.
got Rolling Thunder. If he hits
15?
the spike with the Rolling Thunder, this could all be over. No, they're going to try and go back to B again.
10 seconds left.
And he's got that Rolling Thunder still in play. Might be able to stop this. Boaster has to stick it. He basically has to die, and he will. It's been denied just by utility alone. The genius of Vanity strikes again. The perfect place utility throughout this round. And again, C9 come in with a lockdown that's completely unorthodox, but wins them around.
Absolutely. You know, but even before the lockdown, there was the intention to start moving backwards. It seems like they get a little stuck in the mud about where to go. Players drifting towards the garage, perhaps clearing out that there's not a player there, that they're not going to be in a situation that there's a quick flank denying that spike. But the fact that Rolling Thunder is still online, and yet it's left so late in the round, that just seems like a massive oversight, Tom. And even with that, the Aftershock was all that was needed.
Yeah, I think Fnatic maybe just realizing that going back to C now, you're getting Rolling Thunder and you're not going to be able to plant. So just hoping that maybe Vanity was elsewhere. It's an aggressive push up though. The stun, again, the utility is just sublime, but Chronicle, he is ready to help defend his teammates. That breach util has honestly been the bane of Fnatic's life over the last couple of rounds, but this time they've stabilized. The early aggression of C9 is not going to do too much. And that's the thing. They're high-impact ults used in the last round. Okay, you still have a Cosmic Divide for retake. You still can spot your opponents with the Seekers. But more so looking at that lockdown. How will they be able to deny it? Well, that might help.
Well, it might. Lockdown in play for the attackers has come to fruition. There's no denying it. That plant is coming through. For C9, it's the idea to try and fight back. Afterwards, you've had a Cosmic Divide used, but a bit of an interruption as Vanity goes down. And now you lose your breach utility, use your burst to get back in towards the site. Still, that Cosmic will be up if they can manage to isolate the site players. The problem is everyone's on the site. Chronicle is everyone. 4 kills. All that they needed in this round was that man. He had an unbelievable performance over on Lotus, and now coming into Haven, it doesn't look like he's lost any of that power. The momentum in their court. The snowball has begun to roll, and Fnatic turning it into an avalanche. C9 need a response. They need it soon.
And just looking at where this leaves them as we came out of that round, there will be potentially some weaknesses. They are lucky that Oxy still has that Blade Storm, though. That's going to allow them to have still a decent buy, a decent opportunity to fight back. Fnatic just with the Rolling Thunder as a safety net. We'll see what Oxy can do. This guy's been unbelievable so far. If he can have a round here, that might push them back into things.
Well, they've been stunned, they've been tagged, they've been spotted by the Tiger. Rolling Thunder is just used to push them back, but they have no plans to go this way. Running into Vanity has definitely been one of the only issues that Fnatic has faced so far, but they are going to do it again. Sell an idea towards this A site, and then just go straight into B. Now, in terms of ultimates, they've got nothing to play with. The push already coming in from behind them, but Alpha will have heard it. He's definitely heard everything that Oxy is doing. And a bit of an unorthodox position. Well, it's an easy kill for Alpha. Clearing him from this spot is going to be difficult. The rest of the team fighting tooth and nail within the site, and well, they still haven't managed to kill this man off, and even if they do, the rest of Fnatic are holding strong. Zeppa's still just trying to fight for Alpha. He's throwing nanos in the spawn. It's just irritating to try and get this man out of position, and that is the round done and dusted. C9, they couldn't even take back their opponent's spawn, let alone get anywhere near the site.
I love the idea as well for Alpha to be in the spawn. We've seen it many times. He's going to be throwing nanos at B, typically firing them in to deny the defuse rather on the spike. But a little bit of a different game when he starts trying to use them to just hit players in the head, keep them back out of the window, and finish off some of the kills. Zeppa left on, what, 15 HP as he exited? All in all, the damage here is fantastic with Fnatic pushing 7-3. The lead is huge, and there's still a few rounds left to be played with. C9, we said they needed to make a comeback. That previous round was the opportunity for them. Again, we're going to have a couple of weapons here. The Rolling Thunder was burned up by Fnatic, so no safety nets to fall back on, but they haven't needed them so far.
No, it's been the one round that C9 managed to take other than the first two was off ultimates. That was what they had to play with. Nice from Oxy, but it is instantly traded. Jake needs to find something on long. Ooh, it's getting dicey. Boast has taken a bit of damage, and actually Jake goes pushing. It's so risky, but it works. He hears the reload, knows that he's got an opportunity. Curry as well. This time they have an advantage, so one and done, not too bad, but he can't afford to just go down to Durka. But this time he catches him off guard, looking for a little bit more, flash blinded, and he will fall. But the rest of the team are hightailing it in towards that site. They should be here to respond.
The plant shouldn't be deniable. It looks like Chronicle's trying to just double check. There's no one a little bit too close. That stun has caught everyone. Flash returns the favor. Chronicle only good for one, but it's Leo on his third of the round. That's where it stops. Zeppa answering C9's call. The SOS might cease here. 7-5, not a bad scoreline if they can make it all the way. Problem is, their economy still isn't very healthy, and their ulti-con is not online. Fnatic's just started to. You see, even with that death, or even that last kill that Leo got, the Hunter's Fury came in, and Durka's got a Blade Storm. Now, Oxy didn't find the impact he wanted with the Blade Storm. I think it will be tough to deny Durka's opportunities here on the attack as well.
Yeah, attack side of Haven especially just gives you those opportunities to blitz your way through. He's got a rifle for backup, and they may even just opt to push that pressure in onto Curry. He was someone who was able to push up in the last round and really caused them issues. It may have only been a singular kill, but it was the time it bought on rotations. Oh, wow! There's not many people who do that to Alpha, yeah.
Hunter's Fury's almost got him. It's missed him just about. Okay, Durka, nice shot. They know there's still one towards short. And they found out exactly where he is. What is that from Curry? 3 shots, headshots across the board, through walls, through smokes. Nothing can stop him. And now he's gone running to get a heal. You put him down to 4 HP and he's right back up again. Also got the lockdown online. Yeah, he can use this to deny that A control. 45 seconds left.
as Fnatic will eventually look to push forward. They expect to fight. They're clearing their angles. They're checking. Is there a player on short? Backside, Heaven, where's the fight? It's nowhere. It's nowhere to be found because they know the second they hear that tap up, now it's time to pop the lockdown, and you're in a lot of trouble. They still have smokes to play with. Potentially, if we get Scarz back online for Jake, I assume he pulled some back, unless it was a dump of utility earlier on, which I guess there very well could have been. We'll find out the answer to that question later on, and well, I guess the answer is there. They're swinging the angles, they're taking the fight.
It's already done.
It's an easy defuse indeed. Chronicle was detained by the lockdown, left with no chance to deny the defuse. And 7-5 is where we finish the half. C9 with a beautiful recovery. Things were looking quite dire for this squad if Fnatic continued with that momentum, but the snowball broke to pieces.
Decided.
So clean, so clean.
Decided to take a look at the last time we did see Curry officially on an organization, Cloud9, back in October of 2022. It's over a year since he's played on a professional team. I don't think you can tell. That was some of the cleanest shots I've seen all day while in a server alongside Oxy and against Fnatic. Ridiculous stuff. And that 5th round, hey, 7-5 half on Haven, now going into the attack side for Cloud9. That is not a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. They've been far better in the pistol rounds so far.
I think the crowd's enjoying the match, Tom. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm enjoying it too. I think it's going to be difficult on so many levels for the home ground guys next year. You got to try and beat the Tokyo Sumo Arena, and you got to try and beat this grand final. The stars are aligned here in Japan, and wow. For Fnatic, they had a strong half. Losing pistol, getting 7 rounds, 7 out of 8 in a row. Dirka's looking solid, Chronicle's still there, Leo up there as well. And now we head into the half where I have high expectations of Althea. That C-site garage defense is something he is known for, renowned for. And what could be, well, it will be the final half of regulation in this grand final in this tournament is about to kick off. Fnatic manning that defensive side and the charge being taken in towards C by Cloud9.
Oh, well, the attempted charge is slowed down.
So much
a
damage.
Stun in a laneway, shots fired back, and players that can barely move. A cocktail that results in Fnatic having a clear advantage. As the push comes in on backside, attempting to hunt down Boaster. They didn't account for Leo being here as well. There's so many players from Fnatic. They deterred the C push and didn't feel the need to rotate.
Spike down.
Now with just Vanity on 12 HP, the advantage is palpable. It's not really very likely that much is found, and with Fnatic potentially having another pistol under their belt, they take another step towards closing this out and lifting another trophy here in Tokyo.
Yeah, no plant either for C9. We've seen them very, very willing to invest into these sort of rounds. I wondered if they would be deterred, but looking at Stinger FC, every single player.
Or Sting9.
We're still not going with that.
Not, no, it doesn't have a ring to it. Again, we're gonna workshop it. We'll get there in the end.
Maybe just Stinger with a 9 instead of an E.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. XX underscore either side of it. Yes, now we're talking. Nice shot for Dirka. Looks like he's got one of those old clan names, the way he's hitting those quick scopes. Beautiful stuff. Heal up on Vanity as well, who was unlucky enough to catch a stray. It's been a tough start for C9 in this force buy. Not where you want to be losing players off rip. The numbers are the main advantage that you have in fights. Those numbers are quickly thinning out. Another shot hit. This time it's Zeppa, who doesn't have the luxury of being able to get healed up.
But that's the thing as well. We've seen these force buys come through for C9, but 9 times out of 10, they've been successful. The other side of the coin, if you fail in these sort of rounds, is you basically do damage to your own economy. You give Fnatic an even larger lead And for the most part, we've never even seen these rounds be competitive. They've just blitzed opponents with their pace. This time, well, Jake's going to do the same again. Curry, in fact, has found another. I don't know how they make these rounds so competitive every single time. The dart from Leo lets them know that they're still there. But they've made the perfect read. Start doubling back. The man of the moment, though, Durka, is ready and waiting. He's going to go wrapping back round the timing, everything. Durka's still fighting strong, and he's got Leo alongside him. It looked like C9 were going to pull it off again, but the Finn stands strong.
An amazing recovery from the side of Fnatic. 9 rounds on the board. One more, and they'll be doubling up on what C9 bring to the table. The beautiful thing about it, beautiful thing about it, Tom, that C9 force bought that previous round. That was everything put on the line in normal circumstances. 2 players dead. You go, oh, it's an okay second round. It's not bad. But with a force buy, that means Fnatic, they look like they're on double digits already. It's a formality, a matter of closing it out. We'll see if C9 can interrupt, dilute the script into something a little bit more chaotic.
Oxy going down early in the last round definitely made things that little bit more difficult. As said, one of the major parts of this defensive side for Fnatic is dealing with Alpha in towards that C site. I honestly think this might be the map where he thrives the most. One of the reasons that this map became a strength for Fnatic. Alongside just comfort. Look at the push already. Coming in from Durka, it's messier than what we've seen so far. After a clean prior round, the counter flash is strong, but although damage is done, the kill hasn't come through. The lurk, well, you know, I was going to say you're not getting away with that one, but somehow Curry got a lot further than I was expecting. And while C9 are hoping for a gap, but they are hightailing it right into Boaster.
30 seconds
Boaster
left.
only has the Stinger, though. It's the weakest weapon that they're bringing to the table. Luckily, he's got support. They stand strong together with the SMGs. Damage done, 13 left on Vanity. Man advantage to Fnatic. Matter of closing it out with the shock dart, taking that. So much damage, but it's not enough. The wrong weapon for that fight. 10-5. And a handful of rounds separating them from a trophy lift.
The shock dart from Leo, it's just so obscure. Like, it just seems like he knows where the opponent is every single time. Like, Vanity was moving away from the site and just gets wrecked by a shock dart. It's brutal, because if he's still alive, that might actually be possible with how much damage Oxy was doing. Still, though, doubling the score of the opponent's Fnatic. Just 3 rounds away from winning in Tokyo again.
No pause? They've got their game plan, man. I expected a timeout from C9 coming into such an important round. They're going hell for leather.
Here.
The attack side wants to take it towards the A side by the looks of things. But it's Durka who's consistently picking off players around this angle. And he's here yet again. Jake down, that's a huge kill. Smokes down and out. And pushing on Haven without smokes, that's going to be one hell of a challenge, especially if they decide to commit to this A site. Still 3 players here, and one of them being Chronicle, utility ready to pop up top. There's the flash, there's the peek, and there's the execution. Oxy's down, and Durka's just waiting for Curry to step through this smoke. In a few seconds, it should be fading away, giving Durka the opportunity now at the off angle. There it is! And that's not a shot he's likely to miss today or any day.
No, especially not with the way he's been playing. Maybe a quiet map in the mix, but Durka still proving why he's one of the best. I don't think he really needs to prove it at this point. Nobody's got him ranked 21 anymore. You like that one?
I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one.
And they're just going to say,
No
the thing is, even with the coverage of A-Site being so strong, you would have had to get through Alphaya and his utility anywhere else on the map, and the rotations would have been far too quick. That's why they're confident in that 3-stack.
Yeah, I mean, like you literally, you go C, it's Alpha, you go B, they have info, they play a 4v2 retake,
you're dead. And
go
you're
away,
not
you
going to get
face everyone
ACON.
else.
You're not going to get CCon. There was no solution there. There was no winning.
And this might be the moment that C9 have to take a last-ditch pause. If they win it from here, well, the only comeback I can think that would outdo this one is done by Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the only
team on the other side.
team that might be able to do it. Imi has played with Mini, and even some of the letters look like they might be able to be switched around, and it's not quite an anagram, but it's very, very close.
Very close, yeah. if you squint and just miss out the middle part of the M,
Mimi,
it's all good.
But he'd have to come up with something truly brilliant to turn the tide here. It is one thing to take a map, it's another to take a couple. But to close out a series versus Fnatic, the only teams to do it are Loud and Liquid this year. Other than that, nobody has managed to topple the EMEA powerhouse that sits before you right now. As said though, they've got to try. Unfortunately, the ults aren't going to be there either. Couple not too far away. Rolling Thunder for Vanity, something they've been looking to get. And I understand that one of the few rounds they managed to win on that defensive side was around his placement. I think their lockdowns, honestly, I've been so impressed with every single idea that C9 have brought to the table. And I think going forward into the 2024 season, I am so excited for this team.
They only get better. Like fine wine, over time, this team just keeps on improving. For C9, it's been a beautiful run here. They have shown us some incredibly high-level gameplay. They've shown us some new prospects that are now just prospects. For Curry, as well as a stand-in, he's been phenomenal to watch, fitting into this role, playing your lurker, playing your anchor, and doing it to near perfection. The Tiger is heard moving towards A. The info is there with a kick onto Jake. That's the spike down. It's not going to be unrecoverable, but as they attempt to take mid control, they lose another player. Their flank protection out of the round. No smokes, no entry, no hope, one would say. As C9, having invested everything, they've barely done a lick of damage to Fnatic. Certainly nothing that can truly be felt. And although Vanity finds the C side open, they still need to reunite with him. The 5 HP breach alone and isolated. Durka has the timing of a god, dropping Zeppa in spawn, leaving the spike down, and leaving Vanity with no hope of claiming this round. They need 7 in a row, or Fnatic will do it again in Tokyo.
They just look unstoppable. This is their 7th map of the day. The maximum they could have had was 8. They dealt with DRX.
8 hours ago they started. 8 hours. This is a team that's tired. 8 hours of gameplay against some of the best teams.
I don't know. I feel like Durka's had enough of a rank grind that this would just be his warm-up. His warm-up for the day.
Normal day. Don't worry about it.
He doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat on that stage. He has peaked at the perfect time, and it is looking like the beginning of the end. A nice job from Oxy. Bladestorm online. Zeppa, the SMG king, will give them an advantage. Leo's shock darts always do damage. Oxy's going to try and get up close.
Again.
But already it's causing them problems. Nice work from Jake to keep this one alive. Chronicle and Leo to try and clutch this. Make it just Leo, but he's done it before, and he's looking to do it again. He's found a second, and he gets all 3! What on earth is that from Leo? The greatest clutcher this game has ever seen.
He had no right. No right. It's not even the first time he's made it happen in this series.
No.
He does it again and again, just like Fnatic. He really does belong on this team, and this team belongs on top. One of the best teams in the world, back to do it again. They lifted a trophy in Tokyo earlier on in the year. They beat out the best in the world,
and they just couldn't resist running it back one more time. This time, though, putting on a bit more of a show. 5 maps, and you have to commend their opponents, Cloud9. An incredible matchup, an incredible job from the North Americans. They'll go home with their head held high and a target on their back for next year.
They didn't complete the three-peat in Los Angeles. They didn't perform as well as many of them and their fans expected them to. The world. But with another huge live crowd here in Tokyo, Japan, Fnatic replicate their master success in front of their adoring fans and end 2023 on the highest of highs. For C9, it's a consecutive dose of home ground heartbreak, but the future is bright for this superb roster with young gunners breathing life into it, ready to push forward into next year's VCT season. But Fnatic prove here and now once again that they're the best in the world, Tom.
Yeah, last year C9 got 3-0'd. This time they get 3-2'd. Next year, maybe it's theirs for the taking, but unfortunately they came up against the best of the best. 133 days ago, Fnatic won in Tokyo, and 133 days later they've done it again.
Well, you know, we started out in EU for home ground 2 times in a row. We went to the global stage and 100 Thieves took it. North America.
Look at this. So Fnatic went to lift the trophy, but they've got to hold on.
They've got to wait.
Chronicle's like, that's mine.
It's not time yet.
I got my 4th one now.
It's not time. They will get their moment inside this iconic arena in front of the fans. Wow.
Gotta just wait. You gotta wait. But
they want it now. They want it now, but they've got to hold on. Welcome back as we look to close what's been an epic, iconic Red Bull home ground here in Tokyo, Japan. Fnatic get the job done. For Tom and Mitch, you guys are breathless, speechless. Those
Sweaty.
guys are tired. You're sweaty
sweaty
as well. But they delivered. Both teams delivered, right? You wanted the best of 5. It went all the way. And Fnatic proving there, Tom, that they were favourites coming into this for a reason.
Oh yeah, I think that's probably the best match I've ever got to cast. In the best arena I've ever got to cast it in. It is one hell of an experience. I'm definitely never going to forget it, and wow. That's all I can say. Wow. I'm genuinely lost for words.
It's incredible. I think we all suspected that EU was the best region for a long time. And I'm just happy to see that trophy, the home ground trophy, make its way back in the hands of EU after NA stole it at the first global home ground last year. Finally, it's back where it belongs.
It's a tough outcome for Cloud9, who come second once again. But, like I said before, the future is bright. And as they start to eye up 2024, Mitch, VCT could be a good place for them.
And for both of these teams, man, I mean, C9 going over to North America, as I said, they're going to have a target on their back after the performance here.
Yeah.
They showed us a level that not many people, if any, were expecting to see out of them. Young guns like Oxy delivering all throughout this
they
series.
Might have to sign Curry as a 6th so he doesn't go somewhere
literally,
else.
they can't let him go.
I put him straight on a contract like, no one else is having him. Do a DRX. Just keep some good players on the bench so that you can't go into another team. That guy was so impressive today.
And you know, they went toe-to-toe throughout this series. We highlighted Oxy, we highlighted Durka, but in the end, it's the consistent factor of Durka over on Fnatic that claims it. I can't say we're too surprised, but what a debut for Oxy.
Absolutely a star. I was about to say in the making, but Tom will shut me up and say he's already there.
He is there. He is there. He's just done that versus Fnatic throughout the entire series. Like, we don't need to talk about what Oxy can do in the future. He's already doing it in the now.
Adam, welcome to the desk.
We've got the best analyst on the desk now.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do.
You know, I've been wanting to come out here all weekend long, join you guys. They couldn't find any boxes big enough for you all. And that's been the big difference. But I'm here now.
What are you trying to say?
There you go, look.
Yeah, hey, that's pretty good. Watch yourself there.
Watch yourself
there, fellas.
We're high up. We've got the best seats in the house.
Oh, this is amazing.
Adam, we've been lucky enough to have you touring around this amazing venue, the history here, the heritage, Sumo Arena here in Tokyo, Japan, that goes back decades. thank you so much for taking us around it. Explain the atmosphere. We've been up here quite a lot of the time, but you've been in and amongst it.
Oh, it's been electric, man. I think that's the great thing about this whole experience here in Japan. We were lucky to be at Manchester last year. Now we're here in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah.
The hospitality, amazing. Every single person I've talked to has been unreal. Like, so welcoming, loves having us here. And we've seen some of us highlighting the food, the culture, the history of this building as well here. But what an amazing final as well.
Next year in Hull, that's what we're going to be
Next year we're going to Hull.
Yeah.
We're going Ian's backyard, baby. That's where we're going.
We're booking it. That'll be cheaper to get my mum there, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at the bracket, shall we? This is how we got to our first place finish for Fnatic. Of course, we had the Swiss round prior to this, but this was, you know, the crunch side of it all. And it played out as you might have expected, Mitch.
Well, look, the DRX win. Yeah, like, I'll say Foot versus C9, we knew it was going to be a close game. It could have went either way. It was close all the way through. I was happy with that. But Fnatic DRX being such a stomp, maybe it was a sign of what was to come here in the final, but that really blew my mind. I didn't expect to see it go quite that quickly. I thought we'd have another few hours here in the arena.
Yeah.
I'm sad to see it taken out of our hands so quickly.
Yeah. I actually a great chance to talk to some of the players as well here
Yeah,
and kind of get a bit, you know, understand what's going through. I said to both earlier on, you know, 2 games back to back the same day. That's a lot of, you know, pressure for the team as well. Kind of fatigue can set in too, but they just showed they can go the distance. A marathon, a sprint, whatever it takes. Fnatic will do the business.
Yeah, and I'm jealous. You got to talk to Buster. He's one of the most unique and
he is
unbelievable.
A thunderbolt of a human.
He is, isn't he? And he's a pivotal part of what this roster can achieve going into the new year. And we talked about them coming in, how dangerous they were. Anybody looking at them in 2024 must be shaking in their boots right now.
Oh, they already were. Yeah. They've always been shaking in their boots. I think a few of them are now going to be a bit scared of C9 as well. Like, I think that's what we've learned this tournament. Zeta coming in, I didn't have any expectations. They were bringing in a few young players from their academy team. Alongside Lazarus, because their depth wasn't even here. They went toe-to-toe with C9. I think we've learned a lot about the coming year, and honestly, I'm excited.
All right,
really
before
excited.
the big trophy raise, I just want to do some thank yous, right? Because this is one of the most
That's all right,
amazing...
Ian. You don't have to, you're welcome.
I was going to get to you, and I'm going to skip you.
It's fine.
Tom's not getting a thank you now. Massive thank you to Mitch and to our other casters, and I love you, Tom, and to our other casters and analysts who joined our stage.
I was in both duos.
Yes, you were, actually. Just because you're both balls. Achilleos and Paper Thin were here as well, did a fantastic job. Thank you to Adam for touring and doing all of our interviews and all that good stuff.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
To everybody who put this together, thank you so much to the Hang Loose production crew, to all of the Japanese broadcast team. I could go on
these
and
guys,
on.
I mean, these guys.
I've got to go.
These guys
to the fans. Here we go. We're crossing over to the trophy lift. This is what it's all about.
さあということでレッドブルホームグラウンド王者に輝いたフナティックにお越しいただきました。さあ皆さんにインタビューをしていきたいと思います。大きにボスターまずは優勝した感想を教えてください。
So congratulations on your victory on the Red Bull home ground. Tell us your thoughts on right now.
I was pretty non-existent this series a little bit sometimes, but my teammates are too bloody good. And also, it's just nice to maintain our win streak in Japan of never losing. I think it's pretty lucky here, so maybe we'll come back again.
そうですね、少し不安になるような時もありましたが、自分たちのチームメイトは最高の最高なので、ちゃんと支えてもらいましたし、自分たちが勝つことができました。で、今日勝ったことで日本での連勝を止めることがなく、勝ち続けることができたので、またこのラッキーを引き続き、継続してまた日本に戻ってきて勝てたらいいなと思います。
もう一つ質問です。 1対2でマップカウントを過ごしたとき、控え室に戻ったときに、ボーサー選手、首を横に振っていた姿を見ました。その時の心境を教えてください。
So, what was your feeling or what was in your mind when you're behind 1 and 2 after the map 3, and you're in the dressing room? You were really kind of look. So, what was in your mind back then?
I think mainly I was just pretty tired myself. It was a long day. And so I just had to keep eating bananas. I think I ate like 3 or 4 bananas. And then like I jumped around a little bit and then that managed to get the energy back. Yeah, and I think it can't be worse than the Loud series in Lock-In where it was like 2-0, 2-2. comeback. So yeah, I think we're used to it now, and we're a strong team mentally. I mean, look at us. I'm surrounded by giants.
Okay. まあそうですね、やはり自分自身が疲労を感じていたというのは正直ありました。なので少しジャンプしたり、あとはね、もうバナナ多分3、4本食べたと思うんですけれども、それでエネルギーをしっかりと持ち直して立て直してきました。またもちろんチームもメンタル的にもすごく強いチームで、ロックインでもやはり追う展開から逆転して勝ったという経験があって、今季そういった強さを見せられるチームになっているなと思いますので、自分はそこでしっかりとエネルギーを持ち直していこうと思っていました。
ありがとうございます。
お気に。
お気に。
さあそれでは続いてダーク選手優勝です。率直な感想を伺えますか？
So tell us your feeling right now. You're the champion. How are you feeling now?
I mean, feeling really good. Won here twice now, and I mean, I'm really happy with everyone, the boys, and like everyone in the team and staff for like supporting us really. And having a great match today. I mean, we played 7 maps and it was really hard, and we came on top.
もうすごく嬉しい気分でいっぱいです。そしてさっきもですけれども、日本で、ね、2度目の優勝ということですごく嬉しい気分でいます。ここでもまた、厳しい展開からも勝つことができました。そして練習を続けることができて、今本当に嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
ありがとうございます。もう1問質問させてください。ダーク選手、どうすればあなたみたいにデュエリストをうまく扱いますか？
So the second question for you is that how can we practice to be as good as you are as a duelist? I mean, how can we be good?
Just play a lot. I mean, if you play the game a lot and you have passion, you'll really like become really good at the game, and maybe you'll be on the stage too.
そうですね。やはりプレーし続けること、ずっとプレーをして、そこから経験を積んでいくことが全てだと思います。
ありがとうございます。
さあ続いて寡黙なレオ選手なんで1問だけ質問です。どのような局面でも非常に冷静でいられる理由を教えてください。最後のクラッチは神がかっていました。
Okay. Okay, so the question for you is that how can you be so resilient and so calm all the time during the match? How can you keep your mental so calm?
It comes from preparation. Every day in practice with the team, try to be as focused as possible, giving 100%. So when you actually come in and play here on the stages, it feels normal. You're used to it, playing with the boys, just having fun, winning.
やはりチームを信頼すること、自分を信頼すること、そしていつもプラクティス、練習を続けることで本番にも同じメンタル、自分の精神状態を保った状態でプレーを実際に、実践の場でできるように、鍛錬することだと思います。
なるほど。鍛錬すればレオ選手みたいになれると、最後のクラッチも見せられるということですね。
神がかってましたね。
はい。さあ続いて。
それではアルファイア選手、今日の試合の勝因、アルファイア選手から見てどこにあると思いますか？
So from your point of view, what do you think was the reason for the victory today? The reason, yeah. Can you think of any reason why you got victorious today?
We win because we are better than them. So, like we keep the mental good, and we won. Thanks for the team because I didn't play this game like 2 months, and they carry me. Thanks God. So, thanks for all support as well. Thanks.
何よりも今日は自分たちの方がクラウド9よりも強かったということに尽きると思います。しっかりと練習をしてきたこと、そしてチームと一丸となって戦えたことだと思います。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。さあ続いてはエルマプディコーチいきましょう。戦術、そしてフィジカル、コミュニケーションに隙のないチームに加入しました。そしてコーチを担当した初日と今でどのような変化がありますか？
So you're new to this team as a coach, but from a first day until today, are you seeing the team's progress? And how are you feeling as a team right now? How good is the team right now?
I mean, I only met these guys in person a week ago, so it's been great to get to know them all. They've done a great job. We've been focusing a lot on communication. Obviously, we didn't get too many days of practice in, but I was happy with how we were able to bounce back and win the game.
まだまだ自分がコーチとして加入してから時間が経っていないので、まずは細かく一人一人としっかりコミュニケーションを取るというところを大事にしてきました。でも今日もまずは勝てたので、自分にとっては大変満足のいく結果になっています。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
エルマップ D コーチでした。
それではクロニクル選手、クラウドナイン相手に先に2マップ取られてしまった展開になりました。この負けられないプレッシャー、どう乗り越えていきましたか？
So Cloud9 took first 2 maps, so you have to chase them, but how can you maintain your mental so strong until the end?
We had a joke between the maps that I have a gambit mental. Like I can literally play, however, like a lot of hours, and I will still be like playing as much as possible on 100%. And we can see it's actually true. Like I performed really well, and I didn't fail any like expectations, or like I didn't fail my teammates in support. So I feel kind of proud because like it just came from the roots, I will say, like from 2020 when I was playing in Gambit. And thank God we played a lot, because right now it helped me to win this tournament and trophy.
そうですね、追う展開ではあったんですけれども、自分たちがしっかりと準備をしてきたことっていうことで、自分の中でも負けないという気持ちがあったと思います。そしてこの控室の裏でもしっかりと話し合って、ここで戻ってきてプレーをしたこと、そして2020年からずっと同じメンバーでプレーしてきて、その強さというところが今日もついに出てきて、自分たちのその強さの根っこみたいなところがしっかり出せたと思います。
ありがとうございます。それでは最後にボーサ選手、ボーサ、世界中のファンが見てくれました。そして日本にもたくさんのお客さんが来てくれました。そして何よりインスタも応援してました。皆さんに一言メッセージいただけますか？
メッセージ everyone, yes.
I was going to prepare something, but I decided to learn the dance instead. So thank you everyone today for coming and supporting us. We can see all your cool signs, you in the jerseys, with the phone screens, and like the constant cheering, like an amazing audience. Mina daisuki.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今日はダンスを覚えることにちょっと時間を使ったので、日本語の挨拶は用意してこなかったんですけれども、会場に来てくれてる皆さんの笑顔ですとか、あとはユニフォームを着てくれてる姿とか、あとは応援ボード全部見えていました。力になっています。ありがとうございます。
さあ、それでは皆さんトロフィーの前に来ていただきましょう。
Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times, spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't cease fire.
Utterly dominant from start to end.
I'm the greatest alive, yeah. I will arrive, yeah. And get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive.
Into the Red Bull Home Ground Grand Final.
Yeah. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arrive, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in, we closer than